Hmm. There we go. Okay. Let's see what we got. Let me make sure everything's. Let me just make sure people can hear me and whatnot. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's not good. There we go. Hmm. Okay. Now the other thing I need to do is update my titles. Let's update the title. Okay. I've got a few things going on today. I am working on a number of things, and some of it is related to just regular work that I have. But I do also have some other stuff. In particular, okay, so beyond just regular work stuff, I'm going to be doing some more work on my video game. A little loud for me, but okay. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing some work on my video game. I've made some progress that I'm quite happy with, so hopefully I can show some of that off. And I've got some Laravel HTMX stuff. I've got a new project that I need to start working on, which will hopefully turn into something paid. I've got some Twitch integration stuff that I'm doing. It's literally a website which you can plug into OBS, which uses WebSockets to plug into your Twitch account, and it gives you, UI feedback like on a website. It's just a WebSocket on a website to the Twitch API, and then you pull it in as a source in OBS. You pull the website in, you can run it locally, and you can customize the heck out of all your any Twitch integration you want. Now, the nice thing is that you could also potentially use this for anything that you've got running. I have some crazy ideas. This year, including the ability to use Zig as a backend for some front end HTML stuff. Anyways, I do have to get some work done, so I'm going to try and tackle a few things here. I can't show the UI on this, so you're not going to be able to see the UI. All I'm going to be able to show you is the code. And even that, I probably won't be able to show it very much. And you can see I have some pretty ugly code here. But yeah, I'm going to be doing a few things. It's going to be good. So let me do a few things over on my super secret side where nobody can see what's going on. I have some new SVG icons that I need to create as components of my application. And in order for me to do that, I think what I have to do is I have to copy these, and then I'll paste them, and then I'll rename them. So star dot. Oh. Don't know if I don't think I'm doing this correctly. You guys can't see what I'm doing, but just bear with me. Okay, so what I'll do is instead of doing it here, why don't I just pull up yeah, why don't I just pull up, nope, Okay. Nice. No. Like this. And then I actually want to rename it. Main, no. Single sub pop-up ecosystem builder. I think, yeah, that's going to be annoying. But founder, yeah. I'll rename this too. Savings. Finder. So weird. On the Kinesis keyboard, I'm having such a hard time getting used to it. It's a little bit frustrating because the keyboard's really nice and it has done quite a bit for my wrists and even like just general finger pain. But holy cow, is it such a vast difference from my regular keyboard. I just find myself like really slow and I'm really trying hard to like stick with it. It's been a few weeks and I'm trying to push through it. Stick to the Kinesis. But man, it's tough. But it's a good keyboard. Okay, so I've renamed all of these guys. So if I go like icon sub, no, icon pop up. What did I call it? I don't even remember what single sub. Oh. I have to refresh. Now? Really? I guess it'd be what? Yeah, resources, views. Is it SVG? Tools? Really? Really? Sublime. Oh, you know why? I know why. I've got this stuff mounted on in my WSL, and WSL plays really weird with mounted stuff. BK, you're on YouTube too. Holy cow! Hello, BK on YouTube. You returned your Kinesis. You couldn't do it, huh? What, like? Help me out. Like, is it just me? I couldn't get used to it. Even now, I'm struggling to type. Like, if I go grab my other keyboard, I'm gonna like zip around like no problem. But then I'm gonna have some pain, right? Maybe I just gotta invest in like a good wrist pad. Tell me what happened, BK. I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, all the icons are there. All the icons are there. But I guess, is it truly because I have this? There we go. How come that took forever? I don't know. Of course. BK on YouTube says, I wanted to go split keyboard, so Kinesis is the obvious choice. But the curvature wasn't for me. And the subtle layout difference isn't for me as well. So I'm sticking with low profile, like Keychron K3 Apple keyboard. You know what? Let me do a quick check, because I'm struggling. Yeah. I have the same thing, and I think I just gotta invest in a good wrist guard. Hey, Jen Champagne on Twitch. Whoever you are, hey, how's it going? I appreciate you being here. BK's on YouTube, so I'm kind of interacting with both. Jen says, I have an Ergodex Easy Split keyboard, and I couldn't do more than an hour on it each day. I'm still slower with split than a normal, and now it's my daily keyboard after around 6 months. So I don't know. I'm struggling with my Kinesis. BK on YouTube says, planning on going split QWERTY in the future. Kinesis is doing QWERTY split as well, as I think Ryan W has one of those. Split QWERTY. So it'd be like, are you talking about like this? What? Bezos? Excuse me, Bezos? Would it be like this? I'm curious what Ryan Winchester would have to say about that. I mean, I'd be down for this. This makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe I should just grab that guy. Let me go see here. I'm going on my regular Amazon that I don't want to do stuff on stream with here. Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely willing to try this. I'm just gonna buy it right now. Cause I'm so, even like right now, honestly, I'm already so frustrated. I barely started the stream and I'm so frustrated with the Kinesis, with the curvature one, right? With the one that Prime has, and I just can't. Like, it's frustrating the living crap out of me. And as a matter of fact, I think, here, let me just read a few more chats here, because BK and Jen are going back and forth here. BK says, I don't need ultra dank curvature for split, because I'm fast enough on QWERTY. I only want to split. I agree. 100%. That's where I'm at, man. Jen says, I'm currently trying to 3D print a dactyl manuform, which does have the curve, but mine is flat, like the page you have open. I see. A 3D print, that's a smart idea. I have a 3D printer. I have a Prusa Mark IV. I never thought about a 3D print aspect to like maybe even offset a regular. That is very interesting. I like where your head's at. BK, not everyone needs to spend a decade on custom layout plus kinesis to get fast. And Jen, it's a bigger change than I expect. Yeah, no, this is it, right? Like, I'm gonna switch right now. You guys have convinced me that I'm probably done with my Kinesis 360, which means I have to like give it away or something. Because what am I gonna do with it? Turn it off. Turn it off. I'm gonna go get my regular keyboard. You guys are basically convincing me that it's just not worth it, because it's been like a month and a half on the Kinesis, and you know, here's what really kills me. Okay, if I had, say, like all the time in the world, and I could just spend a whole bunch of hours getting good on the same Kinesis that Prime has, if I could just do that, I think I would stick to it, because I have that stick to it attitude. And I could get through it even if it took like 3 to 6 months. My problem is that it's slowing me down so much that it's impacting my ability to get through work at a reasonable pace throughout the day. It's slowing down my ability to achieve at my regular job. That kills me. I can't have that. Like, I can't spend 3 to 6 months doing that. So I have to figure out a way that's not going to destroy that work efficiency that I have on a regular keyboard, right? So I think that split one that you guys are showing me, that you led me to, I bought it. It's going to come tomorrow. So hang on, be right back. I'm going to get my regular keyboard, guys. I'm sick of it. So I've got this guy. I don't know if it'll show up on... Yeah, probably not. Hang on. I'll just show you what I have on. I'll pull it up. All right. I've got this, the mechanical mini. That's all. I can fly on this one. Like, no probs. I'm good to go with this one. Jen says, yeah, I'm only just now able to type fast enough to feel like it's not encumbering me. Yeah, Jen. The one I have right now, the Ergo Docs Easy. Let me see what that one is. Oh, I've seen this one. As a matter of fact, I have an Ergo one. Yeah, the Glove 80. I have the Glove 80. That's what I've got. I'm holding it right now, but the stupid camera thing filter. So yeah, making a mess of things. I do have the Glove 80, and I found the exact same problem as the Kinesis. The amount of effort it took to get used to it was too high for me. There's a split keyboard like the Glove 80 that has a normal QWERTY, but I can't find it. It isn't the Moonlander or the Glove 80. Okay, that's another one, BK. This stupid squiggly brackets and square brackets are in exactly the wrong place. It is the most frustrating thing, and it's not actually that easy to swap the location through like customization software. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Especially if you're gonna make a keyboard that you're saying, you know, you might want to tailor to like programmers. Those kinds of keys are heavily used. What on earth are you doing them? Putting them 60 miles away? You have to basically go through like TSA to get to it. Like, I need a passport to type a freaking square bracket on my keyboard that's supposed to be an amazing keyboard. Like, get the hell out of here. I had to fiddle with my key bindings for a while because of that. Exactly. And I tried fiddling around with it. and I couldn't get it to work just right. And then this is what also gets me is that I'm used to just grabbing a QWERTY keyboard, okay, as if that's not enough. I'm used to grabbing a QWERTY keyboard, and I generally know where the keys are going to be laid out. You know, sometimes you have to figure out like where the home button is, the page down, page up. If you use those buttons, you know, sometimes you got to look on different keyboards. It's on different locations. Honestly, like that's not a big deal. I can get around that because like 80-90% of the keyboard is pretty much standard. You pick up any QWERTY keyboard, you're good to go. I pick up a Kinesis keyboard and I'm looking at it, and I also have a photographic memory. So I take a snapshot in my head of the keyboard, where they are, the layout. Right? So I've snapshotted in my head where everything is on my Kinesis. Then I go and change the key bindings. My snapshot no longer matches up with the key bindings because I'm used to just in my head pulling up where the key I'm looking for is on the keyboard. And then I have to also cross-reference and remember the fact that I changed weird things in order to accomplish what I want. So I not only have to learn the muscle memory of just typing generally on a new layout with the curvature and all that stuff, but I also have to remember my own custom changings all at the same time. One at a time might be reasonable. All at the same time? Hell no. Yeah, even Primogen said he remapped all the special... Okay, look, I'll fight Primogen on this. If you're gonna remap all the damn characters on your keyboard, why are you getting a specialized freaking keyboard? Remap a regular keyboard and stick to it. You know what I have that I haven't played around with, but I want to? It's a thing called Caracorder. I have it somewhere. Let me see if I just pull it up. I have this sitting here, and I'm not using it. So I think Prime's talked about this. You plug this in, and this guy. Right? You plug this into your keyboard. It's a manual plugin, and you can make massive sweeping adjustments. You can do things like only type in a few, it's called like flow commands, like where you type in just a few keys, and if you type them in the right order, it fills out a bunch of stuff for you. Or you can like change settings. Like it's a very complex, very interesting way to take a regular keyboard and make do some cool stuff with it if that's what you want to do. After doing the Glove 80 and the Kinesis now, why would I just don't get it anymore, right? And now I want to try this Caracorder. BK says Prime also has a custom layout with blank keycaps, so it's fully... Oh, geez, that would F me up, yo. So it's like Copilot? Yeah. It's like Copilot. Jen, this is why I'm printing a curve one. I want to see what the curve is like without paying for Kinesis. I do still like the split, but everything you're saying is a real frustration. Yeah, man. Yeah. But Jen, let me know how it works out, man. I would be very, very, very interested in how it turns out for you. And hell, I'll even try printing one. Maybe we can collab a little bit and like do something cool with it. Let's see, BK. What are you sending me? Fully programmable, impeccably built, open source, split mech for extreme productivity. Precision mouse control. Holy crap. Yeah, Jen. Let me know. Dude, I think you just led me to my new keyboard. Nisoka on YouTube. Hey, I don't want to... I have YouTube viewers. Nisoka, look, man, you caught me at a weird time, all right? If you came here for video games, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm supposed to be building a video game, okay? I'm actually supposed to be doing a number of things, but I have been nerd sniped. I have been 100% nerd sniped by my Twitch chat into looking at keyboards because I'm frustrated with my keyboard, Nisoka. Every single freaking stream for the past 3 to 4 streams, I have been derailed by a nerd snipe. Nisoka, would you like to know what I got nerd sniped with just a few streams ago? Just a few streams ago? I mean, at least this is like in line with tech, Nisoka, but just a few streams ago, some dude named Ryan Winchester came on my Twitch chat, and he started talking to me about ancient Japanese wood joinery. Because I wanted to do some 3D printing, all right? We literally went like, I'll show you, man. I have a history. I'll prove it. Look at the crap that's in my frickin' Google history because of Ryan Winchester on frickin' Twitch. I just want to make a game. Nisoka's disappointed in me. Do you know how hard it is to have YouTube viewers? And then Nisoka comes on as a YouTube viewer and he's like, you know, you can just imagine, right? You can just imagine Nisoka coming in and he's like, oh, look at this, is gonna be cool, man. He's building a game and stuff. Oh, I want to see that. And then he comes on and I'm looking at freaking split mechanical keyboards and Japanese joinery. Nisoka, this is really cool though. I'm really sorry, man. I'm really sorry. I'm letting you down. But if you have not seen this Japanese joinery stuff, it is really freaking cool, man. Like, I don't know. Here, I'll play it and then I'll mute it so that there's not like, here, let me show you. Like, the amount of intricate detail. There's something that speaks to my soul as a programmer for this, okay? Look at what they're doing. So they build these, okay, you know what? No, I've nerd sniped myself. Look, what I'm supposed to be doing, Nisoka, is I'm supposed to be doing a little bit of work, building a video game, you know, stuff like that. I'm going to try and do some Laravel PHP. I've got a bunch of projects going on. I'm building like a little Twitch integration thing where like you can have a website that integrates with the Twitch API, and then you can do some cool things and overlay it in your OBS. Like I have a lot going on today. I have done exactly 0 of those things. So Nisoka, if you don't even give me a subscribe, if you don't give me nothing, if you just walk away from this YouTube, you know, feeling like I'm a huge disappointment and failure to you, I don't blame you at all. But Jen and BK on Twitch, they're so happy right now. They're so happy. Nisoka, if you're here for anything in particular, let me know. I'll try and, you know, I'll try and include some of your interests. You just let me know, like, what brought you here. I will do my best. Meanwhile, I am definitely going to buy this. Let me see what's going on. I know Jen and BK. Based in woodworking build, yeah. That's amazing. Thanks, Jen. I don't have the patience for Sandy. Even my 3D print, I scale it to print slower just so it prints cleaner without needing to do any post-processing. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to do with my 3D printing, Jen? I'm trying to build modular components with wood joinery. Like, so I'm trying to take the aspects of wood joinery and build modular components so that I can build slow and short pieces, like 15 to 30 minute bursts, and then join them up. Anyways, hey Cammy on YouTube. I have another YouTube viewer, probably somebody else, who have massively failed and let down because on my screen is a split keyboard crap. And I'm doing none of the things that are in the title of my stream. And I see there's probably someone on Twitter who just left. Probably because they came on and they're like, what the hell is this? What did I walk into? Anyways, you guys are all awesome. Listen, I'm legitimately going to go buy this keyboard right now. I'm not even joking. Please let me just take 1 second. Jen says tolerance can be tough with making modular pieces, but that sounds cool. I'll stop distracting you. So about printing now. I'll show you something. You got lots of tabs, so it counts. Yeah, thanks, Cammy. Marsky hacker keyboard's cool. Yeah, I know, right? I'm just gonna see if there's like ultimate hacker keyboard. Oh yeah, I can't do it there. I have to do it here. Okay, I will do this in a second. All right, so look, hang on, let me read chats. Chat's going off. Hacker keyboards, yeah. This, so I don't want to, but now you said it that you program games, so I'd like to ask you if you know anything about Pi games. I do. Give me a sec, Nasoka. Okay, I'm logging that into my brain here. Marsky, I still prefer my Voyager. Marsky, you just, I don't know if you were here, but you missed a whole rant about my frustrations with the keyboards that I've been trying with the curved keyboards like the Glove 80 and the Kinesis, and I'm just done with it. I don't know what the Voyager looks like. Voyager, of course. Oh, that looks pretty. But you know what? I think I was considering this over the Glove 80. So I don't know why I went with the Glove 80. I don't know why. Okay, so let me answer Nasoka real quick. All right, Pi Games. So Nasoka, I'm assuming you're looking at Pi Games because you're interested in it. Oh, holy crap! I got a subscriber. Thank you. Let me just see who subscribed because I don't have any of that crap open. I'm wholly unprepared for the amount of interaction I'm getting, which I'm super grateful for, by the way. I came in here expecting I would be on my own doing some work, and instead I have some pretty awesome people. So Jen, you subscribed. I really appreciate that, man. To help pay for all the keyboards. Jen, that's awesome. I really appreciate it. So yeah, Nasoka, look, so you're looking at Pi Game, right? So I'm assuming you're, like I said, you're looking at this because you would like to build some games. I'm going to be honest with you. Unless you're doing it at a professional level, you pretty much can't go wrong with just about any type of game engine. I've used Game Maker, I've used Pygame, I've actually used some low code, like block based ones. I think there's one called Scratch, I believe. And hey Cammy, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, Cammy, too. So Nasoka, you know, if you're, unless you're gonna go and do this like professionally and like be really serious, then you might want to be picky about the engine you're using. Then you have to factor in a lot of other things, including what you want to do, what you want to accomplish, whether the engine will get you at least most of the way there. For the most part, though, if you just want to get into it, worry less about the game engine, worry less about the technical decisions, worry more about doing. Just do it. Pick something and do it. You will learn a vast amount of stuff by just picking something and going for it, whether it's Pi Games, RPG Maker, Game Maker, whatever it is, Unity, Unreal, whatever it is. So just get started with something. The process of doing it, including doing it imperfectly and really not knowing what you're doing, is going to get you to the point where you know a lot more, so that the next time you have to make a decision about what you want to use, you're going to be way better off than when you started. And if I may, if you don't follow Pirate Software on YouTube, Twitch, online, I would absolutely recommend that you follow Pirate Software. Pirate Software, his name is Thor. He worked at Blizzard. I am hoping to do an interview with him in 2024. I kind of tentatively have him. I hope we nail down a time. But he is a like professional video game creator, and a damn good one. If you watch some of his streams, his shorts are all over the damn place. You're going to learn a lot just from watching him. Okay, so a lot of what I just said, advice, is a mix of just general programming advice, along with some game advice that I've learned through my experiences and learned from people like Pirate Software / Thor. So yeah. BK on Twitch says, I've started UE5 just because it's so easy and so much documentation. Yeah, that's a good start. That's a really good start. That's really all you really need to know, right? So like, so one thing you could do is do like what BK was saying, right? So Unreal Engine 5 does have a ton of documentation. So if you're going to pick something like Unreal Engine 5, lean into its strengths. Because you learn a lot by leveraging the strengths of any engine you're going to use. You can abstract what I'm saying, replace engine with programming language. You can learn a lot by leaning into the strengths of any programming language you choose. It's a starting point that gets you to a better point down the road. It's an investment. So you start somewhere and you lean into the strengths, you learn along the way, and then like I said, at some point you're going to, think about your next steps. And you might decide, I've learned enough here. maybe I've reached the limit of what I want to learn or what I can learn. I'm going to switch to something else. And all those things you've learned along the way are going to carry through. So I hope that helps you out. Feel free to ask any other questions you like. Cami says, I only know how to animate. Dude, you only know how to animate? Cami, I only know how to program. I do not know how to animate. Look, I'll show you something, all right? So one of the things I'm supposed to be doing, coffee and coding. Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for being here on Twitch. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. I'm just talking about some coding stuff and gaming stuff. So Cami, I'm supposed to be like, part of my title is like, you know, I think I have a hashtag for I'm building a video game because I am actually building a video game. This guy. Okay. Holy crap. Did I just get another subscriber? What's going on? Who subscribed? Dell, thank you so much for the subscription at 3 months. Guys, I was not expecting this at all. I'm so happy that anybody's willing to go that far. I'm just happy to have people like on here and like, you know, listening. Cami, I haven't forgot about you. Just give me a sec. I just need to address everyone, right? Dell, just found your channel on YouTube a few minutes ago. Discovered your Twitch. Awesome advice. Thank you, Dell. Thank you for being here. Look, let me just address Cami for a bit. Let me just focus in and give Cami a good answer here. So Cami, you know, maybe you didn't mean it in this tone, but like when you say I only know how to animate, right? That's the tone that I take it in. It kind of, there's a little bit of self-deprecation, which is fine. That can be constructive. But listen, I only know how to animate. It's not a small thing. It's not small to know how to animate. Look at what I have on screen. I do not know how to animate. I only know how to code. The animations I had to go grab from a library called, I think it's Juiceit. Yeah, from this guy. I had to go and grab a library to do animations for me. Like this, because I don't know how to do that. Now, if you ask me to write some code that like moves a thing around a screen, I know how to do that, right? I can do that. Look at this, I can do that. Animating for me would be a holy crap, I wish. I'm going to have to get help from someone at some point when I feel like this is legitimate enough for somebody to actually, you know, feel like their investment with me on this project would be worth it. I need help with animations. I'm going to need help with art. I'm going to need help with story. I'm going to need help with QA. Only knowing how to animate is not only. That is a big thing. That's a great starting point, Cami. And you can lean into that. If you like it and you're good at it, that's something you can leverage. You can lean into it. Don't sell yourself short. At the same time, some real world advice. If you don't feel satisfied with the fact that you know how to animate and you feel like you wish you could do more, take that as a hint that maybe you could or should do more. And what I'm trying to say is that maybe what you're telling yourself deep down inside is that you know you're capable of more than just being a good animator, right? And maybe you want to expand it to something. Absolutely take that interest and run with it. But at the same, you got to balance that out, right? Don't sell yourself short, man. Okay? So hopefully, Cami, that helps. Holy crap, what's going on with... You guys are crazy. Dell followed me. Thank you, Dell. BK gifted a sub. Thank you, BK. You did not have to do that. That was really kind. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. That's huge, man. I can't believe that anybody's here even watching me at all. And then what does Coffee say? Hey, man, knowing how to code is not a small thing. You don't need to say only know how to code. I mean, it is not a small thing, right? I guess that's what I'm kind of trying to tell Cami. I only know how to code, but that gets you really far in a particular way, right? That's a strength. And, you know, I don't know how to animate. So to me, Cami coming in and saying, I only know how to animate, to me is like, whoa, really? Because I don't know how to animate at all. You know, that's really awesome, right? So don't think too much about like you only, but maybe just try and use that as a like, maybe there's an intuition you're having there that you could reach out for more and expand your skills or do something else that you're interested in. Anyway, just general thank you to YouTube and Twitch, BK and Dell and Coffee and Coding and Jen and Cammy and Ahsoka, who I feel like I've disappointed, and you know, all of that, like just everybody here. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. I appreciate everything, the follows, even just the watches. I hope I'm, you know, offering some entertainment and good advice and whatnot. I'm trying. Cammy says, but my PC isn't the best. It gets laggy. Okay, that is a real, I can see that being a real problem. Like if I had a PC that made it so that when I'm writing code or say I'm running this game, it was not running well because just my PC couldn't keep up with it. Regardless of how much I tried to make my work run well on my PC, that would dampen my ability to do work, right? Absolutely. I don't know what your situation is. You know, maybe you're young, maybe you're just starting out. Maybe you're too young to even like have a job currently, but just a general piece of advice. If you can, if you're going to turn this into a career, your tools are an extension of your abilities. If you really want to get into this seriously, you got to have better tools. If your PC doesn't cut it right now and you know you need a better one, use other things as a means to that end. So if you can, work toward somehow, whatever that is for you in your life, work towards saving money, getting a job maybe where you just, you know, you're just clocking in, clocking out. Because at the end of the day, what you're doing is trying to get to a goal. And for you, that goal might be, I'm going to save enough money to get a better PC so that I can enhance my ability to do what I really want to do, which is animating. Right? So yes, you know, it sucks right now, but treat your tools well and they will treat you well in return. And that also includes treating your tools before you even have them, treating them well before you have them, working towards how can I get those good tools, and then you're going to feel much more accomplished when you have it. You're going to be far more willing to take care of it because of the effort you put into getting it. And you're going to hone your craft too. You're going to appreciate it as you work. It just adds that little bit of extra oomph to your work. That's all a lot of personal advice. Your mileage is going to vary, but that would be just some advice I would have for you. Let me take a sip of coffee. Hang on. My name should be, I should just take Coffee and Coding's Twitch name. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm coughing and coding. That's weird how I said that. I'm coughing, and then I should have said coding, but instead I said codying because of coffeeing. Real talk, I may have just suffered a mini stroke there. Just like a little tiny one though. Not too serious, you know, and nobody needs to call an ambulance or anything. Just a little stroke. Cammy says your subs went from 39 to 41. You mean on YouTube? I guess maybe I've got some subs on YouTube from a few people. Yeah, I don't know. My YouTube's been doing a lot better lately. I don't know what I've done, but yeah. BKR says, bro, that is one dirty sprite. Yeah, you know what I did? I ripped that sprite off of the sprite sheet from the game that I'm actually recreating here. And it's pretty dirty. It's an old school Super Nintendo sprite. It's just, between you and me, BK, okay, don't tell anyone else. It's my motivation. I look at that sprite and it harkens me back to when I was a young lad playing my favorite game of all time, which I'm recreating here with my own twist. And it just helps keep me motivated as I build my game. Marsky, so what made you dislike the keyboards you had? Marsky, are you asking me to rant again? I blew everybody's eardrums out. I was ranting. I was literally screaming. Ask BK. Okay, BK was here for it. Ask Jen. Jen was here for it. Okay? They were here. They heard me scream. Okay? You want me to scream again? Listen. Cammy, dreams come true. They do. But Cammy, you have to put in the effort. Okay? You put in the effort, you can make dreams come true. Marsky, are you ready for a freaking rant? Look. hang on. Okay? Because my stupid camera does like a stupid filter. Okay, I'm going to show you. Here, this thing. This is what I have, okay? Tell me something. Tell me something, Marsky. Okay? Marsky. What's one of the most commonly used characters in programming? Brackets. Square and squiggly brackets. Where the hell are the brackets on this damn keyboard? They're a whole freaking country away. Look. Look, my thumb literally, my thumb has to go like this. My thumb has to go like this. Right? I have to go over security. I have to get my passport stamped. Like, what the hell? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. And you can see on Twitch chat right now, everybody's suing, or everybody's talking about the price point. Are you kidding me? Yeah, thank you, Jen. Jen, the tilde key. The tilde key. What the heck? I can't. Okay, Dell, are you using layers on the keyboards? I am not. Dell, are you saying that I should be? Like, what is that? Can you just help me out a little bit? I'll look this up. Three default layers. Am I not using? Holy sh! Wait a second. There's a frickin' foot pedal? What the hell is with this nerd sniping today? I'm supposed to be making games! German keyboard layout? My tab list is growing bigger. I'm gonna lose all my followers. I'm gonna lose every viewer on YouTube. I'm gonna be back to square one on YouTube. Thanks to all your nerd sniping. Yeah, foot pedals are neat. Yeah. Yeah. Foot pedals? German keyboard layout? I swear. BK, if I look this up, if I hit enter on this and I get nerd sniped because of this stupid German keyboard layouts, I'm gonna frickin' time you out. So you can't nerd snipe me anymore. Son of a... BK, you're getting a timeout, BK. That's it. That's it. Timeout. I'm sorry, YouTube people. I'm timing out on Twitch, okay? Timeout, BK. Where are you? You're timed out for 10 minutes, BK. How dare you, sir? How dare you? A 10-minute timeout because I'm gonna have to leave this stupid tab up so that I can dig deep into freaking German keyboard layouts. All thanks to you, BK. Okay, I've missed some of the chat. Dell. Okay, so Dell sent me a link. I'm gonna open up that link, Dell. Give me a second. Screenshot has my layout. You map pedals to brackets from Emmett. That way we'll get leg workout too. Emmett. Mint, you're making it. BK, go to YouTube. Is BK dodging? Is BK dodging right now? You know what? I'm cool with that. You know why? Because if BK keeps watching me on Twitch and he goes on YouTube, my viewer count increases. So BK, I think I might time you out more. Jen, who needs to make games when there's so many keyboards to talk about? I know. Okay, so Dell, let me open this up. Everyone on YouTube, I'm so sorry. I swear you guys came on to see some like video game stuff and it's been nothing but damn keyboards. This is the last thing I'm gonna look at. Dell's. If I could actually get to his chat. There we go. Let's see. Okay, let's see what you got going on here. So Dell, this is your layout, right? And you've got this on your Kinesis. Are you doing the Kinesis 360? I'm using Colmac, so it's not QWERTY. Ignore that. Okay. All right. And so then you've got, oh, I see. So you switch your layer. And then, can I zoom in on this? I have Dactyl Manuform, which is like Kinesis, just DIY. I see. So I could maybe, on my Kinesis keyboard, I might be able to do some layers on it. But I see what you've done here is you've got your... yeah, your brackets over here. Okay. So I guess my question then would be if I want to do... Yeah, I have layers. I have layers on this damn thing. Okay, well, I'm going to be playing around with keyboards, but not on stream. Not on stream. To type bracket, I hold left thumb button and press those same keys. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to play around with it, all right? I'm going to give it a proper shot. I want to give it a proper shot. So I'm absolutely going to try it, all right? I appreciate you showing me that, because that's a big deal. Holy crap. I can't keep... You guys. Dell gifting 5... Dell, thank you. Man, I appreciate that. You did not have to do that. Holy crap. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That means a lot to me. That means more than... I'm a kind of a loss for words. Jen, that's the thing. I do think these split ergo keyboards are great. They're absolutely something you need to invest non-trivial energy into. You know what, Jen? You might have a point here is that there might be more effort that's required for me to put into these than I'm giving credit for. So maybe I just have to try the layer stuff with the Kinesis and, you know, maybe it'll click. Cammy says my computer is quick. I have a pretty good gaming computer. I have like a recent top of the line one. So it helps, you know, and I can afford it. And, you know, it's a good tool to have. BK for girly praises. I switched 2 layers, double tap the foot pedal and shift into 4th gear. Yeah, you know what I'm going to, you know what? Frick it. Why don't I just use a freaking steering wheel? I'm going to code in a steering wheel. I think I saw a meme online about some kid doing that. Dell says there's some effort initially, but then you use it forever. Switching to Colmac, maybe type at 5 words per minute for 2 weeks. Yeah. I think for me, what really kills me is my inability to program to get work done at the rate that I'm usually accustomed to doing it. And as I have to get used to the keyboard, the longer it takes, the slower my work is, and it has a negative impact on my work ability. I fall behind. There's a time factor that I cannot afford, if that makes sense. So, you know, I have to keep that in, you know, in mind when I'm considering it. Yeah, that's just me. I'm just gonna do something real quick while I've got it open on my other tab here. Okay. Cammy says it's for the best. Yeah. Dell says I did it during summer holidays. I learned Colmac, Linux, and Vim all at the same time. Oh, that's crazy, yo. Jen, that's why I limited myself to around an hour a day until I type fast enough to not be frustrated. If I had to do an hour a day at my current rate, geez, man. I basically decided to lose a month but benefit the rest of my life. I get it. I get what you're saying. I don't disagree with the advice that you guys are given and the approach you're taking. I don't disagree. In other words, I agree. My problem is that personally, I just don't have that kind of time. And if I'm going to spend $300, $400, $500, $600 on a keyboard, and I can only give it like an hour a day, it's going to take me like a year before I feel okay with it. It just feels like too much of a time and money investment for me. I know that there are other keyboards out there, and I would rather spend some money, and especially when I can afford it, when I can afford to spend the money on it and find something, you know, clicks, right? As much as possible. Just for me, this is just personally, the things that I'm trying to tackle are wrist and finger pain while keeping my effective programming rate at a high speed. That's what I'm after. But I get what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. If you can invest in it like that, totally. It is absolutely worth it for the long run. Absolutely. Jen, totally fair. That's the same reason I don't recommend NeoVim. I love it, but it takes effort, so it depends on the person. Okay, again, real talk about NeoVim. I feel like I've let Primogen down, and Tej, because Tej is a good buddy of mine, and Melky's also a good buddy of mine. I mean, like, you know, like, we're not like the bestest friends or anything, but, you know, we know each other. We talk and stuff, and behind the scenes we help each other out. And they all use NeoVim. You know, so does like Bad Cop, you know, all the good programmers you like to watch, right? I've been using Vim and NeoVim for the better part of a year and a half. I don't know what it is. Maybe my brain is locked, but I cannot get into it. You put me on Sublime, like this puppy on Sublime, I fly. I'm good to go. You know, that I have no problem just zipping around on Sublime. And maybe it's the same issue with the keyboard thing. Maybe I'm having the same kind of problem. But here's the thing that kills me. Looking at the Kinesis, you know, looking at NeoVim, they are really good. They are really good. And I know that they're good. And I know that if I learn it proper, I will be faster. But I can't. For some reason, there's just something going on in my brain, and I can't do it. And again, mix in. So now imagine that I'm trying to do the keyboard and I'm trying to get NeoVim at the same time. And my ability to code goes way down. And when it comes to my regular day job, I can't have that. It hurts. So it sucks. It really sucks. NeoVim is so damn good. Yeah. BK, I need to give you my setup. It'll be right at home and faster. BK, please, man, you know my DMs. Hit me up or just send it to me. Whatever you got. Dell, is it Vim Motions or Vim itself? Because using Vim Motions is in your favorite editor is better than nothing. I think it's the Vim Motions. Like, I still have trouble, even though I can see why it's better. I still have trouble using the JIKL for arrows. I have trouble doing things like remembering, even just like remembering that instead of scrolling down with your arrow up or down keys, or with page up or down, you can do things like 6J, you know, 6I. Like, I know these things exist. I even know how to recall them when I can remember it. The problem is that I'm in a mode when I'm programming, and my default mode is the stuff that I'm used to. And if after a year and a half of just straight using Vim, NeoVim, and the Kinesis and all that, if I can't get my head out of that, it starts to have an impact on me. Jen, I feel like I wouldn't have liked NeoVim any previous time in my life. I've been more into key bindings and modding VS Code all this year. Just click switching to NeoVim. I was ready for it, so I'm flying. Maybe it'll be a better fit for you in the future. Yeah. BK says you can use arrow keys, moves paragraphs. I know I can use arrow keys, BK, but the problem is that I am using arrow keys. But with Vim, NeoVim, there are much better keys. I know that there are better keys. When I actually use HIJKL or JIKL, whatever, I feel it. Like, when I get it, I feel like it's just like, oh, this feels better. Like, I get why people do this. But when I'm in the zone and I'm going, I have to break my entire flow. It's an entire flow break. I can't. It's like a nerd snipe, but worse. Dell, my close friend switched to Colmac and split keyboard after running into serious wrist issues and long rehabs. Well, it might feel like a waste of your time. It's too late to panic once you're already hurt. Some things are not for productivity, but for yourself. Yeah. I use NeoVim as much as other IDs, but I'm still building new muscle memory. Yeah. I think what I got to do, I have to give things a fair shake. I would like to give my Kinesis a fair shake, try layers. I've ordered two of the keyboards that you guys led me to today. I've ordered the Ultimate Hacker one, and I ordered the Kinesis split one. I have particular goals in mind for myself that I think maybe just works. And then I think this is the trick, is I've taken on too much at the same time. So if I'm looking at my keyboard and I'm having issues with that, and I'm also looking at Vim NeoVim and I'm having issues with that, instead of trying to tackle everything at once, BK, I'm not going to order the damn foot pedal yet. If I'm trying to do those two things at the same time, that's going to kill me. It's a double kill. So if I can figure out my keyboard situation first, use my regular IDE stuff that lets me fly for now, even though I know it's not as efficient, it's not as good as NeoVim, I know I can jump back into NeoVim at any point because I do have enough muscle memory to jump back in at any given point. So I guess really what you're helping me realize right now, which is probably good life advice, I'm trying to tackle one problem at a time instead of accepting many problems at the same time. Don't feel bad about arrows. I use arrows just as much as other keys. I know. But you know, when you use the JIKL, like you can feel it's better, right? You're using it and you're like, okay, I get why I should be doing this. Yeah, one thing at a time is a good idea. Maybe try Vim motions inside of Sublime. Yes. Okay, that was going to be my next step. My first step is, can I figure out keyboard? NeoVim requires too much config. Yes. Can I figure out my keyboard? I just want a keyboard that makes my pain lessened or go away. Once I've got that down and I can fly with the keyboard, then yes, a natural progression for me would be Vim motions and Sublime. Then once I've got that down, then I just jump into NeoVim Vim. I'm voting for using a QWERTY split, learning NeoVim, and sticking with that. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna end up doing. It took me ages to naturally go J for up, K for down for some reason. Yeah, same. But for me, I know they exist. I know they're there, but it's because I'm not in my mode of, there's a process that's in the back of my head. Imagine Task Manager is open in my brain. You could see a process that's like auto use keyboard, right? That's the process. So I put that in the back of my head and then I code, and the auto use keyboard process in the Task Manager is figuring out how I translate what's going on in my head to the keyboard without me thinking about my keyboard. But when I have to think about JIKL, the Kinesis layout, where's my scrolly bracket, whatever, that whole thing breaks. And that auto use process dies and is replaced by 100% CPU process of what the F am I doing with my keyboard? And any amount of work that's loaded into my head, gone. Anyways, I have been going on for an hour. My live stream timer is for an hour, and all the YouTube viewers are horribly disappointed. So, I've talked enough about keyboards. I've purchased 2 of them. Okay, I've already got the Glove 80. I've got the Mechanical Mini Logitech. I've got the Kinesis 360 Advantage. I may or may not be getting a foot pedal, BK, maybe. I can neither confirm nor deny. I've got the Ultimate Hacker one. I've got another Kinesis split QWERTY. I'm going to be having keyboards up my butt. Dell says breaking automation is only way to break habit and substantially grow. In esport, every time you want to get much better, you have to stop autopilot. Do much worse from moment to moment, but you end up being a better player by the end. All right, so again, I agree. The problem with me, I'm doing something wrong. And I think chatting with all of you guys about what I'm doing has led me to the realization that I am really... I'm doing too many things wrong. If I can't get into NeoVim after a year and a half, that's a me issue. Because I know it's better. Objectively. I feel like you can make an objective argument for why NeoVim is better than Sublime, even though Sublime is really freaking good. If I can't get into it, there's something going on with me. And I think now I'm getting it, is I'm trying to take on too much at once, and I gotta focus on one thing. So you're right. If I can focus on one thing and breaking that one habit over and over and over again, you're right. It's going to lead me to the right place. Bro got 20,000 keyboard stills and happy. Clearly next step is getting cherry membrane keyboard. No, man. The next step is getting a freaking gaming wheel thing. Okay, I'm going to be doing shift pedals and coding. Jen says, I'll be back to derail you later, but also good luck getting to game dev. Thank you, Jen. I really appreciate it, Jen. Like a lot. Thanks for being here. Thanks to everyone who's like chatting with me on this. This is like fun, interesting stuff. I appreciate it greatly. I like talking about it. Okay, look, I'm gonna try and stay a little bit focused. I am going to try and get some work done. I do have some work that I need to spend like just a few minutes on, even not too long. And then it's Laravel HTMX stuff. I can't show the UI stuff because that is top secret. But what I can show is the code. And I can just kind of talk about it for anybody who's interested or lurking or whatever. Honestly, if you guys want to try and nerd snipe me some more, you can. But I pride myself in my discipline. I have a great deal of discipline, okay? Believe it or not, I know it doesn't look like it. I know it doesn't look like it based on a 1 hour stream where I've been nerd sniped. No, I'm not even gonna look at that link, BK. Okay? I have half a mind to just time you out again. All right? I'm not even, you know what I am gonna do? Son of a... Why is this so appealing? This is appealing to me. Got him, boys. We got him. We got him, boys. Keyboard these nuts. Steering wheel these nuts. Honestly, that is super appealing to me. I'm a twisted individual that I'm considering how I might program this to code. Anyways, I'm just going to leave this up for no particular reason at all. Okay? And I'm going to go back to this. And I'm going to see if I can get some crap done here. Okay, so, but I mean, if you want to nerd snipe me, like, feel free to try. My discipline counter is off the charts. Okay, off the charts. Bro's coding this next stream. Listen, BK, just because you post a link doesn't mean I'm gonna. Son of a... I like it. I like it. I'm also going to leave this up for no particular reason. For no particular reason. Okay, look. So what I've got here, I've got a whole bunch of stuff I've got to do for these SVGs. They're long and annoying and I hate them, but okay, I have another problem, which is why is my syntax highlighting not working? BK, thank you, man. Thank you for being here. It's been fun. It has been fun. Thanks to everybody. Thanks, for everything. The follows, the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Holy crap. I just want to help some people out and have some fun along the way. But thank you, BK. We'll talk again, okay? Send me your setup. I'm very curious. Have a good one. Okay, so my linter is not working. So if I'm going to figure out what my linter issue is, that works. What? Have I screwed this up somehow? This is really strange. So this file works. If I do this, I am basically good to go. But apparently, so my, oh, you know what? I think I know. Sublime does not like, yeah, Sublime doesn't like to try and lint files that are too big. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Yep, that's what it is. And that kind of is an indication to me that there's like some kind of formatting here that it also does not like. Okay, I'm going to generally just ignore that for now, even though that's probably not a good idea. But let's just pretend like that problem doesn't exist. Here. Okay, and then I wanna, yeah, it's fine. Do that. Where is, there we go. Okay. And then, yep. All right, so now that these have attributes in them, then just in case there's anyone lurking and watching on the screen, I just wanted to show that. Yes, I have this open for no particular reason. What, you say? Am I considering purchasing this? No. No. I'm here coding. I'm here getting some work done. Some Laravel PHP HTMX. You think I'm sitting here oogling this because I might want to buy this? What kind of a stream do you think I run here? I have a lot of discipline and focus, okay? Honestly, this sounds like a you problem. Not a me problem. Okay. And Dell, yeah, so Dell, I have that. I've got that. I've got a USB. Right, so that's the keyboard, right. I have a, I think I actually have the keyboard, I can't remember. But what I have the USB one that plugs in to your current keyboard and does, like, basically it has all the same functionality. I have it. It can be a programmer's keyboard, but it is a very different way of programming and using your keyboard. You essentially have to, hey Jordan, hey man. You have to set up, it's like a flow. So think about it like if you type in the right set of characters in the right, within the right like sequence, the right sequence and the right timing, it'll expand that to be like a command of like something else, right? So if you wanted to type in the word like another, then all you'd have to do is go like ANTR, right? And it would figure out, it's kind of like, you know, the, what's it called? The swipe thing, the auto, on your damn phone where you like, you start typing and it figures out what you're trying to type. It's like that, but way more advanced and programmable. So that is a very different way of, you know, dealing with your keyboard. Jordan, hey, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, ANTR. ANTR. I hope you're doing well, Jordan. It's nice to have you here. You missed an entire rant for an hour straight. I'm trying to get some work done, like actual work done. This is a real job. I have to do some work, like just a few minutes and I'll be done. And I've spent an hour talking about keyboards. Can you guess why? Because I got sniped. Ha! Sheila Avalar, hey, on YouTube. IERTD. I can take a few guesses what that means. I'm not gonna guess. Because my guesses are not good. And are probably quite aggressively offensive, to be honest. Jordan, I'm well. Finished my last assignment. That's great, man. I know you've been working hard on your schoolwork there. We've had a few convos, and yeah, that's. I'm glad to hear that. That's great. I hope it went well. Okay, so aside from keyboards, okay, I'm gonna put on my discipline mode again, of which I have unlimited vast amounts of. No, you have not seen discipline like the discipline I can have getting my work done while chat tries to nerd snipe me left, right, and center with their crazy caricature flow words and their keyboard links and all of that. Jordan, have you tried using Excel to write game code or stats? Yes. If you're not a follower or a viewer of the Pirate software, he will tell you that the only database you ever need is Excel. He might not say it in those words, but he basically preaches Excel as like the only reasonably good database to use. Like, he uses Excel for everything. And honestly, you can use Excel to do a great deal of things. I have used Excel before for database operations on an actual production environment. Back then, it was not as easy as it is now. If you're doing it now, though, it might be dope. Dell, he ain't wrong, right? Like, there's something about Excel because the nature of it is just tailored to that kind of database structure that you would naturally want to have. And then you use that and you leverage it as your database. And then with Google, like, you can share it and you can have like other people come in and you know, set permissions on it. Like, it's pretty legit. Jordan, do you export it as CSV? No, I do plugins for like a plug right into the data. Google, it's a Google plugin. It's a Google extension or something like that, where you can just grab the data straight from your Excel sheet and just ship stuff back and forth. That's what I did. Dell, for a contract, I had to hook compatibility layer to some DB engine from 1995. I will take Excel over that any day. Absolutely. 100%. Would much rather do that. Excel is dope as a DB system. Like, for sure. Okay, so I've got icon, single, sub, up. Go. So really, all I really need to do is just add these guys. I have added one too many. All right, so that's that. I really don't need this or this. And I can just put my grid auto flow to column. Okay, that's a start. I'm going to put game code and export it as CSV, have a parser to rewrite in binary as arrays in SOA form. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm doing with my game right now. I was working on it up until last night because I had an itch to figure it out. I have an editor mode and I'll show you. I have an editor mode here. Here. See this? Ooh, fancy editor mode. Coordinates, grids. I can tell what's going on in each grid. I have a reference to an array index of world data. My world is 4x20 and centered automatically. These are my viewport grids. All of that, right? So these are just arrays. So what I'm doing is when I'm in editor mode, I'm going to manipulate the array data. Then I'm going to take, where did it go? I'm going to take something like, no, not that one. Like this. You might have seen it before on a previous stream where I was talking about this. I'm going to take this guy and I'm literally going to take my data object in JavaScript and convert it to a Zig structure, and then you just compile. So along the similar vein as you, right? Similar principle. You're taking data from one source and you're putting it down to its lower level form and recompiling. So I'm kind of doing that. Now that means though that you can essentially accomplish what I'm doing here with exactly what you're doing. If you really wanted to write a piece of data object for my video game, you could export it as a CSV and then, or you just export, you could go from Excel to CSV to Zig and then recompile the game, and there it is. And I can go in the other direction. Any data that I grab out of my WebAssembly, which is Zig, I can convert to a JavaScript object and then back. So yeah, it's pretty cool. That's what I'm doing. Okay, so where am I at right now? This is Founder Savings. Okay, so I gotta go over to my super secret UI and I gotta figure out what the name of this content is, because I'm naming the content a particular way. And I think it's, let's see, all the way down a big list. It's Founder Savings. That's what it is. Oh, see, just switching to my Mechanical Mini already. I just type so much faster. Okay, so that's good. I do have to sort this out, but I can sort out the adjustment of it later, I mean. Jordan says to go from in-memory to JSON, do you store the object type somewhere, or maybe the object as a conversion function? Yeah, so check this out. I will get my freaking work done. Jeez, everybody nerd sniping me, but I'm cool. I'm totally cool with it. It's so much fun. I can multitask. I'm the most humble, highly disciplined, amazing multitasker ever. And I will do this. So Jordan, here's what we got. When I want to take a memory, a piece of memory, a slice of memory out of my WebAssembly object, because I need to reference some piece of game data inside my WebAssembly, which is just Zig. Zig compiled to WebAssembly, okay? I literally have a get from memory function in here. And if you look at this function, what it's doing is when your WebAssembly is compiled and loaded onto the browser like it is here, you can, let me see if I can even, I'll show you. Memory.buffer. Yeah, so check this out, right? So it's in a buffer. It's in a memory buffer. The memory is all there. You can actually go in here and you can like step through the memory, right? So bang, right there. We've got our WebAssembly memory. It's ready to go. Well, we need to turn that into something that JavaScript can understand, because that's what I'm doing in this particular case. So I'm literally, it's called a data view, but you could do this another way. You can use a slice and create let's say uint16 array JavaScript slice from WebAssembly. Not this. Get out of here, Rust. No one wants to use you anymore. You've failed. That's just how I feel. It's not, it's my feeling. Damn it. I don't have a good example. In any case, essentially you can use a data view, which basically just wraps the memory in a way that your JavaScript can get into it and like do stuff with it. Or you can slice up the memory and tell JavaScript to slice up particular blocks of the memory into particular types of arrays. So a U16, U8, U32, or just like an assigned 16, so an int 32, whatever it is. Then you can do whatever you want in JavaScript with that data because it's just an array. It's not a special data type. It is just an array of data. And you have to convert those that data into something meaningful. That data will contain integer values. It will never contain a string. It will never contain actually anything but integer values. That's how it's stored in WebAssembly. So then once it's converted into an array, and then you have access to that array and those integers in JavaScript, then you can do things like, if you see a particular integer of a specific value, maybe you want to do something special with that. Maybe you want to do something different. Maybe you need to take the entire set of the array and convert the whole array to get a string out of it. Like whatever it is you need to do, you do it. Does it hold floats? As far as I'm aware, it does not hold floats. Now, I think that's because it's a limitation of Zig and WebAssembly. You might be able to hold floats in other programming languages that are compiled to WebAssembly. I suspect even WebAssembly itself, any language compiled to WebAssembly, will not hold a float. Don't quote me on that. I'd have to look it up. Can WebAssembly hold floats? No. But WebAssembly 2.0 is supposedly, it's going to have that, apparently. They're working on it. So maybe, maybe in the future. But right now, no, it's just integers. It's enough. Honestly, it's enough for what I do. I'm perfectly happy passing integers around, and then I get to choose when I want to go into JavaScript land. Pull it out, get a uint 16 down here, or whatever it is I want, manipulate that data, and then push it back with a converter back. The other thing that I do is, in some particular cases, I will ship the data to a function in WebAssembly. So I don't even convert the data from JSON into WebAssembly. I just pass the values in and let WebAssembly do the rest. I see I just got a notification. What was it? I'm sorry, I was talking. And I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Dota 2 Attitude. Hey, how's it going? And a follow too. Oh, wow. I really appreciate that. Holy crap. Thank you. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm just talking about some WebAssembly JavaScript stuff right now. Trying to get some work done. I have some Laravel, PHP, HTMX stuff I need to get done for like actual work. People are paying me for it, and I haven't done a damn thing today. And I only needed to spend a few minutes, and instead I spent an hour talking about keyboards, and now I'm talking about WebAssembly. Anyways, I hope you're doing well. Neffy? Can I just call you Neffy? I'm sorry. Why not TypeScript? Too many build steps? Absolutely. Absolutely. I have a very, I guess, I don't know what you would call it. Hardcore is not really the right word. It's, I don't know, an aggressive opinion about tech in general. We build a lot of crutches to lean on for ourselves, and I find TypeScript to be a huge crutch. I would much rather work in an environment where the programmers cared a lot about making sure that they use the correct parameters and the correct types, and had proper processes for that, including, for example, using JSDoc. When you start having build processes that attempt to get you out of situations you've put yourself into, to me, that's a sign that you have to work harder on not putting yourself in that situation. And fine, you can, in a vacuum, you can make the case, yeah, but who's going to pay attention in a big project with a bunch of stuff going on, how are you going to manage paying attention to each function and each parameter and making sure you stick to it, and that all the values are passed around, exactly correct and all of that? And I would say, yes, I agree. In a vacuum, that's difficult. But there is a fundamental principle that at a higher level that it opens the door to. And once you start saying, well, we can just use TypeScript for that, then you start saying, well, we can just use X for Y. And you fill enough Y's with X's, and pretty soon you've created what I consider to be the state of the web today, which I feel like is whatever the reverse is of the golden age. We're in a weird, psychotic, awkward teenager phase, especially with front-end web development, where we have a million build tools, a million chains, a million modules. Our download sizes for a simple website is like 600K to get to your first contentful paint, all because we have a bunch of crutches because we didn't want to put in the hard work and make hard decisions to just do some things better, put more care and emphasis into it. That's not a popular opinion, and I think it puts a lot of people off. But that's why I'm streaming what I'm streaming, because that's the motto I live by, and I implement that motto in my regular daily job and also in the stuff that I stream on for fun. And I am hoping that I can turn the tide a little bit and show people that they don't need to rely on a bunch of these things all the time. React has good use cases. TypeScript does have good use cases. A lot of these tools that I'm like currently taking a big poo-poo on, they have good use cases. They do. But my point is that we lean on them too much. And so I'm trying to show that you can do really complicated things, and not lean on these things. Jordan, I tried doing bitwise operators in JS. It didn't work, so I stopped using it unless I needed to. Yeah, you don't have to. Don't use bitwise operators in JS. Just try and stick with just regular like ints if you can. That's like the lowest form that feels nice and easy in JS. That's what I would stick to. Dota, not many experienced devs like the way the front end is going, really. I don't know. I think there are front end devs who still enjoy the way things are. Like, ask Theo if he likes the state of front end. Theo T3GG or whatever. Like, he's an experienced front end dev. Ask him how much he likes React. But I would consider React a very negative impact in the front end world today. But he would say it's very positive. I would wholeheartedly disagree with him on that. And now they're talking about React Server Components, which is you write back-end code in your React components and React lives everywhere. Hell no. Like, what the hell are you smoking? No thanks. Jordan, I made a Flutter app to display movie images and title on a list. It had a search box, profile pic, and username. Phone said it was 300 megs in size. That would be less than 1 KB if I would do it in assembly the right way. I agree, Jordan. Marsky, front-end devs are not the correct measuring stick in my honest opinion. Marsky, I agree. But I guess all I'm saying is that there are very good, experienced front-end devs who love the state of front-end right now, which is insane to me. Cammy from YouTube, back. I had to do something. Hey, Cammy, no problem, man. I appreciate you even coming back. You didn't even have to. I'm just glad there's like one person here engaging. Honestly, Cammy, it's nice to have you. We're just talking about how pathetic and crazy and insane front-end web development is these days. Marsky. 1,834,723 packages to determine if odd is even or even is odd. That's stupid. I agree. Node modules are a hot mess. I couldn't agree more. Jordan, we are experimenting with infinite flexibility. Hopefully we go back to static minimal solutions. Yes. So this is another issue that I think has contributed. It's not just things like TypeScript and React. It's also the fact that we have access to more hardware capabilities than we've ever had ever before. And it's really easy to say, oh, well, what's another 100K on a beefy machine or like an iPhone, 25 Pro XX L, right? Like, just throw more stuff at it. The hardware can handle it, right? So we're used to just eating up what's available instead of making maximum use of what's available, right? Instead of maximally using what's available, it's maximally using what's available, if that makes sense. It's the same words, but for a different meaning. I'm so stupid sometimes. I'm sorry. But yeah, I think there are better ways. And I think at an industry level, and this isn't just programmers, honestly, but I think kind of the buck kind of tends to stop with programmers. More programmers should be speaking up about this. But I also think the push by corporate and executives and team leads and tech leads and managers and whatnot also pushes developers to make these kinds of choices because you're chasing something else, which I get. You need to push features out. You need to make money. Everybody needs a paycheck. I get it. I really do. But all of these factors play into why we're at the way we are. So I just heavily avoid doing builds. So look, Neffy, if you're still there, I hope you're still there. I hope I haven't scared you away. But with the work that I'm trying to do right now, this is actual paid work, okay? This is a Laravel PHP system and using HTMX on the front end. And I have 0 builds going on here. 0 builds. It's a hot reload system from front to back. So anytime I make a CSS change, anytime I make a development change, anytime I make some backend changes, anytime I make a change to any controllers, anytime I make a change to a route, anytime I make a change to any JavaScript, anytime I make a change to any HTMX or Hyperscript, it is an instant change that I can see right away. 0 builds. I can push to stage and production in a matter of seconds, if not faster. So there's just an insane amount of power that comes with this. I had 2 people who were started as contractors working on my team because it was just me. They joined as contractors. They're now full-fledged team members, one for front end, one for back end. And they were both quite heavily against the way I was approaching this, but they were contractors and I paid them to do what I told them to do. So I basically just told them to shut the hell up and do what you're told to do. Because I get to call the shots around here. I've worked hard, okay? This is how I want to do it. They are now the most hardcore proponents of this kind of system. And the front end guy was super front end. We're talking massive front end framework guy doing 3D, really high quality professional 3D front end projects. Frameworks were his bread and butter. And when he was looking at what I was doing, I removed Vue and we fired our Vue guy and replaced it with just HTMX Hyperscript. Our ability to do UI updates went down from months, I'm not kidding you, to days or weeks by myself. Seriously. And now that front end guy can't see a better way to do this particular project and many others. He now sees that he kept defaulting to frameworks way too often. This is way better. So there is something to be said about maximally using what we have without leaning on crutches. I missed a whole bunch of chats while I went on that rant. Hang on. Jordan, how are you contributing to helping us make it better? Exactly, this is my way right now. Talking about it on a stream and putting my money where my mouth is. I'm literally leading a project worth many millions of dollars right now using the concepts and mottos that I am currently espousing. Front to back, 100%. This code in front of me is a real work project worth a lot of money, and I'm doing exactly this. And so I'm hoping that by having people here engaging and talking to me and nerd sniping me and making jokes and having fun and then talking to them about this, that it helps people to see that there is a better way to deal with the current landscape of tech. And it is significantly better, even though it seems harder. And that the easy way out, it's kind of like a life lesson. If you haven't learned this lesson, usually, okay, life lesson, everyone. I'm almost 40. I'm turning 40 in March. When life presents you with an answer that is easy, you should always consider what the cost is. An easy solution to life's problems usually comes at a sacrifice that you are not prepared to understand or make. Even at 40 years old, I still have an issue with this, where I really seek out the easy answer. Usually the best things in life come from the hardest choices you can make, the most burden and responsibility you can tackle. That you may have heard that from other places that I won't necessarily mention, but it is one of the most real things I can possibly explain. And I really strongly feel that it maps on that reality, in my personal opinion, maps on to the technical landscape almost exactly. When you're looking at a tech decision and there is an easy way out, and it's just there, just grab a React library, just grab a, whatever, because it's an easy way out. You'll just get this done. You always have to have a red flag in your brain that goes, what am I going to sacrifice for this? Because you're going to sacrifice something. Okay? Anyways, let me keep reading chat, which I'm woefully behind. Marsky, oh yeah, I think it's stupid AF. I got some interns that just didn't care about stuff like this. And here I am trying to make everything as optimal as possible. Right. Marsky, you can't control what other people do. You can control what you do. You can set the bar, and you can only hope that other people see the benefits of the bar you're setting and join along with you. And when it comes to people who don't actually care, it's usually because they're lazy. Imagine somebody doesn't care, but you came along to them and they were one of those people who likes to take the easy way out, right? I just want to take the easy way out. I don't really care what I'm doing. If you could say, well, here's an easy way out. You do things this way, that way, the way that you want to do them, and it's going to save you a bunch of time, and I'll help you do it. Sometimes it's all you need. And somebody with that mindset might buy into it without realizing what they're buying into. Neffy says, I love Laravel. Still need to look at HTMX, but it's ever so tempting. Well, I have confirmed today. Big news. Big news, everyone. Carson Gross, the creator of HTMX and Hyperscript, will be joining me June 9th at 7 p.m. PST for about an hour. That's at the time he's given me. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about HTMX and Hyperscript. So if you're interested, Neffy, absolutely look at that. But you can see I'm actually running I'm running Hyperscript and HTMX right now. The code in front of me is Laravel, PHP, and a bit of HTMX, actually Hyperscript right here. This is Hyperscript. You can see it right now, and I'm loving it. It's incredible. Dell says, I was trying to fix cursor color in Windows Terminal. It's 37,000 files at a total of 38 gigs. After looking at source code of DirectX rendering and absolute craziness they did to invert color, I just gave up. I would too. Whoever decided to not allow you to set manual foreground color in Windows Terminal and make auto an only option, F you. F you, whoever that person is. I agree, man. I don't know how you bloat Terminal to be 38 gigs. It's not hard. It's easy. It's easy. Literally think about this. It is easy to bloat Terminal to be 38 gigs. It is hard to keep Terminal to a very, very small amount. But the hard choice is better, isn't it? Marsky, we're almost the same age. Yeah, 39, yeah. Jordan, I started seeing the two sides of the coin when I was 21, but I still procrastinate. Procrastination can be a positive thing if you can use it constructively. You have to learn how to hack yourself with it. If you know that you can accomplish something in shorter periods of time, and you prove it out because you procrastinate and then at the last minute you get crap done and you make it, that tells you something. One, it tells you maybe you need to work on your procrastination. But two, it also tells you that you can get stuff done really quickly, really fast, and still do a good job. Maybe you can scale that up. But sometimes you got to learn the hard way. Marsky, I hate that mindset so much. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking in reference to. I talked a lot and you probably talked about it. The amount of tech debt I've had to deal with by people just grabbing a package. Yep, exactly. I can definitely control what my interns do. Yeah, I guess you could. Marsky. Just saying. It was just a little bit of, I guess, a potential advice. Jordan, def reminds me of the Python function. Def, I'm making something similar to Python. It will remove it. Ah, yeah. Jordan, I had to do things on the day when I have to turn an assignment sometimes. I was shaking and shivering from the stress. Yeah, you can lean into that a bit. I was the same way. It gets stressful the day of, or when you know you only have a certain amount of days and you're worried if you're going to make it. It can be stressful. If you have just the right amount of discipline, you can get past that and you can use it to your advantage and you can learn to get past it. Just saying. Dal, procrastination is how I went through uni, BA and MA. Highest grades, yeah, last evening everything stressed me to death, but I was never able to overcome myself. Still trying to figure out how to not leave things to last moment when I know I can do it last moment. I would work 35 hours in a row, but then hate myself for it. Yes, it doesn't feel good, right? It doesn't feel good. You can make it feel good, though. See, here's the thing. Maybe this is an approach that I've taken in the past. Just accept the fact that you're going to procrastinate. Like, who are you kidding? Why are you trying to cope? Why are you going, like, let's say you have a deadline on Sunday and it's Monday, right? And you're like, you know what? I'm going to do it today. And then Tuesday, oh man, I'm going to do it today, okay? And then Wednesday, okay, I'm going to do it today, okay? Why? You know you're not going to do it. Just accept the fact that you're not going to do it. So instead what you do is you set yourself up for maximum success when you know you're going to get to it. So you know come Saturday, maybe Friday, you're going to start feeling stressed. So instead of trying to deal with it all way ahead of time, see if you can do one thing here or there. Maybe it's related to what you have coming up on Sunday. Maybe it's something else. If you know you're not going to get anything done, maybe you're going to say, okay, well, if I'm not going to get anything done and all I'm going to do is slack off, then maybe I should just really slack off so that I can be super relaxed and I can feel like I got all that out of my system. You want to spend a day or two playing video games because you just know that's what you're going to do anyways before Saturday? Then just accept it and do it. Do it, lean into it hard, get it out of your system. And then when the time comes for you to actually get whatever you need to get done, you'll have just a little bit less stress because maybe you're a bit more relaxed. Maybe you tackled a few odds and ends of what you're about to start tackling in the last moment. You've tackled a few of those things already, so you have just a little bit less to do. Maybe you've prepared yourself for that stressful moment where you know you're going to have to work 35 hours. It just makes it feel a little bit less guilty because you accepted the fact that you had to do something beforehand. So sometimes it's, you don't have to beat it to utilize it well or to get over it. And then you'll find that it becomes more of a tool than a hindrance. You feel less guilty than more guilty. Yeah, see, Jordan, that tells you something, right? If you passed and you got higher grades than even you thought you would, even an average grade, it means that there's something going on where you can handle that kind of pressure and get things done, and you can do it well. So maybe you can maximize that. Imagine if you had like several deadlines in a row in a week. And so Monday, you crushed a deadline for Tuesday. Then Tuesday, you crushed a deadline for Wednesday, and so on. And by Thursday, you've crushed 3 deadlines all at the last minute, but you did all 3 of them and you did them well. Wouldn't you feel a little bit better about the fact that you procrastinated to the last second because you did 3 things? You used your procrastination to get 3 things done? Stressful as it was? And you keep doing that, and it's baby steps towards having more discipline because you feel more accomplished. You start learning things about yourself more. You put more structure around yourself, right? Marsky, good advice. So I should just start streaming tech stuff. You should, Marsky. You should. You should. Yeah, Jordan, I get better grades when I do them early. Yeah, and I was playing games too much. There's absolutely you know when you're doing something wrong. Don't disregard your intuition. But it's okay to accept the fact that you're not going to beat it the first time you try. And if you can accept it, you can leverage it. You can leverage a weakness and a strength. Dell, that's an interesting approach. That's how I'm treating sleep now. I know my sleep is screwed and I will not be able to fall asleep at a reasonable time. So I just tell myself to work on other things while awake. I do that to this very day. To this very day, I do exactly that. If I'm not asleep in an hour, it's not happening. Well, why don't I use that time to just accept that I'm not going to sleep and go get something done? I feel better even if I only ended up getting 3 or 4 hours sleep after, because at least I didn't stare at the wall or play around on my phone trying to make myself bored, look up stupid videos or whatever. Just go get something done. Instead of trying to make myself fall asleep and feel bad and guilty about, yeah, see, exactly. We're on the same page. Jordan, I get between 190%, but only between 90 and 80 this time. That's still pretty good. Marsky, I currently feel like, who the heck wants to watch me? I don't get it. I don't get why any of you are here. It's a personal blocker, and I think a lot of people have that because you are yourself, and it's really easy to be judgmental of yourself, right? And when you think about you watching yourself or listening to yourself, you're like, what the heck? Why? What's so interesting about that? But I have accepted the fact that that's how I'm going to feel, and that I should just be grateful that there's one person who might be interested in what I'm doing and what I have to say. Jordan, I'm curious to know what you think about the message of mixing Python and assembly. Okay, I'll have a look at it. Marsky, well, I stream video games sometimes, but tech stuff is different. It is. It's quite different, I would say. And I'll stream video games at some point, but right now I'm deep into the tech stuff. Let me see what I missed one from Jordan. Should be square x, return HTMX, use return instead of return. I see, you use RET instead of return. You mix Python and assembly. You make the convention customizable. Let you choose how low level of a code. Oh, I see. So it's kind of like meta. So if you depending on what you write on the Python side, it determines how low you go or how high you stay. I don't know. I feel like that could work, but you probably have to document it really well so that it's really easy to tell what's available to you. That's probably the key there. Marsky, I mean, I have some peeps that are always around when I do video games and I just can't stream work stuff because NDAs. Yeah, see, so like, I can't really show like secrets on here. Like this code is fine to show. I can show this. I can't show the UI, right? So, hey, Tawny. Tawny is here. How are you doing, Tawny? It's nice to see you. Hang on, what's Dell saying? That's powerful. Anxiety works in the same way. Accepting that I will feel anxious and I can't change that helps it to make it less impactful. Yep. Just accept what's going to happen anyways. You know it's going to happen. Stop coping. Stop ignoring it. Use it as much as you can. Tawny, it's going well. I mean, I get a few people jumping on once in a while. You know, I'm enjoying it. It's nice to see you, Tawny. I multi-stream over to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Happy New Year, Tawny. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had great holidays. You and I need to catch up, Tawny. You and I need to catch up. Because I think I know what you're doing, and I know you're busy, and it's hard for you to chat with me because you're a busy lady. But I have some stuff that I think you and I should talk about. And Tawny, some news that I think you'll appreciate. January 9th, I have Carson Gross, the creator of HTMX, doing an interview with me on my stream. So I have to set a calendar event and then post that out. But I thought I'd tell you because I think you're one of the people who might appreciate it like quite a bit. So yeah, that's like pretty freaking exciting. But yes, we need to catch up. I have stuff I want to talk to you about that I think maybe just a little bit you'll be interested in based on what I think you're up to right now. And it's really nice to see you, Tawny. I miss you. I miss you a lot. It's been too long since we chatted. Let me just see what's going on Twitch chat. Jordan says, my idea is there would be gray lines of code that show the compiler output if you write something that is high level, so you can choose to read only one color or two colors if you want to think about the assembly. Yeah, you could do that. It's complicated and hard to build something like that, but yes. Tawny, sounds good. DM me on X, we can have a vid call. Congrats on HTMX interview. We'll definitely watch. Thanks, Tawny. I will DM you. I'll shoot you over some brief stuff so that, because I know you're busy and it's a little bit ambiguous to say like, hey, I have some ideas, let's chat. I'll just shoot you over like a brief overview of one or two things that I think we should talk about. And we can spend just a few minutes like catching up. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I will definitely hit you on X, okay? Marsky says, well, we talked about my customer, so I'm not touching a thing. So it's always going to be side projects, and those are me learning, stumbling around, which is horrid to watch, I feel. Dude, Marsky, that's all I'm doing with my game. That is all I'm doing with my video game. This guy. I don't really know Zig and WebAssembly that well. I'm learning a lot. I know just enough to make a fool of myself on stream. That's kind of the point. It's to show people how to tackle problems like this and how to end up still building something like this. And not just I don't know Zig and WebAssembly very well, but I have chosen to implement them in the hardest way that I can think of. Implementing them to do a DOM-based, no GPU, no WebGL, no canvas rendered video game because I'm insane. But this is really hard and I'm learning a hell of a lot. And there's, however many there are of you here, 3 or 4 from my count, who are like interested in talking about it. That's all I need. I'm going to be doing this anyway. So why not try and help other people to learn along the way? Right? Jordan, I'm still going to stay on assembly for years first before I know it can be made easier and I can write it better. Yeah, I agree. Marsky, I'm learning Rust, Go. I've been thinking about diving into HTMX. I would definitely dive into HTMX. 100% Marsky. Yeah, what Dell is saying. Watching experienced people stumble around like Soding and Primogen. Okay, if Tawny's still here. Tawny, she hasn't streamed in a while. I don't know if she still has plans on streaming. I think she said somewhere she did. But if you watch some of Tawny's old streams on Twitch, she did the same thing. She actually did one, I remember, when I was on, and she played around with HTMX and wrote like a little service. She didn't know what she was doing. Like, she didn't know HTMX. It was new to her. She knew just enough like principles in programming to be able to figure her way around. Now, granted, I'm gonna make quite a bold statement. Tawny is an exceptional person. She picks stuff up faster than a vast majority of the people I know. I don't know if she's listening. It doesn't matter. This isn't about, being a suck up or whatever. Genuinely. And I think Tawny knows that because Tawny and I have a bit of a history, and there's something happened where her and I, we're going to work together on a few things because of how exceptional of a programmer and just a general all-around person she is. Now, if you watch her, though, as exceptional as she is, she still had to learn a lot about that particular aspect, HTMX. So she had tons of experience, many years. Yeah, Marsky, like what you're saying, 20 years of experience. I think Tawny has at least like 5 or 10. When she was going through the HTMX stuff, it was very interesting watching her figure out how to get through stuff. And then I think on one stream I jumped in every once in a while and I would help her figure out how to get through something that she was going through, and seeing her reaction and how things like clicked for her, and then explaining why they clicked, that was a big deal. Even for me. And it helped me to understand what it's like trying to tackle a problem from a different perspective other than my own, even though I know HTMX, right? Yeah, I can shout her out, absolutely. Let's see if I can find out where she is here. Oh, where is she? I have to track down her channel. I have so many. Just a sec here. Hang on, folks. I gotta find Tani. I gotta give her a proper shout out. Did she take her channel down? She might have, honestly, she might have taken her channel down. She might have taken her channel down. Because I can't seem to find her. Maybe she's just not like streaming anymore, and that might be why I can't seem to find her anymore. It was like T-A-W-N-Y or T-A-W-N-I-E-E, something like that. Let me see if I can find her. I know where she is on Twitter. You know, on Twitter I can find her no problem. T-A-W-N-Y on Twitter. But I just can't seem to find her on Twitch, and I just don't know why. Marsky, all right, you have me convinced to really give my New Year's resolution a try. Yeah, definitely give it a try. I don't think you'll be disappointed. I really don't, Marsky. I think you're not gonna regret it. You know what I'm gonna do? I think I am in her Discord. Let me go to her Discord group, and I bet you she has like links. Nope. I think she's taken down her honestly, I think she's taken down her Twitch. Yeah, okay. She has. So I'm checking out her Discord right now. So I think she's going to switch to 2X. That's what she's saying. Which for reasons I won't get into here, I get it. So you can find her on X. Literally, that is her username on X. So yeah. Marskira, giving it a go tomorrow night if you want to come and hang out. I'm dead serious. If I can come watch you tomorrow night, I will come watch you tomorrow night. I can't make promises. I've got a 6-year-old daughter. I've got a beautiful wife. They both need attention. I've got full-time work, which I've barely done any of this today. My fault really for streaming. I should have just focused on work. But yeah, if I can do it, and I think I might be able to do it, I think I know what's going on with my time tomorrow, and I think I'm going to be open. I'm 100% going to be there. I'm 100% going to be there if I can. I'm on holiday for this week. Oh, you got a holiday. I I go back fully to work tomorrow. And I do some contract work, which is why I need to get a little bit done today. Contractors don't take a break unless you really want to take a break, but I can't take a break because I actually have a deadline. Marsky, I'll be there. Are you in PST? If you're in PST or whatever time zone you're in, just let me know when you plan. We only take the last and first week of the year for off. The rest we work. Oh, I see. Oh, that's not a bad way to handle it. That's her Twitch, right? Neffy, let me see. That's her. You found it. That's her. Okay, so she's not going to do any more streaming on Twitch. But if you just have a peek at some of her old stuff, you'll see. I'm in NL. Oh, fellow Canadian. So 5-ish hours earlier than you are now would be my starting time. 5-ish hours earlier than me. So it'd probably be like 11 or 12 my time. Okay, so I should be around. I've got... oh, Netherlands. Sorry. So, yeah, I should be around. I probably have a call. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so I've got a call at 11 my time, which is exactly 5.5 hours from now. Before now. And then I've got a call at 12. But I'm still going to be around. I'm still going to open you up on my tab, and I'm going to listen to you while I'm on my calls, because I don't have to talk for all of them. They're mostly stupid, annoying, Scrum stand-up calls that I absolutely hate. I can't stand them. Scrum is a crutch. Agile is a crutch. Okay? I'm going out and saying it. They're stupid obfuscation methods for bad management. I hate them, but I have to do them. So I'll have you open up, Marsky, and I'll listen. I have a pair of headphones nobody can see. In ear. There we go. I'm doing Whois lookup tool based in Rust. Hey, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Down for that. I'm down to watch you do that. Okay, so I'm going to try and do just a little bit of focus time here. I just need to see if I can get myself to a certain point with the code that I'm trying to build, and then I'll switch over to more interesting video game stuff, because I do have some interesting stuff I want to tackle tonight. I can finish off what I'm doing with this work stuff after. Just give me a few minutes, because I think I can knock this out. Okay, I've got my icons updated. I've got a basic flow, which is going to be columns, which are going to collapse when they're expanded to the particular width that they are in. I have this updated. What else do I need to do? What's my other work task? Is that it? Did I actually finish it without realizing I'm finishing it? Oh, it's just the conventions, and then... the pricing. I have to pull pricing for my Stripe, which I know I have somewhere in here. Marsky says, might as well stream it. I want a tool where I can enumerate websites and TLDs based on some JSON. Might be handy for cybersecurity stuff. Yep, that would be cool. I know Node has a tool that does it, but come on, it's Node. Exactly. I am working on a super secret project that only I know about. Nobody knows what I'm working on. This is what I want. I want my price unit amount helper class. I'm going to see if I can talk and code this project at the same time that I need to do. So I have a super secret project. No one knows, just me. There's like 2 people in my life who know I'm working on it. Because if I do it right, it is going to make such a disruption in so many spaces in tech. And I only need to just nail down a few things. It's already partially working. I've already proven that my super secret project is already partially working, which is probably enough to make a huge disruption right now, but I need to save it so that it's perfectly perfect. I initially implemented it in Node, and it was good enough. Like Node, I think Prime even said this in one of his recent streams. Node is good enough to, let me get Stripe price, to prototype. There's a certain point where Node no longer, because it stays good enough. And then you go to something like Rust or Zig. Right, so I get it. I get what you're saying. Founder savings, what pricing? Founder savings, oh no. Founder savings, what? Slash? Content? No, this is data. I don't want that. I want... What the heck? Where's my founder savings? Marsky, biggest question. Do I use my Windows machine with WSL and NeoVim, or do I hook up stuff on my MacBook, which is way better for coding, but I don't know about streaming on it? I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm running Windows with WSL. I'm doing everything, including streaming off of my Windows machine, and I just have everything, including my NeoVim, everything on my WSL. I can even run Sublime off of that. I don't. I run Sublime off the Windows version because running GUI stuff on WSL looks a little bit weird on Windows and doesn't come with all the full abilities. So I just do this, but I'm not the right person to ask. I do not like Macs. I do not like iPhones. I don't like iOS. I don't like the Apple ecosystem in general. There's way too much hand-holding. That is only a personal opinion. Just for me. It's not right for me. Man, I'm just full of hot takes today. How is anybody still watching me? I probably have that set up as well. Yeah. I don't know. Oops. Oh. I have this shimmed with view. Oh, this is terrible. This is an old one. Damn. Okay. I know what's going on, so I gotta go, see if I can find it in my root. Somewhere. Here. Marsky, to be honest, I get where you're coming from. I used Linux for years, even when I was MS certified and did .NET. Yeah. Yeah. Dell, joke's on you, we're into that. Ha! Marsky then swapped to having a Mac in 2006 when the Intel's game. Been using mix between Linux and Mac ever since. Yes, it does just work, and integrations with iPhones are nice. Yeah, I get it. I have a Mac. I actually have a Mac, MacBook Pro, I think. I don't even know what it is because I just don't care. I don't care what it is. It's one of the newer ones. I just bought it because I needed to have one. I have it sitting here, right here, ready to go in case I ever need it for Mac stuff. I hate using it. That's all. I just hate using it. It's just me. Just hate using it. So it's this Founder Savings Index. Grab my dot files and your experience will be way better. I do want to grab dot files off. I'm using Kickstart NeoVim. That's enough. That's enough. But I think I've discovered, thanks to all of you people on all the different platforms, I need to tackle one problem at a time. I got to get my keyboard down. Basically live in terminal, which means it's BSD. Yeah, I would love to be there. I would love to just live in terminal. Yeah, I have an opinion about Rust, and I have an opinion about the fish shell, which I'm using, which is moving to Rust, but I will not speak of it here. I've given plenty of hot takes already. I got to save some for my next stream. What is preventing you from living in terminal? Yeah, you can link me, Marsky. What's preventing me from living in terminal? Yeah, Rust hot take. Yeah, what's preventing me from living in terminal? I think... I'm not sure how to explain it. Hi, I love that Cranky Developers Manifesto. I'll look at this. I'll give this a proper look. What prevents me from living in terminal is I don't think that I have it. I don't think I have my terminal set up ready. Holy crap. All of a sudden, I see a whole bunch of people on YouTube, and I don't like a lot of them. Is there a Crucible raid? Is that why? Oh, yeah, there we go. Yep. Hello, folks. Hello, raiders. Yeah, so on the Twitch side, if you guys want to hear my Rust hot take, I will give you my Rust hot take. Yes, I'm coding, okay? I'm doing code. Hello, everyone. There's too many people. There's way too many people for me to say hi to all of you, so I'm just going to say... That's right, Jordan. I'm just going to say hello to everyone. No. Tom, you never got any of my money, okay? Only Andrew gets my money. You guys. You degens. Hello, Honkler. Hello, Zen. With Zen in his massive forehead. Hello, Rachel. Hello, Apache. Hello, Seraphim. There's a lot. Virginia. Hello. Right now I'm doing Laravel, PHP, HTMX. I'm going to switch to gaming in a second. I'm going to building a video game. I'm going to do some Zig WebAssembly. You're going to get to see a lot of really cool stuff. Okay, this is going to blow. Are you guys? Hey, Jesse. Hey, yeah, Andre. Yeah, hello, everyone. You guys are awesome. Tom, get the hell out of here, Tom. I will ban you. I will ban you, Tom. Yeah. Dell, I'll tell you my hot take in a second. Happy New Year, everyone. That's really nice. I really like everybody being here. I appreciate it. But most of you suck. Okay, I'm trying to be TOS friendly. I will ban Sky. Hi, Tom. I will ban you. Okay. If he needs more testosterone, if Jim Bob's here, tell him his shoulders are not broad at all. Okay, he needs to work on his shoulders. Okay, Tom, get out of here, Tom. Get out, Mr. E. Hey, how you doing? Nice to have you here, Mr. E. Yeah, Bands Spiro. Yeah. So you guys, so hang on. So Dell on Twitch, give me a second here. I just need to deal with this raid. Because, you know, unlike normal raids is just like a bunch of cool people. They show up, you know, they say some nice things, you know, and, you know, it's like a nice raid, you know, a raid of people who are like fellow minds. The raid that I just had, I know these people, okay? I know all of them. So many of them are degenerate raiders. It's like the Viking raiders. You don't want them. You don't want any of them, except for like a few. Okay? No, you guys are all awesome. I'm kidding. Yeah, I love you all. It's so cool that you're here. I really appreciate it. I have some time today, so I'm just between you and I, YouTube, everyone on YouTube, just between you and I may or may not have also been watching the same thing that you guys were watching before. John, I'm not ignoring you, John, okay? You're just asking for a ban. You're asking for a timeout. I watch other people while I stream, but I had to stream some stuff, okay? So Hillary, Hillary Clinton? I am not a squeak. It's because I'm Canadian that I'm squeaky voiced. And I'm not Canadian, I'm Greek. And as we all know, as I have made it clear time and time again, everyone is Greek. You just have to go back far enough, okay? Okay, so listen, if everybody wants to be blown away by my ability to code, there's two ways that I can impress you. I can show you this. I mean, this is like amazing code. I'm doing some really difficult stuff. Look at all this binary. You guys, like, this is real, right? Like binary. Once you see binary on a TV show or a movie, you know it's code, right? Someone's actually coding. Look at all this binary. Twitch, don't say anything. These people don't know how to code on YouTube, okay? Except maybe like one or two. So just Twitch, just don't say anything, okay? Then look at all this binary. This is really complex code, folks. Okay? Now you want to see what this turns into? Watch this. Holy cow, look at my video game. Whoa! Oh, so impressive. So impressive. Wow. You blown away. Blown away. See, Kolya gets it. Kolya gets it. Look at all this cool video game stuff. Caravaggio, do you want to be timed out too? So this is what I do on my stream, guys. Are you impressed? I hope you're impressed. Listen, Dell, I haven't forgotten about you want me to tell you my hot take on Rust. Okay, so all you YouTube degens, you all can take a break. You can I'll go to the corner and I'm going to talk about big boy programming stuff, okay? I'm going to put on my big boy pants on. You guys can all just chill out for a second. Listen, I don't like what Rust did with their community stuff. And to be honest with you, I called it a long time ago. I just didn't say anything. The way that community handled a lot of their stuff, I could tell it was not going to go well. There's a general way that a community pulls itself together where you can tell kind of out the gate. You've been around long enough, you can tell the personalities that are going to be involved and how it's going to end up. And I knew that they were going to pull some kind of stupid stunt or it was going to break up. And you know what really sold me on that idea? The more people tried to get me to use Rust, the more Rust evangelists and proselytizing I saw on my tech feeds, the more I knew something was up. Marsky on Twitch says, wait, do you have pants on? Also, he gives a crap about the foundation or how that works. I'll tell you why. How do you like them? I'm getting all the subs in now, aren't I? You just have to show a little bit of leg. You guys ready for a little bit of leg? Look at me. I'm gonna be a degen. All the simps looking for a little leg action. Sub to me. Bring me all the subs. All the subs. Okay, so Dell. Okay, so Dell and Marsky. Listen, Adam. These calves are still bigger than Jim Bob's shoulders. Moving on. Listen, I know you guys. I know what you guys are saying on Twitch about the community being separate from the programming language. Here is my issue. The programming language tends to fall with its community. So oh, thanks, Rachel. I appreciate it. Don't say anything to Andrew, okay? Andrew does not like competition. He's a very competitive man. The only way that you can say anything to Andrew, and this goes for any of you, the only way that you can tell Andrew that I'm funnier than him is if you're willing to be completely 100% loyal to me, no matter what the punishment is for you saying that at all by Andrew, okay? Anyways. Man, so many of you are asking for timeouts. Okay, so if the community in Rust was, yeah, shut up, Mystery. If the community in Rust was not going to go in a particularly good direction, that gave me pause from even getting into Rust as a language, because if the community breaks up, I don't know what's going to become of the language. So putting my anchor basically down into the Rust language puts me at a risk that I saw down the road, where the community could break up so much that the Rust language itself becomes dangerous. Yes, PHP has had some rough times as well, and because of that, that's actually a good example. Because of PHP, the rough times, I stepped away from PHP for many years because I couldn't use it. It became so fragmented and broken that it became unusable to me. And that was extremely painful because I hitched a lot of my work on PHP. Same with some of these frameworks. It's no different than some of these front-end frameworks that has been overcome by insanity, where people feel like it's okay to use these off-the-shelf frameworks that pretend to solve problems for you, but actually just create more problems than they solve. Then you hitch your wagon to one, then the framework does whatever, it implodes. Think about what happened with Angular. It's the same thing. So I'm really careful and choosy about programming languages, especially new ones. So Rust at the time, Rust is kind of new if you compare it to others. I saw that there was trouble coming and I didn't want to hitch my wagon to it. And furthermore, I didn't actually need to. There are plenty of alternatives to Rust that I could hitch my wagon to that were far more stable, were around for longer, didn't feel as culty or weird or whatever you want to call it. Right? Virginia, you used C++ once in 2001. Virginia, that just makes you a full-fledged programmer. You're a nerd. Like, honestly, I think it's going to be impossible for you to find anybody else now unless they're a nerd. I think you're done for. I think that's it. Dell says, I love Zig, but I was hit by breaking changes and bugs every time I tried to focus on the same code base for a long time. At some point, I'll be happy to use Zig, but I don't think it's there yet. It's not there. I'm sticking to 0.11. That's the current version, and I'm never changing it unless I absolutely have to, or it hits 1.0. But it's stable enough for what I need for this amazing, incredible video game that I'm getting millions of subs for. Millions of subs on the YouTube side because of my incredible game built in Zig. And it's fine for what I'm doing, but I completely agree with you. Marsky says, we have Laravel versus Symfony. I have my issues with Laravel, don't get me wrong. I've been using it since 2012, so very, very early before. Yeah, I know. I dislike the lack of a package manager for Zig. So Marsky, the thing you have to think about Zig is you don't necessarily need the package manager if you're willing to be a GigaChad programmer, like GigaChad, like hundreds of subs on YouTube GigaChad. Don't use a package manager. Build it yourself. If I built a little package in Zig right now, YouTube would just fall over. I'd break the YouTube API. Yeah, Rachel, you better watch out for Virginia, yeah. VP got fed up with IT and left. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, so Dell, so there it is. Zon, the pack. But see, it's a new one. I think, Dell, you might have been the one who showed me Zon before and I looked at it. It's too new. It's too new. Bearclaw, you're flashing BIOSes? What are you doing? Okay, so everybody on YouTube, you all know who, of course you know who, Andrew, right? Even think about this. Look at what I'm doing right now. Look at this amazing code. Look at the games that I'm building. This is how good I am. Do you know how often Andrew asks me look at all this binary. Do you know how often Andrew asks me for technical help? He could snap his fingers like this. Just like that. And I'd be there. I'd be there to help him out. But no, Mr. Boomer likes to do things himself. If he could, he would program He would program everything himself. And that's why Zen has better tech than Andrew, because Zen actually had the humility to come and ask you. He asked me for help. And when you ask me for help, I get stuff done. Just saying. Just saying. But you know, I mean, after this, like, look at this is my portfolio right here. Marsky, my biggest issue with Laravel or its community is the wrapper package. What do you mean the wrapper package? Am I suffering from a skill issue right now? What's the wrapper package? Morris code, sure. Yeah, mystery and Sphere going rogue, yeah. You can't trust an Athenian. You can't. I never said you could. I don't know what gave you the idea. Isn't it ironic? Don't you won? It's like 0. I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna put you through that. I promise. I'll never sing again. Unless you stop behaving. Yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on Marsky here because I'm curious what he means by wrapper module. Wrapper package. I'm very curious. Yeah, Rachel. Better watch out. About Virginia. Oh, Virginia dropping the Morse code on YouTube. I'm sorry, Twitch. You're not seeing this. You're missing out. No, Green Rabbit. Singing is not good. My poems are better. I am a Spartan. I am actually a Spartan. Let's see here. We don't use PHP-CS. We use Pinty, which, I see a lot of subs on YouTube. I can't keep track of it. Thank you so much, everyone. You did not have to do that. I'm super grateful. Thanks for the raid and everything. Marsky. Okay, I'm just reading I'm reading what you're saying slowly here, Marsky, which wraps around PHP-CS. We don't use PHP stand, we have Laristan because it wraps around. Wait. Is that true? Adam, I'm gonna bang you. Maybe forever. Yeah, Rachel, I like it's video game music from a popular video game. And since I, code for video games, except I'm not doing it right now, but since that's what I usually do, it feels right to put in video game music in the background, and I particularly like this soundtrack. It's pretty cool. So hang on, Marsky. I think you might be teaching me something here that I didn't actually know. Is this true? Because I'm using PHPS. Aw, Andrew is a nice guy too. I appreciate that. Laristan is just a fancy wrapper helper function for PHP stand. Okay, but is this part of the... Whoa. What am I doing here? Blinding light. Blinded by the light. Let me check my composer. Do I actually have Laristan in here? No, composer lock. If I could actually spell correctly, because... Yeah, I do. I have Laristan. Wait, Marsky. I didn't know this. It comes built in with core Laravel. Look at the composer package for Laristan. No. I get that. I get it. I get this. I get it. But when I install Laravel, oh, holy crap! What the hell? I just lost all of my YouTube viewers. Just all of them. I just went full nerd mode looking at like package packaged JSON structures, and all my YouTube viewers are like, what the hell's going on? Why did we ever join? I did not know this. So, and here I am, I'm using PHPCS under the hood here. I'm using the code sniffer under the hood. Yes, YouTube is called code sniffer. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, so I actually didn't know that, Marsky. So they literally wrapped it. I don't know how I feel about that. It doesn't give me the warm fuzzies. Doesn't give me the warm green rabbit. Jeez. RC, I'm glad you're still here. I don't know why. I don't know why you're still here, but I'm glad. Okay. I saw some pretty good stuff happen on Andrew's stream. There were some people who got on. It was kind of funny to hear some of them talk the way that they talk, say the things that they say, and use the words that they use. But it was fun. Marsky, I'm still reeling over this. I'm looking at this because I didn't actually know this was a thing. I have to think about this. What VM or D are you using? Or WM, you said. Okay. I'm using Windows with Subsystem Linux. I'm using Sublime, even though I do have NeoVim if I want to, but I'm using Sublime. So it's all Windows with Linux underneath, and I'm building a video game. Right now I'm trying to get some work done, but I'm woefully distracted. The first 1 hour of my stream I spent talking about keyboards. Imagine if you guys had joined then. If all the raiders from YouTube had joined me in the first hour of my stream, I would have negative 100 subs. Marsky, same. That's my issue. Same with PES. It's just PHP unit with some helpers. Yeah. Marsky, I don't know. I need to think about that because I don't know how to feel. Yes, Todd, I'm building a better future for you and me. I'm assuming you work for yourself since you're a professional coder. It can be really useful. I do work for myself, yes, for the most part. The only things I like about Pest is the fact you can run tests parallel. Yes, Pest is good for that. I'm not doing a heck of a lot of testing right now, but I agree. Told you it was pretty deep. Yeah, Mo Marsky, you definitely are. You definitely are deep. I need to give this some thought. Adam, how did you get into coding? Long story short, I always tell this story, and I always tell it in the most long-winded way possible, and even I find myself annoying. Listen, I was a kid. Yeah, Marsky, yeah. You managed to blow my mind. I was a kid. I really liked video games from the Super Nintendo days. I wanted to make my own video game. So I kind of started dabbling around with some programming. I was probably like, I don't know, 12 or 13 or something. I had to leave home. Let's just say, yes, whatever. My mom literally tried to murder me twice. One time I don't really remember. It's just a story I've been told. I remember like one piece of it, and my family had to fill me in after. One time I remember my dad saved my life. Anyways, so I had to leave home at 17. I never finished high school. Crashed at my friend's couch for a few months. Slept in my car. Went hungry a lot. Worked in construction. Did low voltage, like low voltage electrician stuff. So I would just like wire Cat 5s, you know, vacuum, connect like the old school like vacuum stuff, alarm systems, home theater systems, just whatever I could get for like $15 an hour, maybe. Slept on the floor, you know, or in my car if I could afford the rent. Lived off like spaghetti 3 times a week. And I started out professionally by doing stuff for free. So while I was doing construction for 8 to 16 hours a day, then I would come home and I would work for free because I needed like actual real world experience. So I would do just free jobs on whoever would give me a job, building a website, you know, doing whatever, putting computers together. And then after several years of doing that, I finally got a job at a computer repair shop where we built computers and fixed them, and like removed your like the porn and stuff out of it, the corn, and cleaned it up, removed viruses, all of that. So I kind of had to do it out of necessity. It was the only thing I was good at 17. I barely made it out of grade 11. And then I just stuck with it because I do genuinely enjoy it. I mean, I wouldn't stream it now for whatever reason unless I actually liked it. And only in the last few years have I actually been able to do something with it in a way where I don't have to worry about where's my next rent check coming from. More than that. And so as a result, I give back, right? So I've been doing a lot with the community. I mean, you guys on the YouTube side know exactly what I've been doing and with who. You guys don't know. I think Mystery knows a little bit, but I don't really tell, and I don't tell on purpose. The money that I make, I'm not rich or anything. I honestly, I know people say that, then they have like hundreds of thousands. No, like I really don't. But I make enough each year that I can put away a sizable portion and help out where it means and still have enough left over. These are the first few years in my life where I've been able to do that, to have that kind of money where my life has turned around and I get to enjoy my life and not worry about it. It's been 30 plus some odd years. So that's how I got into it. That's why I'm into it now. So yeah, I'm doing software engineering. I had to start working for myself right away, Universal Tech. Like I didn't have a choice. I did not have a degree. Yeah, Marsky, I feel rich now for sure. With a wife and a kid. Yeah, I mean, yes. It's the real wealth, right, Virginia? The right amount. Yeah, Sky, I'm a software engineer. Technically I'm a software architect. And then not to mention the fact that I was in a cult. That didn't help up until like 30, 31. Jehovah's Witness, they do not want you, they actively disencourage you from having any extracurricular activities outside from knocking on people's doors, reading the Bible, going to church, and just generally being a very suppressed, tightly buttholed person. So I even if I wanted to finish my high school degree and go get like a university or something degree, I couldn't because the religion wouldn't allow me. And you can't leave the religion, especially if you're baptized. If you're baptized, it means that you've dedicated yourself. You got put under water as a form of baptism. You cannot leave the religion or say anything negative about it without losing everyone. And losing everyone is disfellowshipping. And disfellowship, yeah, I didn't pop off. I didn't poop, yeah, till 31. So disfellowshipping is like, no, you don't need high IQ to do coding. You don't need high IQ. You need discipline. It's like anything in life. You need discipline. You just have to have a little bit of passion for it, a little bit of care, discipline, and focus. You can do it. So if you leave, you get disfellowshipped. What disfellowshipped means is that, I'm not joking. I remember a video that I went to one of the meetings. It's called meetings. When you go to church, you go to a meeting. No, you do not need to enjoy math. That's not true, not entirely. You do have to enjoy some form of logic. Like for a lot of you who enjoy logic in general, you might actually enjoy some forms of programming because the two overlap. So no certification, nothing. Just self-taught, work for free, starve, bleed, cry, go through some stuff that's kind of sucky to talk about. That's why I'm here. So anyways, when you get disfellowshipped from being a JW, I remember a video that I was at a meeting at, and they literally showed a video where it was a parent whose child was disfellowshipped because the child would not adhere to the rules of being a Jehovah's Witness. Then the child in this, it was like a video where it was like like a fake video. It was like kind of like, I don't know, a made up thing, a made up story for the purpose of the meeting to demonstrate a point. So the kid ends up getting kicked out. And because that's what you're supposed to do as a parent if you have a kid who is of age to leave but does not follow the rules. And then the kid gets in a car accident. But the kid's been disfellowshipped. So the kid on the side of the road in a ditch about to die calls her parents. Parents look at the phone, see it's the kid, cannot pick up the phone. Because at the most strictest level, you are not even allowed to say hi to someone who is disfellowshipped, regardless of who they are to you. Now, the rules apparently have changed a little bit for elders who apparently have leeway, because the point is that elders can go and talk to disfellowship people with the intent of bringing them back. But you yourself, if you're not an elder, you're supposed to protect your faith. And if someone's been disfellowshipped, that means that they are a danger to your faith. So you can't really talk to them under the guise that it's supposed to protect your faith. So if it's your kids, parents, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Now, if they live in the same house as you, like if you don't kick your kid out because you can't, they're just not of the right age, then everything goes. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. But when you've grown up in it as a third generation Jehovah's Witness, my grandmother, her kids, their kids, so my cousins, my aunts and uncles, my family, my parents, etc., my wife at the time, my ex-wife, when in your entire community, and I knew and still know, I'm not joking, this is not an exaggeration. I know thousands of current JWs, thousands more at the time who were current at the time. It's a huge community. And they, to some degree, like any other church, they help you. It's a community. The risk at the age of 30 or 31, or say at the age of 17, when your life is in danger, you need to leave. The elders aren't helping you because of some biblical rule where they cannot interfere with family affairs, even though your parent is literally trying to end your life. Leaving at that age was not an option. And I mean, it was an option, but to me, it wasn't an option, if you know what I mean. Like, I didn't have the cojones to just leave my entire family and friends behind and start fresh. I already had a really crappy start leaving at 17 anyways. That would have just made it significantly worse. So, you know, all I had was programming and living the life that I did and having to have a cult kind of run my life until I was prepared to leave it. That sucked. So the last few years have been a dramatic change for me that I'm still having a hard time even just trying to understand why I even deserve to have a life like I do now. And it's honestly, it's not even like anything special. It's just like a normal life with like happy people around me and we're okay. Like, anyways, it's just a huge difference. So anyways, that's my programming journey. Sky's the limit. You don't need a CS degree. What you need to do is, if you're not going to get a CS degree, then focus on showing off. You have to be able to show that you can do something, and you have to get your foot in the door somewhere. To show off, build a few projects. In my personal opinion, the more complicated the project, the better. Even if... Oh, Nate. Hey, man. Yeah, Nate. You'll have to catch it. I guess you could go on the YouTube side and you could go back, because the YouTube side will let you go backwards. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, you don't need a CS degree. Just pick something Okay, Nate. If you need me to, I will. But yeah, it was quite a bit. So just go back a bit on the YouTube side. So yes, sky's the limit. Look, if you're not going to get a CS degree, here's what you do. You get some projects under your belt, even if they're. You can start off really simple, but honestly, people are going to say like do FizzBuzz, or do something like really simple. Nah, everybody does that. If you want to impress, pick something really complicated and tackle that. Even if you don't finish it, and if you do it imperfectly. What you're showing is that you're not afraid of complexity. You're not afraid of trying to tackle something the best way that you know how and learn along the way. If you can do one or two really difficult projects and show you made it decently far into the project, and then you start doing a little bit of networking. Online networking is a little bit easier than networking in real life. Networking in real life can be a little bit nerve-wracking if you're not socially let's say adept, you might have a hard time. Networking online is a little bit easier. You don't have to be face to face. You can crack a few jokes. You start building relationships. If you're going to network, do it for a relationship first, or friendship, then work towards making those relationships lead into something else. Have your projects ready to go. Then when the opportunities arise, you jump. And then you have some friends along the way that you've made who can help you to land, those particular opportunities. The two key things, no. The one key thing that you need to do, the entire set of advice I just gave you falls under one thing. Be prepared for opportunities. Here's what's going to happen in your life. Here's what's going to happen in everyone's life. In everybody's life, you're going to be presented with a finite number of opportunities in your life. It is actually not about whether you make opportunities for yourself, which to some degree that can happen. What matters more than do you make opportunities for yourself is, are you prepared for the opportunities that come your way? Most of the time, you need to be prepared for opportunities before you can tackle them. Get your preparation in order. Make those friendships, get those projects out any way you can, show off and flex those skills, whatever it is in whatever state. Get your foot in the door when the opportunity arises. Then you'll see I think it's called the logarithmic curve. If you see a lot of things that tend to end up being successful, you can almost mathematically map it. There's actually a mathematical term for it. Success usually comes in at a low, whatever bar to start with, and you have to make it an incremental, difficult, super hard steps. It is a long road. Once you start getting successful, it starts going up like this, right? Then there's a point where it goes like this. You have to take this road, get through this road, be frickin' prepared every step of the way. That includes, yes, Virginia, that includes failure. You lean into failures. Instead of thinking about whether you're failing or not, think about what opportunities this failure opens. How do you lean into it? It is a vastly different mindset than what you're accustomed to. What most people might be accustomed to, let's put it that way. So there you go. I hope that's how I had to do it, right? So, Neffy, do some shorts. I guess I could do some shorts of this. You're right, Neffy, I should do that. Marsky, what made you get out of being a JW? I mean, do you want me to get it? This is supposed to be a gaming stream. I'm supposed to be coding. What are you guys doing? Do you want to know why I got out of being a JW? All right. Okay, hang on. I gotta hydrate. My throat's getting... Do you think learning C first is best? Okay, hang on. Green Rabbit... questions like that, we just want to hang out with you. Chat runs the stream now. Okay, look, who was it that asked that question? Damn it, Green Rabbit. When somebody asks, I see this all the time on different people's streams as well, on other programmer streams. Somebody always comes on and says, "What do you think I should learn first?" Dude. Wrong question to ask. If you want to get into this, okay, look. All right, another rant incoming. Look, you do not get to choose what you're interested in. If you want to be successful in something, usually you have to follow a passion. Okay? You have to follow an interest. Success usually follows that. Whoever just followed me, it's too small to see on my screen and I'm in the middle of a rant. Thank you for the follow. Okay? So listen. If people, look, I can prove to you that you cannot choose your interests. If you could choose your interest, what you could do is you could go to school. Most people could go to school. They could sit down in history class or in math class or in science class. They could go, gee, I'm so bored, but you know what? I'm going to choose to be interested about this today. And then they could all get A's. You don't choose what interests you. And anybody who tells you that you should start learning one thing or another is choosing your interests for you. Interest chooses you. Flip it around. You don't get to choose your interest. Interest chooses you. The same principle I just spoke about, leaving yourself prepared for opportunities, is the same answer to what programming language should I learn first? You got to follow what captures you. If you are the one being led by the interest, it means that there's something else going on there, something deeper. You're not forcing yourself. It's a natural occurrence. So instead of thinking about, should I learn C? Should I learn PHP? Should I learn a programming language? Where do I start? Here's the answer. Start anywhere. Pick something. If you don't like it, you're probably going to know pretty fast. But you're going to learn something even if you don't like it. Then you move on to the next thing. You leave yourself open to all the opportunities that are available to you. The thing that's going to hit you is going to hit you and you're going to know it. It's like a love at first sight. That kind of a feeling, but for interest. So don't ask about the language. Pick something and get started. Here's another. I just got another follow on Twitch. Thank you, whoever it is. And I know I got followers on YouTube too. Thank you to everyone. I can't believe there's anybody here still watching. I'm very grateful to everyone. So here's the other thing. You can get stuck in paralysis analysis, which means, 7 years later, do I do C or do I do this other thing? 7 years later, 8 years later, so on, right? Stop it. Get started. Open your, instead of trying to think about the opportunities, just exercise them. The right one will present itself as the one to keep going with. You're going to be just fine. So if you want to get started with C, get started with C. That would be my advice. Okay, so I'm sorry, Marsky. I went on this long rant and I didn't answer your question. Okay, so what made me get out of being a JW? Okay. So here's the deal, all right? I'm sorry again. This is another rant. I'm really sorry. I feel like I'm letting everyone down. I'm supposed to be doing coding, damn it. I'm really sorry. Okay. How did I get out of being a JW? Listen. Here's what you're taught as a JW. As a JW, as a Jehovah's Witness, for anybody who might be joining just late. You're taught that as long as you follow the rules. Now, they don't say rules, okay? What they say is as long as you do what God tells you to do, as written in the Bible. And trust us, we know what that is. Hang on, let me just take a sip here. So right now it's 8 men who are in what's called Bethel headquarters in New York. And they are apparently God's chosen representative males on this planet. These men translate the words of the Bible as if they come from God himself. And another follow on Twitch. Thank you. Man, I appreciate it. So then the translation becomes, if you want to know what God wants you to do, we'll tell you, trust us, we're his chosen people. As long as you trust what we tell you to do, you're going to be okay. God is going to protect you. Yes, the watchtower is Jehovah's Witness. That's right. Jehovah God will protect you in your life. He'll make sure that, generally speaking, you have a good marriage, you have good health, you have a good family life, you always have work, you always have your necessities. Everything's not going to be perfect, but you will be protected. So if you come to the meetings, which is the church gatherings, 2 to 3 times a week, whatever it is, if you knock on people's doors, if you do if you pray constantly, if you read your Bible all the time, I've read the Bible front to back more than 5 times. I stopped counting around 7. You do your research, and by research, okay, by research, they don't mean go research anything you want. They mean go research the pre-made material that the Watchtower, aka Jehovah's Witnesses, produce about topics on the Bible. So research is always within the confines of their own teachings. So as long as you do all these things and plus a few more, you don't get drunk, you don't party, you don't do drugs, you don't no premarital intercourse, let's say, things like that. The general stuff that comes with it. Research from approved sources. That's right, Nate. As long as you do all these things, Jehovah God will protect you. Now, I'm a 3rd generation Jehovah's Witness. I was raised pretty deeply. My grandmother became a Jehovah's Witness in Greece. And ever since then, her side of the family have been Jehovah's Witnesses. And I've mostly been involved with that side of the family. Less so my dad's side of the family, mostly because they're more distributed around the world. We don't really stay in touch much. So, no birthdays. You can't celebrate birthdays because of some biblical passage that insinuated that maybe on, I think it's the Apostle Paul's birthday, he got beheaded, which apparently means that the Bible says that the Bible is intending to say that birthdays are a bad thing that should not be celebrated. You cannot celebrate Christmas. You cannot celebrate, I believe, New Year's. Wedding anniversaries are, I think, the only celebration you can have, I think. No Easter, no Thanksgiving, I don't think, things like that. So like lots of rules. So as long as you do all of these things, you're good to go. Now, this is very appealing to a lot of people. Imagine this, okay? Imagine that somebody comes to you and says, look, here's, again, if you were here from earlier on in my stream, I was talking about taking the easy road out. And any time in life you're presented with an easy option in life, you should have an immediate frickin' red flag. Why am I getting an easy option here? Why is life, why is this person, why is this thing presenting me with an easy option in my life? An easy option is not always bad, but it should be a red flag that you need to consider why it's there. What sacrifices are you willing to make if that easy option is selling your soul to the devil? So here's the easy option that Jehovah's Witnesses present. They come to you, let's say they knock on your door, or as a kid, you're raised in it, okay, like I was. And the easy option is, hey, look, have you ever read the Bible? Like, have you opened that guy up? You know how many hard words there are in there? Do you know how many biblical scholars have tried to interpret the Bible correctly over how many countless years, I mean? Do you know how many people have died over this? It's hard, yo. It's hard. Do you really want to try and figure out the Bible for yourself? What if instead of that, we use the Bible to prove to you that God has chosen one religion out of all the religions in the world to be his one true religion. And inside that religion, at the very tippity top, are a few men who speak directly with God. And these people know exactly what the Bible is meant to say. They have it all figured out. You might as well be talking to God directly. And you know what the Bible says as per these men? The Bible says that if you follow XYZ rules, anything that happens to you in life now will be done away with when you die. Because Jehovah will remember you and you'll be resurrected in a paradise world where everything is perfect. Jehovah will have done away with all the bad things that everybody has experienced in man's history. Okay? Isn't that nice? You don't have to do any thinking. All you have to do is read, fill your head up with the answers we have for you, act accordingly. Jehovah will protect you now. And if anything If anything happens to you, you'll get resurrected. All your physical ailments gone. All the family members and friends that died, resurrected with you. The world, a much better place. No more evil. No more hate. Now, what they don't tell you is the implied necessity of getting there. I'm sure you've all heard of Armageddon. Armageddon is when God, Jehovah, and Jesus decide, you know what, we've let this experiment with humans run long enough without us interfering. Now it's time to come back and we're going to destroy everything. Everybody who is not a Jehovah's Witness will literally be killed. And on top of the piles of all those bodies, we're just going to pave it over and we're going to start a whole new world. Anybody who dies at Armageddon who is not a Jehovah's Witness does not get to be resurrected. If you die before Armageddon, you get to be resurrected. A weird biblical rule that I have a hard time explaining now, and I have studied that stuff deeply. Okay, so Marsky, to get to my freaking point. At 17, when you have almost died twice by the hands of someone you are supposed to trust implicitly, when the church fails to protect you, when you know of several cases of child sexual abusers roaming freely about in the church, when you grow up the way I did, even when I followed all the rules because I was too afraid to do anything else, even when I really tried hard, when I prayed until I cried and nothing good happened to me, even through all that, then at the age of 30, 31, having a marriage where a maid is unfaithful several times and being told that it's your fault because you're clearly not doing enough for Jehovah to protect you, and that's why this is happening to you. Maybe something's wrong. At 30, literally at 30, I started to clue in, stupid me. Something's not going right. Even though everybody's telling me that things should be going right. And it's not. And then I took it as like it was my problem. I did not take my faith seriously. I better study up seriously. When I started digging into the history of Jehovah's Witness, the historical teachings and the current teachings, and taking it step by step, about 6 months into that, I mean, I spent like anywhere between 4 to 8 hours every single day for 6 months straight, any amount of time I could get after work. And I studied, I was genuine. Like I wanted to make my faith stronger by understanding my beliefs more. Instead, what happened was I realized a lot of it is a whole bunch of baloney. Virginia, there's so much I could be talking about it for hours. And at that point, I realized I can't be a part of it anymore. And it's not true. There's a different way to do what I was told to do. The principles, at least. So around I had to stay in it for a year or two, and because I didn't want to break up my family. And then my ex-wife saw that something was going on. I didn't say anything because I just didn't want to lose my family. I made a promise. I wanted to keep my promise no matter what, even if I didn't have to keep my promise. My word meant something to me. I couldn't look myself in the mirror if I couldn't keep one of the biggest promises I ever made. And then finally I caved after much pressure from my ex to, come clean. Like, why are you acting so strangely? You're not the same, et cetera, et cetera. I used to be quite in it. I've met some of the people in Bethel who are the tippity top people. And then she realized the same thing as I did. And for a while, things got good. And then she went back to some old ways. And then I just had it after that. But then it was more than just religion. It was just like I'm worth more than how I'm being treated, and I had to leave that. So that was a completely different thing. So I mean, that's what got me out of it. What are some of the biggest fallacies? The biggest one that undermines their entire infrastructure is if you look at the teaching of, you can start with 587 BCE, 604 BCE, the year 1914, and the year 1919. Here's the general hits. The way that you know Jehovah's Witnesses are, at least according to their teachings, okay? The way you know Jehovah's Witnesses are the God's only one true chosen religion is if you look at what the Bible says about the destruction of Jerusalem, they claim, the Jehovah's Witnesses claim that the Bible clearly points to, I believe it's 607 BCE, but it's actually 587. All historical data. I might have those numbers flipped around. I apologize if I do, okay? But it's one of those two. In either case, the Jehovah's Witnesses need to have whatever number it is that they need to have. Because then they do some weird translations where they do like 1,000 days is equal to like a year or something like that. 2,520 years from like 607 or something gets you to 1914. What happened in 1914? In 1914, apparently, Jesus came back from heaven and started ruling as king over the earth, invisibly, which is quite handy. It's handy to have something you can't point to visibly and say, oh, look, there it is. Which, by the way, the Bible says anybody who says that, exactly that, is a false prophet, by the way. So anyways, so 1914, World War I hits, clear sign that Jesus is back. And then 4 years later, something like that, Jesus releases from imprisonment his true followers. That takes you to 1919. His true followers are the leaders of the Watchtower organization. They were released in 1919. That's it. Those are the hits. As a result of that, if you can believe that, then that is undeniable evidence that Jehovah's Witnesses are God's one and only true religion. So if you look into the, Google the details if you want and get into it. And I did not just Google the details, okay? I went to freaking libraries and got books on archaeology, on history, on Jewish translations of original text, on Greek translations of original text, okay? And something else I can't remember. I went deep. It was deep in that. Holy cow, the amount of mental hoops you have to jump through in order to come to the conclusions that they have come to, most of which they conveniently jump over in their written articles that they publicize to mainstream rank and file Jehovah's Witnesses. If you don't do your own research proper, you would never know. If that date goes away, then the whole thing goes away. Not to mention the number of times that they've said Armageddon is coming in XY year. Not to mention the number of times that they've claimed other religions are false because of problems that they have with, like, say, child sexual abuse. Guess what Jehovah's Witnesses have a rampant problem of? Some of the practices that they used to make fun of religions for, they now do themselves, including, by the way, disfellowshipping. So, it's just not. Yeah. Take your pick. I appreciate the New World Translation. It's usually the most clear. The New World Translation is clearer. You have to be careful because if you look at actual translations, like translations like King James, for example, or other ones that are absolutely more closer to the original text versus New World Translation, there are key words that are specifically translated, specifically in a way that fits the Jehovah's Witness teaching. So you have to be careful. Okay. Is everyone happy with my absolutely non-programming rants? Non-programming. Zero programming. That was completely religious based about Jehovah's Witnesses. Me taking a massive, massive poo-poo on Jehovah's Witnesses. Is everyone happy with that? Cool. I hope I didn't bore Twitch too much, because Twitch is mostly here for the programming stuff. I can't believe that they stuck around for it. Okay, let me catch up with chat a little bit. I see Marsky said, I was once a skater punk kid with a bunch of skater punk goth friends. One of them opened the door to a JW wearing a Slayer shirt, brandishing a satanic Bible. Nah, I don't feel bad for that anymore. Dude, it can be really fun to play tricks on JW's opening doors. Now, as a JW, previous ex-JW, that would have scared the crap out of me. But on the other side now, hella fun. Would you put off religion forever? Adam, currently, I'm going to be completely honest, I would put off all organized religion. I can't. That is a personal opinion. I don't have any objective ways to base myself in that. It's more of like a feeling, which doesn't necessarily, feelings are not necessarily emotional. But I would not be a part of any organized religion at this point. I still, however, I hope it's not triggering to anyone, on anybody, because I have a variety of people on YouTube and Twitch right now. I do still believe in God. I still think that is the most sensical answer to the nature of our world. That's really where it stops for me right now. This has been quite recent. At 39 years, I mean, I'm talking about, I only left officially left about 5 years ago, maybe 6. It still feels new. It's still a raw wound. I gotta sort some stuff out, you know? Yeah, Dell on Twitch says it's quite a story. Somehow every programming streamer has a traumatic backstory, right? I know, right? I don't know if I'm secular. I don't know what I would call myself. I really don't know what I would call myself. I'm going to call myself, I'm figuring it out. And it's just my personal belief. That's just the way I feel. I mean, isn't being agnostic the most logical one? Marsky, how would you, the most logical? I don't know. That depends. I don't know, actually. I don't know if I would agree it's the most logical, but I have a hard time making a good defense for that. I have to think about it. I really need to think about how I would defend my position against somebody like yourself, Marsky, stating like isn't agnostic the most logical. I feel like the answer is no, but I need to come up with a better argument for why not. Adam says I can 100% understand it, but that's not what most religions are like. Jehovah's a pretty extreme example, but I completely understand where you're coming from. Yeah, you know, there's something in particular that I've come to learn. Again, I'm just being completely honest. I'm not completely sold on the intended nature of Christianity as it was written in the Bible compared to what it is today. And if the two don't match up, I currently have a red flag that I'm trying to sort myself through. So that goes with any organized religion. I cannot compare any current organized religion with the state of Christianity as it was in the Bible. And if it deviates from what I read and understand to be in the Bible with the research that I've done, I have to reconcile the two. That's just me. Can you describe God? Asks Green Rabbit. An intelligent creator. Probably the best I can do. Marsky, like I believe in a higher power, but if it's God, Allah, Buddha, or just the universe, I wouldn't know, which was what agnostic means to me. So definitionally, Marsky, I think you're right. If by definition, if you don't know, then you would be agnostic. I would argue that there is a logical nature to nature that indicates intelligent design. And intelligent design could be, let's just say for the sake of argument, intelligent design does not have to be the God of the Bible. It can just be a God of your choosing. If you can get to that point, you are now stepping away from the agnostic viewpoint. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say by I don't really feel like agnostic is the logical. But again, that's a pretty flaky argument. No hate, just facts. How long before a person is good enough to get paid as a coder? 3 to 6 months. What should I be able to do to get paid? Listen, if you're just starting out, you cannot put a timeline on these things. If the only thing you can do is increase your chances of getting paid sooner by working harder upfront. So the stuff I talked about earlier, networking, building relationships, tackling some really complicated projects so that you can show them off, flexing some programming muscle, even though you don't have any professional experience, the sooner you get that done, the sooner you start working on that, the sooner you're going to get there. I can't give you a timeline. It's all dependent on your abilities and your willingness to like carve out the time and sort that out. And, time is different for everyone, different responsibilities. You're going to have to figure that out for yourself. But I do promise that if you stay focused and disciplined on it and you really try hard, you don't have to wait very long. You can get your foot in the door I would say if you haven't got your foot in the door in a year, maybe it's time to reconsider, but 6 months should be good. In this economy right now, you might need to give yourself some padding because right now tech industry is taking a big downturn, and that's what it's looking like. Yeah, Caravaggio, yeah. Marsky, if that makes sense the way I'm explaining it, that is. Yeah, Marsky, I think you are. Hopefully I'm also making a little bit of sense. How does that intelligence manifest itself? I gotta think about that. I don't want to answer that without giving it some thought. You can't get paid for time invested. You get paid for your skills. Right. Mystery is right. You don't get paid for time invested. You get paid for your skills. You have to prove that you have some skills. Then you have to get your foot in the door somewhere, which means you got to jump on opportunities. Get yourself prepared for opportunities. Adam, good talk, Spiro. Glad you're in a better place. God bless. I mean that genuinely, not in a bait triggering way. Adam, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate everyone on YouTube and on Twitch who, holy crap, how is there even one person on Twitch listening to me except maybe Marsky, who's engaging me in some philosophical religious topic here. But like, I appreciate it. Marsky, I mean, in the end, most of the Abrahamic faiths have the same origins, which gets muddy fast. Then we have all the pagan stuff. So yes, I'd agree with the design, but for all I know, it's the Matrix. Then I think about the stuff that doesn't make sense. Bane cancer in kids. So the problem of evil, okay, this is going to be really difficult to explain, but I'm not convinced that the problem of evil negates an intelligent designer. As a matter of fact, one could make the case that even an intelligent designer who creates rules for nature must allow nature to continue inside of those rules. And anything outside of that would be what you would consider a miracle or supernatural. So evil things happening inside of nature is nature. For example, when there is a tsunami, like Japan just had from the earthquake, you don't attribute evil to the tsunami. That is an evil course of nature. That in and of itself does not mean that there is no intelligent designer or intelligent design. I really am doing I know I'm doing a poor job defending it. I'm just trying to get out what I'm thinking here, right? But Marsky, I've been there with you. To be completely honest, Marsky, I've been there with you. I've had to deal with those same problems of like, how do you come up with these answers? How do you identify from all the like muddy things that are out there? And it is not easy. And I hope you're not feeling attacked, Marsky. I'm just giving you some feedback on like where I've come to, and I get it, right? Virginia. Yeah. Jordan's still listening. Thank you, Jordan. And Bear Claw, thank you. Marsky, I have issue with the problem of evil. Since even if God is mighty and benevolent, why would evil be allowed to exist? So he, she, it is either not benevolent or almighty, or doesn't care about us as much as we think they do. I'm trying to, I have an answer I have what I feel is an answer for you, Marsky, but it's not a very well baked one. What if evil is a necessity? Imagine that a child is born in a world where there is no concept of pain, sickness, death, or evil, the only thing that that child would know is only the stuff that you and I currently know as good. Okay? How is that any different from, say, a robot? Because a robot can only do the things it knows. If you subtract things it knows, then the only things it knows are what's left. That tends to gear you more towards a robotic frame of reference. So having evil as part of nature is a necessity because it is the only way by which we can compare good. Now, if there's one thing that I would borrow from Jehovah's Witnesses, it's the idea that if God is real and if he has ultimate power, our concept of what we have of pain and suffering, including the suffering that just seems completely pointless, why would God not step in and fix anything? We're thinking about it from a human standpoint. The moment that you start placing human ideas on God, you have immediately lost the concept of what God is. As a matter of fact, we cannot understand what God is. But if you can ascribe to God ultimate power, then what you can say from God's perspective is it actually doesn't matter how much pain there is. Right. It's not about whether those kids deserved to make it or not. It's about the nature of the structure and the order that's been built, and with it must come bad things. Now, if you have ultimate power, one thing you could do is say, look, if I want to teach my children the difference between suffering and non-suffering, maybe I should let them suffer. Instead of taking that away from them, maybe I should let them see what happens when I step away from the situation and I let nature take its full course and I don't interact. And see, there's an implication behind what you're saying. Why did some deserve to make it and some didn't deserve to make it? What if God is not getting involved here at all? He's not saving or putting to death anyone. He's just not involved. Because what he's doing is letting the natural course of things take place. In that natural course, he's built in the structure of good and evil. Bad things happen to you, good things happen to you. Then at the end of it, his power is so immense that he can make any of those pains be like they didn't happen. So like we live in a world where right now, the idea that one day we'll look back on something like that and go, okay, that was in the past and I can let it go, seems unfathomable to us, especially when it comes to death, especially of innocent. It's an unfathomable idea that we can look back and go, okay, look, that wasn't fun, but like I can let that go and I have plenty to be happy with now. And I can live in a life now where things are like ultimately better because say God did step in and do something to make things better. So there might be there's no reason why God can't fix all these things, and then allow us to go through whatever the world is right now in order to understand the difference between, so we have that appreciation, so that when it comes time for, let's say that there does come a time, let's say that Jehovah's Witnesses are right and there comes a time where God comes in and solves everything and everything is great and peachy, wouldn't you at least be more appreciative that everything is peachy when you've had thousands of years to look upon where absolutely insane and terrible things happened when God wasn't around? Maybe that's the point. Do I know that's the point? No. Am I firmly set in that belief? No. That's just where I am right now. Marsky, exactly. So if it's all just, I'm not getting involved either way, figure it out, then why would I pay attention to that being? Because the point is that it still matters what you do. So the whole point, if you read the Bible, kind of like at a higher level, just try to avoid the weeds, right? Try to avoid the different, nitty-gritty interpretations and details about the Bible. If you read the overarching theme, there is something that is extremely powerful, and that is your individual responsibility to help shape the world by your actions. And the point of God in the Bible is to say, these are some of the guardrails you should set for yourself in your life, some things you should try and do at a high level. And if you stick to this kind of a path, you can generally improve things around you. So instead of thinking about it as just a cold, hands-off, God doesn't want to do anything, you deal with it, it's more like, no. I'm not going to get involved, but all of you individually have enough power to make change. And you don't need me in full. You could do quite a bit all by yourself. Can you at least, by the time you die, can you look back on your life and say you left the world a better place than you came into it? Bare minimum. Now, like you're saying, when you get into other religions, and there's some people on the YouTube side who are talking about like the orthodoxy, different Christian denominations, Buddhism, etc. Yes, then you start getting into more nitty-gritty stuff, and it can be really difficult to discern. At least for me, it's a difficult thing to discern what's what, right? But I think you would find that in a vast majority of general religious teachings, there are a few fundamental principles that they can almost all agree on, even if they're a cult. As a matter of fact, there are some fundamental principles that you would find atheists even agree on. If you abstract the principle away from the religious and you present the principle to an atheist, some of those principles, even an atheist would say, yep, I agree with that. That tells you something right there. That's a starting point, right? That is not the absence of power. That is exactly power that you have within your life. And I think that's what the Bible and some of the, a lot of these other teachings are trying to get across. And that's what speaks to me as like something, there must be something there more than what we see. Holy crap, 3.5 hours. I did 1 hour of picking different keyboards. Do you guys want to see what I did for the first hour and a half? No, for the first hour? Do you guys want to see what I was looking at? I was looking at, sorry for the flashing light. I was looking at this thing. Because I want to program in this. I want to program in this. Okay? I don't care that there's not a keyboard I want to program in it. I was talking about keyboards like this one. Like this one. Okay? I don't know. And I was sure, and I was looking at keyboards. I talked about keyboards for an hour. And like this. Look, have you guys ever seen a foot pedal for a keyboard? A foot pedal for a keyboard. When you need to go into 6th gear. Right? That's my first hour of streaming. Then I spent about 10 minutes doing my actual job. Okay? Then I got nerd sniped again, but I don't even remember what. Yeah, Marsky on Twitch is asking me where I landed with the Voyager, trying to nerd snipe me again. Then I got raided. And then I talked about religion. The whole time, I forgot we were talking about Pie Game. I dropped some hot takes. I was talking about Rust. Yeah, a foot pedal. Oh, Japanese wood joinery. Have you guys seen this on the YouTube side? I've got a 3D printer. I want to do some 3D printing on my stream. Have you guys seen Japanese wood joinery? And I want to do 3D printer style wood joinery. Okay, so here, look, I'm going to show the YouTube side. Yeah, I know, Marsky's here to... Okay, so look. Here, yeah, it's muted. Check this out. The quality is kind of low, but look what they do. You see the foot? You see the foot? Huh? For all you foot fetish people? Okay. Look at that. And they do these crazy, very specific wood joinery. Oh, Marsky, man, thanks for being around for so long. I appreciate it. You can go, man. You don't have to stay up. Look at this wood joinery. And then they literally, they join the wood like this. And they use tension. And the wood stays in shape. Let me see if I can go to yeah, let me go here. Look at that. So I have a 3D printer. I have a Prusa Mark IV for anyone who cares about that kind of stuff. It's a pretty sweet 3D printer. And so I was talking about Japanese wood joinery on my stream. You know how much programming I've done? 15 minutes. You know how much I've talked about Jehovah's Witnesses? 45 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. So that's been look at this. I bought this today. I bought this today. See? It comes with like these modular things. I'm such a nerd. Yeah, I'm such a nerd. Look, and then we talked about the Caracord. Oh man, all these tabs I have open. Marsky, I ended up flying yesterday. I have an hour time difference, so everything is weird. I'm sorry, man. Hopefully you get some sleep. Don't stay up on my account. Like I'm really appreciative you even like talk to me at all. And everybody on the YouTube side, man. How did the click sound? Should I hang on? Let me see if I can get, you know, I gotta give a shout out to Mr. E. I don't know if he's on, but Mr. E helped me with my setup. I started off with a really crappy setup. I got some help from some other friends and you know, that got me started, and then Mr. E came in and he like got me honed in. So even though I have this like low T nerd voice, it still sounds better than what it was before Mr. E. Yeah, Marsky still blew me away with that Laravel sentence, which I'm still thinking about. Happy New Year's, everyone. Yeah. Thornidico, wait a second. Why are we appreciating the YouTube folks? You know what, Thornity, you're right. I'm going to time them all out. I'm going to time them all out. But I can't right now because I don't have it open. And I promised them that I would do some keyboard clickety-clackities. Let's see if I can do this. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Can you hear that? Hang on. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that? Clickety clackety clickety clack. Yeah. Okay, so sounds like a muted classic click. Yeah. So yes, like rain. Yeah. I mean, when I type really fast, honestly. So Marsky, I get what you're saying. It's wrappers. It feels like the node modules. So I got to take an L, Marsky. I got to take an L. I didn't know that was happening in Laravel. I hate when node modules do that. I hate when TypeScript does it. I hate when React does it. And I just accepted Laravel as it was, and I didn't look into it enough, and I didn't know that. And now I feel icky. I got to take an L. So I suppose there are some circumstances where even though it feels icky, you do it anyways because the benefits outweigh the costs. So what the whole Rust rant that I went on, fine, maybe that's not a very strong place for me to be. Okay, Marsky, you got me. However, as far as I'm concerned, you have no proof that I ever admitted that. I'm never going to admit that I took an L here. Rust sucks. It will always suck. I hate Rust. I will never use it. Laravel is the GOAT. Okay? And you have no proof. Prove it, Marsky. I dare you. But also I took an L. And you blew my mind. No L, never. Exactly. I never take an L. Okay, I couldn't really get a good sound bite of the keyboard, so you know, I did my best, but I'm like, this is still bothering me that I'm seeing Laristan and whatever the PHPCS one is. But in any case, let's see if I can accomplish something. I'm going to I'm gonna just keep going. I'm gonna do a little bit of some gaming stuff, some gaming development. I'm gonna have a little bit of a drink here, and yeah, if anybody wants to nerd snipe me, you know I have zero discipline. but I am also the most disciplined. Yeah, Jordan, I know you've got some big ideas. You should work on implementing a few of those. I think we're aligned. I think it just... Why is there a 0.8 second delay on camera? I'm not sure. Thornity tried to make a clip. Ha! Thornity! Ha! Oh, man. I don't know if it's just you, Del. I don't see a delay. I don't know if anyone else is seeing a delay. PHP and Sublime Text and Linux, a man of cultured taste. Yeah, you know why? Okay, hang on. I need to open up this pint thing. I can't believe it. I just can't. I'm using PHP CS and all. Like, I'm literally using PHP CS as an aside, like as an additional thing here. So I code sniff. I sniff my code to see if there are issues with it when I need to clean it up. And it's been here this whole damn time. You know, okay. I think maybe there's an opportunity for me to clean this up and make it less dependent on this crap. And then I would feel better. I mean, I have the clip. I just can't put it into chat. Oh, Thornity has the clip. Thornity doesn't have the clip. Thornity's going to get timed out. Okay, if he shares that clip with anyone. All right. Why are you using the XML looking lang? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Jordan? XML looking lang? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, I don't have any clips. Yeah, Thornity. Yeah. Oh, PHP. Because I really like PHP. PHP 8.1 has come a long, long way, and it is considerably better than what it has been before. It's still vastly used. If anything were to ever happen to me on this professional multi-million-dollar project, I need to know that somebody can jump in and pick it up and continue running the project. This gives me pretty much all of that. Plus, it's easier to use for me for now. If you turn PHP upside down, it looks like did. Did D's nuts. Got him, boys. Got him. DYDD's nuts. DYD's nuts. Okay. I think I have sufficiently had a few sips. Marsky, where do you stand with seeding non-fake default data? Where do you put it? Yeah, Thornity 4 and 5 are terrible. I swear if you use 8.1 or above, you're going to feel different if you haven't already. Where do I stand with seeding? I tend to only seed what I absolutely need to. Again, because I'm not a crutch leaner, because I'm an actual GigaChad programmer, and I don't rely on off-the-shelf libraries, and I don't rely on tests, on like 100% test coverage to cover the fact that I have a skill issue, okay? Okay? Yeah, I'm throwing shade. I don't really write a lot of tests, and I don't write a lot of seeds. I only try and do that for stuff that's repetitive, where I feel like it's pretty brittle maybe, or because I'm trying to automate some repetitive testing tasks. So in that case, I will write a seeder. I'll just write a simple seeder in Laravel. That's pretty much it. Jordan says, you write in Zig, but you don't use the standard lib. Okay, listen. I do use the STD lib, okay? Yeah, Thornity 8.1. I promise you, you will at least feel better. Like, I had having seeders provide non-fake data, and I write console commands to have like default users. Oh, you hate it. Yeah, I don't think there's any one particular way to do it. I don't know. Just do what makes sense, okay? And Jordan, give me a second. I'm going to show you that I use my STDs. I went on a damn rant. Okay, first of all, Marsky, you wait. Jordan, I'm going to show you that I use STDs everywhere. I use my STDs extremely well. Watch my STDs. Where the hell are my STDs now? I got to go looking for them. No, I'm tri-vanilla. I don't test on prod. Look at me importing my STD, okay? And then look at me using an array list. Yeah. I got that straight up in this program's crotch, okay? If a doctor checked this out, they would see a massive array list STD. They'd be like, there's no amount of pills that can get you off this STD. Not even non-invasive surgery. You have a bad STD. Don't talk to me about STDs. I use lots of STDs. Coming in here. Yeah, I can import STDs. I can have STDs on demand. Jeez. Okay, let me go back up. Living with STD responsibly, Jordan. Yeah. Try vanilla. I'm new to this channel, so I don't know if you're trolling. Yeah, I'm not actually saying I don't test on prod. I test on stage. I'm not sure exactly what you were referencing to, but yeah. Marsky is going on a rant about freaking testing. Okay, I don't want to write logic in a seeder checking if something already exists because the seeder just needs to be done. If this is making sense. So a console command that creates default users, if they don't exist, is something you can run on prod without issues, without having to run a seeder. And you can make sure we'll always fill the DBs with correct default data. Thank you, Thorndy. Have a good night. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, so if you're going to have a seeder and you're worried about... Oh, you're not talking about testing. Yeah, no. That's right. You're talking about seeding. I was talking about testing with Thorndy. Marsky, keep up. Okay, you're worse than YouTube chat. That was rude. I'm sorry. That was mean. I feel bad. That was mean. Marsky. Okay, so what you're saying is you don't want to have the logic in the seeder. You'd rather have it in a command line. Except, okay, so in Laravel in particular, you can run your seeders again. If you're going to write, talking about getting default non-fake data on an environment, sure, you could, if you're gonna, wouldn't seeding be fake data? Like you would want to seed non-fake data? I guess you would actually, yes. But then you can do that. If you're going to have non-fake data that's on prod, just copy production data to a non-prod environment. Yeah, okay, that's one way to do it. You can go to prod, you can copy the DB, you can copy certain values, then you can ship them over. You don't want to have logic in a seeder, but you're going to have to put the logic somewhere, are you not? If it's not in a seeder, where are you going to have the logic? YouTube is gonna snore. I'm sorry, YouTube. We're back to what this stream is about. STD-based programming discussions, not theological or religious. Nothing but STDs. Libraries. Tell me, Marsky. Tell me. Where on earth? Okay. While I'm waiting for Marsky, I'm going to see what I can get accomplished here. Virginia. My brother mastered Excel. He's a planner in New York City. Planning for stores like Gucci. It's predicting stock for each store. If you go to a store, they have a product. That's a planner. I'm going to tell you, Excel is legitimately a pretty good database. It's actually a really good database. You can actually run production stuff on Excel if you plan it right. Marsky, for example, I have a table that's filled with 40,000 rows of deaths per year now. When those update, I can just update our config file and run the console command on prod, and it will just update the DB without issues, only adding the ones it's missing. You update the config file. So powerful, he even puts in the weather for future predictions. Yeah, I mean, Excel is legit. I'm trying to think through what you're saying here, Marsky. Now, those 40,000 rows I could theoretically copy from one table to another table, but without a console command, I can actually test if everything works. I'm having a serious skill issue. You're not going to see this often, but I'm actually going to admit that I'm a little bit lost. I'm trying to figure this out. Usually this doesn't happen to me. Usually I don't have performance problems. Now I feel like I'm having some kind of leak code test at a big tech company. Damn it, Marsky, what are you doing to me? I swear, this doesn't happen often, okay? I swear. Okay, hang on. I have a table. It's filled with 40,000 rows of deaths per year. So it'd be like 40,000 years of deaths per year. Now those update. I can update the config file, run the console command on prod, and it will just update. But wouldn't... I could theoretically, but with a console. If you're trying to test the functionality of a script or stored SQL procedure, you don't and shouldn't rely on live production data for your tests. I mean, sure. Jen says, not sure if it fits with what you're saying, Marsky, but some of the seeding processes where I work rely on preset deterministic IDs to insert or do nothing if it already exists. Then the seeders run every deploy for those bits of default data always exist at a minimum. That way we don't need logic in the seeding process. That's asking for failure. Holy crap, have we started a little bit of a... Have we started a little bit of a little debate here? How's SQL different from SOA and C with some utility functions? I'm just a new guy bringing in torch. Don't mind me. Yeah. Okay, Marsky, you're going to have to explain to me. Yeah, nerd debate. Yeah. Marsky, you're going to have to explain to me because I am genuinely lost. This is not a, you suck, Marsky. How could you even make such an, whatever. I just hate having logic in seeders and then split them up between just doing fake data stuff. Wait, but even with real logic, I'm just not understanding how if you run a console command on prod, if you run a console command on prod to seed your prod DB, how you avoid having the logic of does something exist or does it not exist? Isn't it the same thing? Do you have me on GitHub? No. Would you like my GitHub? Would you like my GitHub? Where am I? Where's my GitHub? Where is it? What is my handle? SpiroDonFL. Okay, there you go. I'll just put it Here. Oops, nope. There. Spirit on FL. You can hit me up there. And then you can nerd snipe me some more. And then you can explain to me this whole cedar thing, because I just don't get it. It's not like I disagree. You know, how dare you? It's more like I actually don't get it. It almost sounds like you're suggesting testing the functionality of a database's ability to read and write data to a table, which seems like something you might not need to worry about testing. I'm lost. I'm gonna wait for Marsky. I'm lost. I'm actually so lost. I almost want to talk about Jehovah's Witnesses again, because at least then I would be less lost. But I also want to get some programming done. I also need to get some programming done. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at what I was working on. I was working on this thing. Oh, this thing's going to be one complicated beast. So, okay, while... Oh, this is... Marsky, you dropped me a follow on GitHub. Free GitHub follow, sucker. This whole thing was to get Marsky to give me a follow on GitHub. Now I ban Marsky. I don't even know. Is that a follow on GitHub? I don't know. I don't know what Marsky followed me on. Oh, right. Melky with his Go Blueprint. Okay. So here's my problem that I'm going to try and I'll figure out how to invite you to a private repo. Okay. So I'll do it on my other screen so nobody sees it. Cause, you know, even though nobody can actually get into it, if it's a private repo, I must respect it maximally. Okay, so I'm going to explain my problem while I await that. My problem is this. I have... Oh my goodness. Try vanilla. Oh, Harpoon. Another freaking nerd snipe. Y'all nerd snipe me with religion and Harpoon and keyboards. Come on. I keep trying to use it for work, but the only co-workers even aware of him are like 50 plus years old. The graybeards. There are only a few of us, but we exist. We live in the shadows, but when you need us the most, we ride through the enemy hordes, like Gandalf. So, yeah, that. Yeah, I like Harpoon. I love it. But try vanilla. You weren't here earlier on when I was talking about keyboards and ranting about how they are making me ineffective at work. And I'm having to basically not use NeoVim for a while. I basically have to use Sublime and a regular keyboard and then make changes slowly. Marsky, you DM'd me. It's public because it's complicated. First is the command. Second is the test. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, okay. I see it. It's not on my main screen. You can show it on stream. I'm just going to private it soon anyways. Yeah, try vanilla. Do you actually have 7 keyboards? Because I literally just bought my 7th one today. I bought 2 today because I got nerd sniped. Hang on, let me go on my main screen so that I can properly show this. My notifications were here. I just saw it. Apparently not. Okay, hang on. Let me go over to my other screen. Let me go over to my other screen. What do we got? Oh, right. It's going to be what? Personal website. Yeah, here we go. So the first one, let me go back to my main. Sorry, I'm really not set up. I was not expecting this much attention today, and I'm not set up for it, and I apologize. I know your ADD riddled minds can't stand it when there's like a second of silence. When I'm not doing anything for 1 second, you all drop like flies. Very simple implementation. It's only gonna expose my email, which is fine since it's public. Gotta check my email now. Business stuff. Yeah, right. Okay, let's see what we got here. We got some Laravel. Thank you, Virginia. And to everyone on YouTube, thank you for rating and interacting. That's awesome. Try vanilla. I don't know if Twitch will let you do that. I don't really play around with the settings. Give it a shot though. Okay, so we've got, what is this? No, this is a console command, not a seeder. Users, create a default system user. This is an array. If we're forcing, then we just do it all. If not, we append it. Then you choose which ones you want to import. Then you create them. Then, thanks Todd. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas to all the YouTube chatters who, I don't blame them, are probably leaving now because we're getting back into the main crux of the stream. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year. You too, believe in yourself. Thank you. So if we create the user only if it's not already in the database. Create an API access token. Okay, so Marsky. What I still don't understand is what the difference is between having a seeder, do exactly this, you run the seeder, and it does all this, versus having a console command. Because a seeder, you can run as a console command. Tons of data. I like that more than having this logic be in the seeder, since I can manually run this. Oh, you know what? It just freaking clicked. I'm forgetting that seeders run automatically. Okay, so I think this is my issue. I've forgotten that seeders will, at the very least, initialize your database. And yes, I can see why that would create an unintended run sequence where your seeder seeds stuff that you didn't actually want, potentially, especially on a first-time prod setup. When you migrate fresh, you get the random default user you weren't expecting. Right. Okay, so here's the thing. I actually, once I've set up a production environment, I typically don't set up another one, nor do I run refresh on it. I usually just run migrations in order to append to an existing prod. It has been so long since I've had to start up a new prod instance, I have forgotten that the seeders run like this. So there was a skill issue. It was a skill issue. Yeah, the defaults. Oh, check the defaults command. You run one or all create default commands, which is a force. You don't give a choice to import all, loop through all the commands, and you run them all or you don't. Right. So this would be like okay, so essentially what you've done, so we could have more defaults beyond users. Okay, I actually really like this because I have not considered what happens if you need to create a new prod.db in Laravel. You're right, the seeder's going to kick off. And there is a possibility that you didn't want that. So in order to control it, instead of doing seeders, you have a console command. Your console command seeds your database. Maybe the exact same logic lives in the seeder, but at least you get to control the console command. Then you have this defaults, which is a global catch-all. So let's say you start a new production server completely from scratch. You would then run this defaults one, and it would run all the default seeders, like, for example, users. If you had another one here, say products or whatever. Jordan, thank you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now I'm going to time you out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Unless you're actually leaving, in which case, thank you for being here. But I just wanted to take a jab at you. So yeah, I see what you're saying now, is that this is a good way to generate non-fake data at your control. I get it now. Marsky, do you mind if I steal this? Because this is actually quite useful. Do you mind if I steal this whole idea? I like this a lot. Marsky says we run with OTAP and demo for some customers. So I have 45 dBs I need to manage with or without fake data. See, this is my issue, is that I'm looking at it through my lens. And through my lens, or DTAP for the English-speaking people. Yeah, of course. So through my lens, it's been so long since I've had to deal with, you know, fresh data that I didn't, you know, when you were saying it, it didn't register into my head that this was actually like a thing. Right? I had to go back and remember that it was. So this is like, this is very cool. This is very cool. Okay, well, if you're cool with me, you know, if you're cool with me stealing this, please, this is such a great idea. I really like this. Good job. Now Try Vanilla is nerd sniping me with more keyboard stuff. This is a live view of you typing on your keyboard. Got him. Got him. Try, you're looking good, bro. Lifting those weights. Look at that. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, that looks great. It's the Ozempic, yeah. Good artists borrow, great artists steal. You know, believe in yourself and from YouTube. I feel like that is a very well said YouTube comment. I agree. I agree. I'm going to steal the hell out of this. Okay, I need to run a little bit of a UI test. Let me get my code checked in here. Marsky says, I mean, I'm not shooting for test coverage, but knowing you can actually test this, which I've not found how to test seeders properly, is a nice little safety net. Yeah, so I suppose you could test this. Okay, technically speaking, Marsky, you could test a seeder by just internally creating an instance of the seeder and running it, I think. I could be wrong about that. But I still like your idea better. I still like this better. This is better. Oh, nice. Nice. Test folder. Jordan, go ahead and ask a squeal question. I will try and answer it as best as I can. How is squeal different from SOA and C with some utility functions? I guess you could make an argument that to some degree it's not that different. I think I know what you're getting at. I have to think about it and see if I can explain it properly. So yeah, see, you're using this artisan, which is essentially what it's just using what you would use as a command. And then you would assert that the DB has the right entries based on your, yeah. Now you could do the exact same thing with a seeder. You create an instance of a seeder, you execute the seeder, then you assert that the database has the data you want. But still, this approach is better because you're in control of when this actually runs. And all you really have to do is remember, you're not going to get a seeder out of the box when you run when you set up a new production environment, you have to run this yourself. Kitty Sushi. There's someone new I haven't seen before. Hey, Kitty Sushi. Kitty Sushi, you have missed one hell of a stream. Let me recap for you, Kitty Sushi. I came on here and you followed. Kitty Sushi, thank you for the follow. Kitty, I came on stream today because I had to get some actual work done. I have some actual work that I need to do. People pay me for work. I have done almost none of it. And no, not none of it, the place on the planet. More like... Jen, I will time you out. I was supposed to get actual work done. I spent the first hour talking about, freelance dev and employed, gainfully employed, and freelance. Spent the first hour talking about keyboards. Like split keyboards, QWERTY keyboards, Dvorak keyboards, multi-layered keyboards, keyboards with foot pedals. Then I spent some time talking about Japanese wood joinery because I have a 3D printer that I would like to do some Japanese wood joinery printing on. Then I spent some time... Yeah, a foot pedal, Kitty. You heard me. You know, the raid from a good friend of mine, Andrew, tripled my sub count. I wasn't expecting that. Then I spent some time talking about religion because I used to be in a cult, a religious cult. I spent some time talking about how I got into programming, never finished high school, had a really crappy childhood and upbringing. Geez, I spent like 2 hours almost on that. And then ever since then, I've been going back and forth between like all kinds of topics. Right now, I'm trying to get some of that work done because I really don't have much to do. I could get it done in a few minutes if people would let me. But nobody actually, people want to engage with us, I get it. When I'm on stream, I hope that the streamer engages with me too. So I get it. But it is still annoying because I have work to do. So we've been talking about, I've been trying to get the work done. And then I've also been talking about Zig and WebAssembly, some memory management. I have a video game that I've been trying to make. Get ready to have your mind blown. Okay, Kitty? Yeah, Kitty, I know. Don't expect to get work done. Even YouTube chat. There's still some people on YouTube chat who are watching me right now. I have no idea what they're doing. Oh, you set the repo back on private? Yeah, it's fine. Yes, Jordan, sometimes talking to other people gets more stuff done. So look at this amazing... You know what? Let me just show you from the start, because this is editor mode. Okay, Kitty? Yes, I have an editor mode in my video game. Look, I have a DOM-based Zig WebAssembly video game. Huh? Look at how incredible this is. Look, you can even, like, attack. Watch, check this out. Ready? Ready? Hey, Bearclaw from YouTube. Look, I can attack. Now look, in editor mode, okay, I turn on editor mode, and then, yeah, Marsky, I will hit you up. I have, like, the blocked collisions are blue, which means I can't go over those in the world, right? Yeah, this is the new Cyberpunk 2077 DLC. No one will know what hit him. They're just going to see this, and they're going to be like, what the hell? And I'll just be sitting back going, got him, boys. Got DLCD's nuts, right? So there's block collisions. I have some data about like what should go into these particular grids. So yeah. So I'm building that with Zig and WebAssembly. So I'm talking a lot about like, WebAssembly stuff and memory management and all that good stuff. You've replaced the kitty cat. Thank you, kitty cat from YouTube. I appreciate it. Marsky, that's an old version of the way we do it. I've replaced the hard copied values in the command for config values. That's a good way. Kitty, you've done a lot. I feel like I've done a lot. I'll show you a little bit. Since that's what the stream is about, I will happily show you. That's what this stream is about. Jordan, but if you use DOM elements for everything rendered, perhaps that will be slow. Okay, Jordan. That is exactly the reason why I'm doing DOM elements. So Kitty, hang on 1 second. Let me just address Jordan real quick. I specifically chose DOM elements because everybody says that. As soon as you say, I'm going to make a 2D top-down game with DOM elements, immediately everybody thinks, isn't that going to be slow? I have a gut feeling with absolutely zero proof that you can actually do very, very good, buttery smooth DOM element animations. I have a feeling, but I'm trying to prove it. And yeah, everyone, yeah, I'm trying to prove it out. So I've chosen this approach in order to prove to myself, or at the very least, see how far I can push DOM elements if I try really, really hard to squeeze every bit of efficiency out of a DOM element renderer. I have a feeling I can get this all the way there. I have a feeling I can bring this over the threshold. Happy marriage. Okay, now Kitty. So here's what I'm doing. I've got a zig file, all right? This zig file. Hang on, Marsky says as long as you can get an array to loop over, you can run the command, which could be anything. Yeah, I hear you, Marsky. I get it. It's a you can automate like a lot of the command itself, right? I hear what you're saying. Okay, so I've got the zig file, Kitty from Twitch. And what I'm doing is I'm generating a bunch of static array structures. Let's show you this one. Okay, so this is just when I build this out, this data gets statically built along with the output of the zig file, which is webassembly. It comes out as a .wasm file. Then I import that in JavaScript. Then I access the memory inside that WebAssembly file in JavaScript. And then in JavaScript, I tell it to do things with that memory block. Thank you, Marsky. Thank you for being here. Thank you for awesome engagement and talking with me about so many different things. I really appreciate it. Have a good night. Get some sleep. So Kitty, you know, like this is how I'm starting, right? So all this stuff gets put together. Then I compile it. Then my game JavaScript loads it, and then I interact with the memory blocks. And the memory blocks represent different aspects of my game. So I have to go and figure out like what memory block contains my world data. Right? So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 up at the top here. Poke me on Discord. Yeah, I will do that, Marsky. I will. Good night, Marsky. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's because I have a 4x20 world. 4 columns by 20 rows. Right? So then what I have to do is I have to take those memory blocks once I've got the memory blocks out and I understand, oh, okay, so if I reference the memory block, whatever it is, in WebAssembly, this is my world data. Then I have a memory block for my entity data, like my NPCs or my main player. Now I have to render that. So if you go here, you can see I have some DOM elements, I have some CSS, and then up here I have some rendering JavaScript. I go over my world data, I render the DOM elements, and I depend on my WebAssembly memory to tell me, once translated, what I should be rendering and where in the DOM. So if you actually look in here, let me just do this. You can see like these, when I turn on editor mode, these are just DOM elements. My entity, my NPC entity is just a DOM element. And I calculate these based on the WebAssembly data. So like to me, it feels like a lot. But is it really a lot? I mean, like not a heck of a lot. That gives me flashbacks to passing arrays with OpenGL pipeline. Yeah, it's very much similar. So hopefully, Kitty on Twitch, hopefully that helps answer your question about you know, what this is and what the amount of work or not that I had to put into it. Okay, now here's the thing. Let me talk briefly about what my next big thing is here. It actually took me a lot to get this editor going. So here's an example of what I can do with the editor, okay? Let me go like this. Okay, I'm going to turn on editor mode. Here's my collision blocks. I'm going to pick this collision block, and then I'm going to go ahead and delete it. Oops. In here, delete it. Now that the collision block is deleted, I can go over it, right? Whereas before I couldn't. I can even go here, okay, and I can add. And there we go. Now I have a collision block up here. So I actually already have the makings of managing my game data inside my editor mode here visually. This is great. Here's the problem that I was hoping to tackle as I am now 4.5 hours into this stream. I was hoping that I could tackle this problem. Okay, in order to do what I just showed, which is adjust the collision blocks or set the starting point of, like, say, my main player in whatever world I've loaded, or even just setting world data. Like, let's say I wanted to expand this to be a 5x20 instead of a 4x20. Let's say I wanted to delete 10 rows. Let's say I wanted to change the reference of whatever is going on in any one of these rows. Let's say I needed to do all of that. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm literally grabbing the memory block from inside WebAssembly, and I am updating its memory value in the same address. If I go to my editor code here, let's see if I can find the right spot. No, it's not editor. I'm sorry. It's input. I'm sorry. Where are you, input? Here you are. Up here. I'm literally calling this delete collision and add collision, which is a zig function, which literally alters the value of the WebAssembly memory during runtime. Now, this is great. What it means is that I can adjust things like my array values or even my array sizes. As a matter of fact, I used to have this array stuff for the world, just a very static array, like this. Literally just a static array with a predefined set of, like, this is very easy and fast to compile. I switched to an array list because it's dynamic. I can dynamically set a size and use up only the amount of array values that I want. This makes it easy for me to make quick adjustments to my world data. So adjusting a particular index is fine no matter which way I go, but adding or deleting rows is not. In order for me to do that, I have to adjust the array. The problem with doing that, with adjusting the array, is that I don't want to have to deal with getting the array out and then back in. Not only that, but I don't want to have to deal with potentially doing things in the editor, because if you're in editor mode, you're going to have a lot of power, right? I don't want to have to deal with somebody does a screw up, myself included, and I expand the data too much and it just destroys everything. Because I've gone beyond the limits of what I can actually do. So then on top of that, if I want to have mods, so if I want to have the editor mode allow you to modify the game, I would like to be able to keep the current existing game in a single state of memory. You can always rely on whatever the state is at compile time. Bearclaw, have a good night on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Hopefully I'll see you again. So at compile time, I want the game to be static with static memory so I can always reference back to the game at its initial start mode. So I can always just reset. If I change things dynamically in here, there is no reset. I lose my state. What's more is, even though the downside, I guess, not what's more, the downside of this is that if I'm going to get around this, I'm going to have to duplicate memory. Why do I say that? Okay, so if I want to keep the game in a static state, then what that means is that in editor mode, I don't actually want to be replacing the data as I'm currently doing. In editor mode, what I would like to be doing is creating new arrays in JavaScript and interjecting myself during function calls. And during those function calls, I would check, what is this function call? And what are you trying to do? What is the reference to the thing you're trying to do? If editor mode is on, then I check, do I have any existing data for that reference that I would like to return as a result instead? instead of the WebAssembly. So it's basically a one layer up front. Now that means that I'm going to duplicate data, but the benefit is I don't break anything on the WebAssembly side. It remains static. I only have to export my data in one direction when I'm done, which is from the JavaScript JSON side, which I already have a converter for. Here, I can already convert data out of JSON or from an array. Or if I really, really, really want to, I can forcefully inject my JavaScript arrays back into WebAssembly. I can do that. But I don't want to do that by default. I want to be very picky. I want my game state to stay the way it is most of the time. Then I can make modifications. My game state, my altered game modifications can stay within the JavaScript world. I interject, so anytime I make a function call back to the WebAssembly, I trap it and say, oh, wait, the editor has an override here. Let's give it the override result instead. And then when I'm done, if I really like it, I export it to a Zig file, like say testworld.zig would get updated with whatever new data there is, except it would be static, not an array list of an open-ended size with an open-ended end of values. It is exactly what I want it to be. Then I recompile the game. It becomes static again. Then I have a source of truth all the time. So that's what I think I need to do. Even though I have proven that in some cases, even like with a diff list, right? With a diff list, what I'm doing in WebAssembly is when something changes in the game, I put it inside of a difference list so that I can only have to render the things that have been diffed. That could be an array list of a particular size of open-ended size, because the diff list can shrink and grow. I get it. I'm okay with that for now. But as much as possible, I would like my WebAssembly data to be static data, and then you depend on the renderer to deal with altered states of the game. That way, let's say that I decide this DOM JavaScript idea was ridiculous and stupid, and it's too slow, and I can't get it right. And I would like to render this game in like WebGL, a canvas, 3D, whatever. So I can do that, and then I can let my renderer decide how to deal with the static game data. So the renderer can be kind of an interchangeable widget. And your game state will generally always be the same. You can always count on your game to function the same way all the time. And then I have another idea for possible mods where you have an original game state with a diff list of modded game data based on exported data from your renderer, all in Zig, statically compiled, such that the static compilation retains the original nature plus the modded nature, and you can turn the modded nature off and on. Anyways, that's actually not an easy thing. And I was going to try and tackle a bit of that today. It's difficult. And then that is going to lead me down the path of some of the stuff that Jordan on the Twitch chat and I have talked about before, where you can create timelines of your game, kind of like flash animation stuff, where you could literally just scroll left or right, or in any video editor, and you can play a game, like play certain deterministic parts of your game through from back to front, and then make adjustments as you go and see what the effects of those adjustments are as you have that timeline. So I would like all of this to be additive instead of replace-ive. That's not the right word, but I'm going to take just a little bit of a my throat is Do I have other engineering reasons for using DOM? I guess a distant second reason would be that I know it the best out of all the things I know. I've had to do a lot of stuff with front-end web performance. And it kind of kills two birds with one stone, perhaps. I know how to render and manage DOM elements. And I have a good suspicion that I can make it performant. So it's like two things in one. Might as well just go for it. Now, you see, that's the thing is, first of all, Jordan, that's why I'm trying to do this on stream. Anybody who's going to say, that doesn't count, I'm going to have hours upon hours of streaming where I show why the default view of like a DOM sucks is not legitimate. And that hopefully I can prove that it actually comes down to how much care are you willing to put into your practice. That's what I'm hoping it comes down to. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I will at least have proof. Well, hopefully I'm going to build some proof here. Let me see. I just got to get something set up here. Hang on. Okay. Okay. So now that I've kind of explained that, let me just say again, whoever's still watching on any medium, whether it's YouTube or Twitch or X or whatever, holy cow, what a stream it's been. I don't know if Nate Codes is still around, but Nate, if you're still around, hopefully you got to see some of the stuff you missed earlier. Like, wow. that was quite something. So yeah, just thank you, everyone. Believe in yourself, still present. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so I need to think about this just a little bit. Dell, really happy I discovered you. Thank you, YouTube recommendations. I reckon it just throws everyone zig at me. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know I got it from recommendations. That's good to know. Okay. Very cool. Well, still, Dell, I appreciate you, man. Believe in yourself. Keep on doing this, eh? Yeah. Yeah. I know. Okay, so if I'm going to try and tackle this, I probably need to tackle this piecemeal. I have a feeling that I'm not going to be able to just take a general section and just build like an abstracted version of this that gives me a big win right away. Jordan, I saw Zig Game stuff and thought I should check what the adventures are doing. Thank you, Jordan. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm doing something like also, I guess part of the other reason why I'm choosing the way I am to build this is because it seems so not normal. Hopefully it catches some attention, and hopefully the right attention from people who would actually be interested in doing something not typical. Okay. Sorry, I had to finish that. Okay. So if I'm going to deal with this, like I was saying, I have to deal with it one thing at a time. That means I have to pick a spot, more or less. And just start by generating a new block of memory in JavaScript for whatever it is that I'm going to try and take over in editor mode, then interject subsequent calls with the array I generated, or altered, I suppose. So I could do something simple. I know that my entities are only an array size of 3. That's pretty simple. If I were to say in editor mode, make some stupid UI that converts this to a JavaScript array, changes any one of these values or more, then store an identifier to that array. The identifier would be, I don't know, it would just be an integer value. It's just an integer value of whatever the entity ID is, and then then I would have to inject, okay, so yeah, I think I know. So over here, when I go get entity, isn't that right? Yeah. So over here, I would have to listen in for what the entity index is, then say if game editor mode. Let's just do some quick, like, if game editor mode, then look up game. Look up I don't know, editor dot entities. I don't know, something like that. And if it exists, return. Otherwise, call webassembly code. Yeah, so that's what this would be. That's essentially what this would be. Now, I guess what I should do is I should have an editor function that like generates an array, a uint16 array. I have a generate entity. I guess it would be like generate entity. I don't know. Array? I don't know. Let's just call it array. This is really stupid, but it's sometimes you just got to start stupid and then get better. So int 16 array. There we go. So that is exactly the kind of array that the WebAssembly module is going to give back to me when I call get entity. That's exactly what it's going to give back to me. So that being the case, what I need to do now is save this. No. I don't need to save it. What I need to do now is give it entities list. Oh, I see. This is going to be a new one. This is going to be a new one. I could just I could just start with new. That's a bit easier. Okay, so let's try this dot entities list dot push, which is a uint16 array. Here. Okay, now what I would do wow, it's so difficult switching keyboards. It's so difficult. I need to just stick. Okay, So that means that okay, so when I generate an entity array, it means I'm going to get returned that index. Now what's going to happen is, let's actually like make this happen. So I can simplify the if call here. I can go if and editor dot entities list entity index. Okay, that's cool. Then, oops. Then I can just return. Oh, entity data. I see. Yeah, no, this is fine. For entity data is, whoa. Is equal to whatever this is. Entity index. So I guess I could do this. Okay, so that's great. So that means that if I generate a new entity and I am in editor mode, that it will return to me this. Now, what happens if I go out of editor mode and I try to call the entity? Technically, that entity won't exist in my WebAssembly memory. It will never exist there. That's kind of a pickle. There's a chicken and egg game here now. If I'm in editor mode, I create a new entity. Then I want to play the game normally with my new entity, just for kicks, just to see what happens. I go out of editor mode. Well, what happens then? Okay, so I think what I need to do is forget the fact that I'm in editor mode for entities. Or set like, if I'm in editor mode, have a flag and call it like an override flag or something. And the override flag the override flag would be override data source or something. And then I could turn the override flag on and off. Here, let's get the video game music just a little bit higher. Here, okay. This is starting to get. I don't like where I'm headed with this, but I just want to do this imperfectly to move forward. Override data mode. I think all I need is this. I don't need to be in editor mode. Editor mode is like for rendering your editor functionality on screen. So in this case, yes. Now, if you don't have that turned on, and then you try and reference an entity that doesn't exist in WebAssembly, it should just error you out. That should be like a legitimate way to deal with that scenario. I shouldn't try and gracefully handle that, because then you're doing something stupid. So it's good for me too, I suppose. Keeps me in check. So if I'm going to do that, I need, what, a UI element here probably. So probably with edit, I can do like a drop down. Yeah, Jordan, I'm trying not to get stuck too much. I find that I'm better off, just personally, if I can move forward and prove a concept out, then I can go back and refactor, because I probably learned enough that I will see that I couldn't have done it perfectly the first time anyways. So just get it out there, prove it, make it happen, and then go back and refactor. I gotta I never think about solid principles either. Yeah. So I suppose okay, so I guess I'm just going to make a UI and it's just going to trigger the mode. That's all it's going to be. And the UI is going to be really simple. If I click on edit, what I expect to see is another menu item. We'll just make something stupid. Let's go sub menu, edit sub menu. I should change the IDs on this, but for now, this will do. It would be like, I don't know. Let's just make some fake stuff. This is the really file commands, but whatever. I just want to see if I can get them. So, will this even show? I mean, it should, I guess. Let's see. Editor is not defined. Of course it's not defined. I did something. What did I do? Oh, here. I guess because editor just isn't there. So what if I just do this? What is this? Oh, I've done something stupid, haven't I? I've made like a typo or something. Yep, I sure did. Because I'm not reading the errors. Because I'm stupid. I'm just stupid. That's all. Alright. So yeah, okay. I mean, I need to absolutely position these like a real UI. But what I could do on click editor. Do this. Okay, so generate entity array. I think that's all I gotta do. It's a super hacky. It's just to get through this. Dr. Crispy Rothschild from YouTube. You know what this is? It's a Giga Chad programming. It's the best programming you are ever gonna see. It's a mind-blowing video game unlike any other. If you have come here for the top of the top of the top of programming streams, look no further. Behold the glory. If you've come here for anything else, I can probably do that too, because I've talked about like split keyboards and Japanese wood joinery and religion and cults on stream today. So like, you know, just to ask, I'll probably like talk about it. I've been nerd sniped a lot today, so just saying. My mind never seen top programming before. Yeah, well, listen, you know, I try to be humble, but honestly, when people are just like, are you not blown away? I mean, look at this. I take an entity list and then I return length -1 to get the index of the last entity, like a last index of the array. Come on. And I'm using a uint16 array. When was the last time you saw a uint16 array in JavaScript? Never. Only Gandalf level users, programmers I mean, program this way. Gandalf level. You remember. Also, it's cool to have you here. I don't know how you got here, but if you're here for even a second. Yeah, only on HBO, says Jordan from Twitch. Okay. He probably left. I think he just left. I think he literally said, yeah, I'm peacing out. This is not top level programming. What the hell is this? And he peaced out. It's fine. It's fine. Nice. I can't comprehend anything, says Chris. Crispy, I'm glad you were here for at all. Thank you. Yeah. Memories of my precious have been triggered. Yeah, but I'm no Golem. Okay, this isn't Golem code. This is Gandalf code. And Crispy can now confirm. I now have another viewer who can confirm that this is Gandalf level code. Okay, so I've got a uint16 array that is actually doing what I want it to do. That means, technically speaking, since I haven't set an index, and the index of my main player is 0, and my entity list is also 0, what I should be able to do, hang on, is when I click this, is do something like give my main player some beefy HP, yo. Some beefy HP. And I want to give it the original position. So let me get that because I don't know what... Oh, of course. Ignore that. That didn't happen. 1 in 12. Okay. Go away. Okay, now... if I run the editor, I generate my entity, then I interject, which I probably want to do like some kind of console, but for now that's fine. Okay, and then once I've got that, what is... Can you... Of course I've hidden away. Stupid health. Because I'm a chump. Oh, there we go. 20. Nice. I have yeah, Crispy can confirm. But look, actually, this is actually pretty cool. So what I've actually done here is I've retained... Here, let me take... Actually, yeah, this is a good test. Can I take out editor mode? Ah, stupid editor block. Here, let me just quickly get rid of it. No, query selector all. I'm gonna get rid of these stupid blocks. And then... I should write a function for this, but holy crap, I got it wrong. Why? No, you should... Oh, because I'm iterating D. See, you know, sometime that didn't happen either. Okay, there we go. Okay, that shows 20. Look at that. Okay, so that's great. So then all I really need to do is go override data mode is equal to false. And it's back down to 10, which is the original state. Look at... Guys, this is pretty cool. So I can override the current state of my WebAssembly data in my game, and then make adaptations. I can make like mods, whatever. I can change stuff, play the game with that on. Look at that. And keep my WebAssembly state untouched. Untouched. Which means I can always go back to the original. So I can implement a mod, I can test it out, and if I don't like it, just go back to the original, implement a new mod. That's great for entities because entities are just an array of 3. For world data, that gets a touch more pricey. Just a touch more pricey. But this is an imperfect solution. You can see I had to let me before I lose track of that little thing I made to clear the editor blocks, I should just grab it and make a function out of it so I never have to do it again. I'll call it clear editor blocks for now. Who cares? Okay. There we go. So that's great. That means that that's great. Okay, this is really cool. I'm really digging this. I do have to... This editor UI is like... I'm not an artist or a designer. I think you can tell. I don't know if you can tell, guys, but I'm not an artist or a designer. I don't know if you can tell. Honestly, it might be hard for you to tell. Because I'm... As on top of being a Giga Chad programmer, which Crispy, if he's still there, can confirm, I am a Giga Chad designer. Yeah, Jordan, looks like my stuff. You mean like Giga Chad artist. Giga Chad design, right, Jordan? That's what you mean, right? like Gandalf level Giga Chad. Nothing can compete. Right? Right. Looks like you're hacking all my non-existent Bitcoin at the blockchain. I literally just I just took your Bitcoin and laid it out on a grid, and just I'm attacking each one individually. And you know, like when I do, let's make sure. Wait, did I refresh the page? No, I didn't. Look, so when I come up to here and I attack this grid, okay, Crispy, I'm literally attacking one of your chains or blocks or whatever you want to call it. Look, now it's 0. I've hacked it. I now own this block chain of yours. Got me. You got me. That's what's going on. Bussy owned and confirmed. Yeah, I know. Right? Stop it, leave my Bitcoin alone. Listen, Crispy. You took a risk on this channel. On whatever the hell it is I'm doing here. And the risk is not paying off for you. Your Bitcoin are belong to me. Okay, this is really cool, actually. I didn't expect it to work this well with some stupid hacky code I put together. But now I can clean up this code and, generally speaking, implement this a lot better. Can I do it with world data? Because if I can do it with world data, I have every piece of data that I currently am using sorted out this way. I can edit it. But, like, I know I can. The problem is that it's actually quite complicated. And I haven't, you know what, honestly, I haven't even sorted out how I override existing entity indexes. I just got, I kind of got a little bit lucky here, because in my WebAssembly, the entity index of my main player is 0, and I don't account for that in this JavaScript array. So I just have a brand new array. I generate it. I generate an array of entity data, and then I put it into this entities list array, which also happens to have an entity index of 0 because it starts off empty. So it makes it really easy to just interject the get entity call wherever the heck it is here. I am blind. Here. Makes it easy because I just know it's going to be 0. But in reality, what I need to be doing is clicking. I already have the click. I have click targets, and I can pull out the entity ID. Then I need a UI to make an adjustment, like an editor UI to make like an adjustment to the data. And then I need to save it in the same entity index as the WebAssembly in order for the override to work properly. So if I click on this red one, which is an NPC, its entity index is 1. Okay, honestly, that actually doesn't sound so bad. That doesn't sound so bad. I think I've got this under control. It's the world one I'm concerned about now. Believe in Yourself from YouTube says, I have observed that luck is a product of focused effort applied over time. The amount of luck proportional to the energy expended. Yes, I would agree with that pretty much wholeheartedly. There is some amount of luck you can't expect or prepare for. Like, sometimes it just happens. But even then, there's a lot of preparation and time and focus and effort that you could put into it. I'm hoping that some of that effort pays off here for myself and for anybody who's watching who might maybe benefit. Crispy says, so luck is work. You know, I actually think what happens is that if you put effort into something over time, what you're doing is you're preparing yourself for when something lucky happens to you to maximize that luck. Because when you're talking about luck, there's an implication there of some randomness. And if something happens randomly to you, like an opportunity opens up, hopefully you've put in enough effort in the right places that when it presents itself, you're ready to grab it. So I think it's more like you're prepared for luck to hit you rather than luck is work. It's more like you're not going to maximize the luck you do get without work. Hopefully I said that right. Jordan, what do you think was good about Temple OS? I don't know anything about Temple OS. I know nothing about Temple OS. My teacher said I should be careful not to end up like Terry. Like Terry. I don't know. I don't know what these words. I mean, I've heard Temple OS. Like, I've read it on an X feed somewhere. It's popped up here and there. But I don't know who Terry is, and I don't know what Temple OS is. I wish I did, so that I could be more informative to you and present you with better answers. But unfortunately, I don't. Pareto principle, or am I going insane? Yeah, the Pareto principle. Yeah, you know what? It's this thing. That's what you're talking about. The Pareto principle. Which is... see if I can find a better... here, images. Dementia. Okay, so you're talking about this thing, which is the amount of effort versus the amount of result you get for that effort. Now, this is a pretty static view, in my opinion, of effort to result. What this doesn't account for is time and what we're talking about, luck. Sometimes luck is just luck. It's just something random that happened. You didn't have any control over it, and it becomes available to you. So, yeah. Holy crap. Chat's coming in. Let me see here. Tal, a very smart guy, sadly had schizophrenia, which made him say very interesting things, which is why he went viral. But he made his own OS and programming language from scratch, which is quite impressive. He passed away a few years ago. Well, that's sad, Terry. Pareto principle is not valuable information to know about, except that you can shift your perspective to notice this pattern, and any perspective can show you a different pattern. True, yes. I suppose I would say that the Pareto principle tends to have a static view of something static in time. When you are in the moment, the amount of effort and the amount of result can have a comparative effect. Something along those lines. Believe in yourself. Luck is a byproduct of working towards a precisely defined vision. A vision big enough for the dreams off everyone whose help you will need to bring your vision to fruition. Okay, I would argue that it is entirely a possibility that you could have something lucky happen to you that has nothing to do with anything. It's a surprise. As a matter of fact, I have met more people who have landed on something huge and successful by surprise, unwittingly, as opposed to on purpose. However, there is still a massive amount of truth in what you're saying. You work towards something and it opens up the doors to other things, a lot of which might be surprises to you. It might feel like luck when it hits you. And you work hard enough, you can be prepared for those surprises to maximize them. Have you read Nicholas Nassim Taleb? I have not, no. Who's that? Would you recommend that to me, Crispy? I'm not sure. Jordan, there's business people that think the Pareto principle is very interesting, want to get rid of the 20% after finding out, but there are consequences. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can get rid of the 20% without any consequences. I think you're right, Jordan. Yeah. I think there is a set amount of work any set amount of results, and sometimes that can, that you need both fully. The Pareto principle, this is observing a process and finding which portion of the effort brings the greatest profit. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's interesting. I'd be interested in some information on that. I'd definitely be interested in, oops, I'm sorry if that was really loud in the mic. I have clumsy hands. I get paid to code with these clumsy hands. I would recommend him up to a point. Okay, fair enough, Crispy. Fair enough. Yep, fair enough. I'm not even going to repeat what the Shy Puppet says because he's a degen. Degen. Absolute degen. I gotta check something over on my super secret UI. Get content by name does not exist. What? It's good advice, Crispy. Use a wasp to get the bee out of your bum. I gotta check on a bug here. Oh, you know what? I know why. I know why. I did not handle this correctly. I guess it has to be like this. Oh, that's super annoying. But, I guess this is all I can do. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, whoa. I'm going to random streams and saying that. Yeah. Save the cheerleader, save the world, yep. Yeah. Now, I want to subscribe even though I am a slow boy, yeah. Look, man, you don't have to subscribe. I don't expect anything. I'm just happy that there's anybody here who feels like there's any benefit at all to watching me do a bunch of this insane stuff that I'm doing that most people will give you twisted sideways looks about. So, you do you. You do you. $32. Yeah, gotta do wherever this is. Founder savings, which is here. I'm doing a little bit of Laravel PHP HTMX right now, in case because I'm short minor break to fix a bug at work. What am I doing wrong? Jeez. Founder savings index. And where the heck are you getting your pricing modal from? Modal pricing. Sure. Let's join secret, whatever. Oh, is it this guy? Oh. Jordan, is it normal to mix JavaScript and PHP? Yeah, I mean, PHP literally is just a hypertext templating language. That's what it was originally created for HTML templating, which means, yes, that you can mix JavaScript with it. It's not unusual. Pretty much since its conception, it was built such that it could do that. So yeah. This is really strange that I'm told I don't have a variable called 6-month stripe, but I'm literally looking at 6-month stripe. And yeah, I think what I'm going to do I'm going to do some straightforward debugging and then go to my super secret UI that I cannot show. And I'll let that go. And then I will jump back to some video game action. Okay, so I can do the same thing. I can generate a world array. Since it's easier to deal with new arrays than existing ones, and I only have one world, so generate world array. What would it be? I guess it'd be XY coordinates. No, it'd be width height with layers, which right now are a static number, which are a static set of layers of 3. So just width, height, then layer equals 0. Int 16 array. There we go. I don't know. Let's call it new world. And oh, right. +2 for an offset. What are you doing, Copilot? Oh, you're setting it. I see. Copilot is setting it for me. Hey, that's great. So for I equals 2, which is the offset number, because I store width and height in the first 2 parameters, go through new world length. No, I don't want I+3. I literally just want this and this. Simple and straightforward. This dot worlds list dot push world. Okay. Let me check my super secret UI here. See how that went. Yeah, that's gonna error out. Oh no. Oh no. I have quite sufficiently. Oh, support. That's what I'm missing. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, so then in my thing here, I've generated the world. Yeah, that's great, that's great, that's great. Now what I want is to do a stupid on click equals editor dot generate world array width and height. Let's just say we do like a 5 by 5. Yep. Generate new world. When compiler writers add the optimization x++ over ++x, it must feel weird because you're creating complex code to do something this simple that people could start doing. Yeah, and I prefer ++x because there was some actual study I read sometime a long time ago that I cannot find. I mean, I'm sure I could find it if I spent enough time, but it showed that there's a small performance gain if you put the ++ first, then the variable. I can't remember the reason why either, but there was some reason for that. So I've always gone with that since. I should just prove it out myself, honestly. So generate world array, good to go. I would like to push this out so I know. I would also... Yeah, okay. Oh, I did it again. Yeah. There we go. All right. Now if I do that and I set the override data mode on, then what should happen is the world should go from 4 columns, 20 rows. Crap. There we go. Sort of. A little bit, but not quite. Oh. It did work. It's just that I finished too early. I swear it never happens. Okay? Never happens. I just finished a little bit early with that console log. Okay? Just relax. So if I go, what, save? There's the A test. Now, I have not done editor override data mode. Jordan, because if RSI equals ADR of counter, you can do inc RSI instead of move RDI RSI inc RDI. Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're saying. So you're saying 1 and sometimes 2 instructions that way. Saving 2. Yeah, I think you're right, Jordan. Crispy Spear, I hope you're not programming some killer AI that's going to exterminate me in my sleep. Why would I do that? Why would I exterminate you when I could just continue to let you work while I take your blockchain money? It's just free money. Okay? Why would I let it... Why? Yeah. No. Just... You can keep going. Keep making the blockchain money and I just keep taking it. Get current world data. which means I have to write a function for the layer. Ugh. Ugh. I do not like this, but I guess I have to. And editor dot worlds list. I guess just go 0. There's only one. Okay. If I'm going to do this, offset plus, wait, offset plus X, I think. Something like this. Something like, oh geez. What have I done? Believe it or not, I don't know. Var offset. Oh, so sometimes I swear. All right. Let me just check my production logs on my work stuff here. See what's going on. Yes, I know that I don't have that. I know that I don't have that. Oh boy. You know, I hate it when logs give you a whole bunch of information and all of it is meaningless. There's like so much information here and it's all meaningless. Oh boy. Okay, let me... Okay, first of all, let me see if I got this right, as I'm multitasking like a beast here. Let me see what render world and DOM is. Start at, oh, I see. Nah, just do this. Anything change? No? So that's weird. I mean, we definitely have oh, I need these too. I don't need size view. I need whatever that is. And update, I need to trap update viewport data. That's what it is. Yeah. And update viewport data is it's basically filling in the viewport based on the world. Oof. I've now hit some complexity. Why do you think Rust failed? It's community. as particularly the leaders of the community. All it takes is a few bad decisions. I think people would argue that it hasn't failed. Okay, let me go back here and see what's going on here. This definitely, absolutely ran. %. It ran. I think I see my problem now. I wrapped it. Okay, so let me deploy that and then I'll do some more zig. Oops. All right, back to zig. Seems like Lisp has too much liberty. People say it's hard to read. You don't know what to expect. It's interesting for solo projects, but hell in teams. I don't know too much about that. Jblo said Lisp had code execution without compilation, but there's other ways to transparently execute code without delay. That's true, there is. I suppose there is, yeah. So yeah, I don't know what... I don't know where... Yeah, there's a cutoff line, for sure. Okay, so... What? Whoa. What are you doing? Windows is drunk and needs to go home. Where's the other one? Here. Yes, maybe it would be better if I did... Can you really not do... Huh. I thought... No, then it locks it. Oh, I thought there was a way to do top and bottom, but I guess not. That's okay. I'll just do this and this for now, because I just need to have both open for a little while. I'll go back to it later. Okay, so I essentially need to recreate whatever this is as JavaScript. I need to update my viewport and interject. Get viewport data. Yeah. So I would have to do something like of our viewport data is equal to null if editor and editor dot override, and we have a world, then yes, otherwise tackle it like this and return it as appropriate, and then this can go out of here. Now I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say editor viewport data is going to get filled up. And when we generate whatever world it is, we're just going to take the worlds list 0, and we're going to fill world array. Yeah, we're going to fill the viewport data. Okay, now I'm starting to question what I'm doing here. Because if my editor is essentially recreating all the stuff that my Zig WebAssembly code is doing, that's kind of a problem. Oh man, what's this? I should be able to just handle my rendering with my WebAssembly code, but pass in like fake data to it and not worry about it. Might be worth refactoring your editor to make calls to Zig. That's what I'm thinking. And which I think ultimately means that I need to refactor my Zig code. Because in here, I need to be able to call... Where's... update? Yeah, I need to be able to call this, update viewport data, but I want my viewport data... No, sorry, I want my current world data to be whatever is in... Oh, okay. Well, then maybe I could just do this. I can pass it in as a parameter. Yeah, I can just pass it in as a parameter, and then I can just deal with it in here. Yeah, and then if I pass no parameter, I just deal with the current world data. So I still get to keep my static data. And then I would just do an if-else branch. If I've passed in a value, like my uint16 array from JavaScript, use that. If not, just use whatever the static data is in my compiled version. I could do that. Jen, yeah. Crispy, this is above my welfare scale. Yeah. So, okay, so then the question then becomes for me, how do I set this up? So, like, I know you could do, like, let's just call it something like modded, I don't know. Let's just call it, like, who cares? Let's just call it modded world, right? Now, I know I can do, like, a U16 array here, like, something like that. But what if it's null? Is that really it? I just don't know exactly how that works in Zig. Okay, so now I have to change. Okay, if modded world equals null. Let's just see if this works, because then what should happen is this should run if I pass nothing. So like when I compile it, first of all, will this compile? Second of all, when I compile this, if I just do nothing, it should render like the way it does now. In other words, this should be a non-breaking change if I've done this correctly. What should break, if I'm right, is when I actually go to use modded world, it should blow up. So let's try. Jen, would passing in an empty array be enough to know you should fall back, or is an empty array valid? Valid here? Actually, that's a good question. That's a damn good question. Okay, one step at a time. Let's see if this even builds. It will not build. It will not build because I need modded world to be... We don't know what the size of the array is. This is the problem. It could be anything. I think what we can do is we can go like that. Comparison of function. Comparison of U16 with null. Can we just go... I think you, Jen, you might be right. Let's say... I don't know if this is right. Does not support field access. Okay. Chat Geppetto. Mr. Geppetto. To WebAssembly, which accepts an optional parameter that could be null or not passed, or could be an array of U16. Let's see. Is it really that? Is it really this? Good night, Crispy. Thanks for hanging around. I appreciate it a lot. Hopefully I see you again. Otherwise, have a great night either way. I guess. So I guess then you could just go, if this even is anything. Let's see if this builds. No. Expected type bool found whatever. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem right. Let's go look at the Zig documentation, because I think Mr. Chat Geppetto is only up to like 0.9. Optionals. Optional integer. Could be I32 or null. Well. Can I just do this? Nice. Okay, so... Do I just literally pass null? That built. Alright. Now the question is, have I completely broken... have I completely broken this? I haven't! Look at that. Alright, so we're off to a good start. Alright, that means then... this will be great if this works this way. Then it means that I could actually make changes like this. I can make changes like this to a number of places. Maybe. It does open up some possibilities. It does open up some possibilities if I want to use them. In Zig, you can only pass true or false to if null is not equal to false in Zig. Got it. I kind of figured that when I read the documentation and it told me where the heck? It told me the variable optional int could be an I32 or null. That's either true or null, not really true or false, right? And that's why I was complaining about a Boolean. So I could kind of infer from the compiler and the documentation together. So setting it to null makes sense, but yeah. So now at this point, I'm going to do like really ugly. Again, I do a lot of things imperfectly just to like move forward and prove that the concepts work. I'm really sorry because I know it's ugly. So what I need to do is I basically need to take modded world and replace it. And I think I can just, it's just an array. I think I'm just going to take it slow and think about this. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that I can just do this. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's see if this builds. That does not support indexing. Crap. It's got to be a slice. It's got to be an array, slice, tuple, or vector. So I probably need to do a conversion. I'm heading out. Have a great night. Good luck making more progress. Thank you, Jen. Man, it's been such a great stream today. Thank you, Jen. You've been awesome. It's been fun to chat with you. I hope I get to see you again and talk to you some more. I'm going to try and stream as much as I can. Thanks for being here and helping with some of this Zig stuff too. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you just do dot iterate? Oh, thanks, Jen. I will hopefully see you soon. So iterate, eh? Modded worlds. Like, are you talking about like like this maybe? Like, what is it? Let me check iterate. Let me just look at the documentation. Oh, so you want me to actually do like a loop? I could do it. The problem is there is no problem with that. There's actually no problem with that. Let's do... So I guess it would be, I would do a for loop, and I would just literally grab the first index. I guess I would do the first one would be width, and the second one would be height. Let's just initialize them. I can't remember if I have to like set their types and what, but we'll do one thing at a time. So we'll just go for modded world, and I'm gonna go. I think you can just go like 0 to what, 2? I only need the first 2, honestly. No. Yes. Oh, I'm so confused. I'm getting myself... Okay. Hang on. Let me just... I gotta check something on with my daughter. Yes, live streaming is therapeutic. Hold the line. Okay. We're good. All right. So if I'm gonna do this, value I, and then that's it. Then I can replace all the instances of whatever this is with width. Oh yeah, I better be careful here. Width, and then this can be okay. This is going to be, wow, that, yep. Viewport size. This is also going to be width. Oh yeah, I guess it is going to be width. All right. Cool. Let's see if this builds. Of course it doesn't build because I have to set the type, which is fortunately quite the easy fix. It's not indexable and not a range. Son of a... It's okay, Del. I know, right? Zig.guide. I think I actually have it up. Oh, wait. Do I have it up here? I have it up here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, it's this type. It's this type. So it's optional. Hey, Austin. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Yeah, it's an optional and then a pointer to an array of an undefined size. Basically. And then it's saying down here, the latest one, it's not indexable and not a range, which I suppose is true because it's an undefined size. Right? Like, and I can't really do much of... Yeah, unable to infer array size. It wants it. I could try doing this, but nope. Nope. So I think I have to convert this. I either have to pass in a different type in here, or I have to try and convert it. As an array list, I know. Maybe just use it. I know, but the whole problem with this. Oh, somebody just followed. Christopher. Hey, whoever you are. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it a lot. Like, that's crazy that anybody would want to follow me. I got so many today. I'm so grateful, like, to everyone. Holy crap. I wasn't expecting this today. I wasn't even sure I was going to stream today. Holy crap, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, I mean, here's the problem, Del. I know what I'm about to say. It's going to sound kind of stupid, but I'm really trying hard to stick to, you know, these principles, right? So I don't want to have a dynamic array. The reason why I don't want to have a dynamic array is because I don't necessarily want the editor to be able to just create an infinite block of data, like an insane block of data. If I can avoid it. I know I can set limits on my JavaScript, like I can make it so when I generate the world. Yeah, I've been using Rust, yeah. Listen, Del, get out of here with your Rust talk. It sucks! So, Del, I think you're right. I think that this is the correct way, but that doesn't make it something I can iterate over, like an indexable or whatever. Like if I put the watch, I'm gonna see what. Sky's the limit. I do, man. I do. I lurk a lot. There's a reason. There's stuff happening in a good way. And I have to pay attention to other things for a while. But don't worry, I'm still there. No. Try expect. Ooh, Del coming in hot. Del coming in hot. Okay. Yeah, Sky, don't worry, man. There's a lot of stuff happening in positive ways. I just gotta tackle some stuff. Okay, Del, let me just read it because I like reading stuff before I put him in to try and understand what's going on. Expect a type of slice pointer to an I32, and then you would try a type of slice I32. Oh, you just I see, you copied it twice, that's all. Oh no, 0. Pointer 0. You didn't copy it twice. Let me see what I can do. So it would be this. And let me pull up the link that you sent me, line 20. Line 28. TOC slice. Why didn't that take me to TOC slices? Oh, it did. But there we go. Line 20. No, wait. Type of. Oh, okay, here. Using the address of operator on a slice gives a single. Sorry, I read 20, but 28. My bad. Using the address of operator on a slice gives a single item pointer, while using the pointer field gives a many item pointer. I see. Okay, so what I could do oh, I see. All right. Of course. You know what? That makes a ton of sense actually. Now that you've shown me that, now it's clicked. I think that's absolutely right. Yeah, it's an assert to demonstrate what it is. That's right. So what I can do is I can take this out and I can literally point to it. Right? So even Copilot gets it now. So yeah. So first of all, does this build? Crap. Oh, because this isn't a pointer. Crap again. Okay. Screw this. I need to unwrap it first. I would like to figure out what this is. because this might come in handy later. So if I can figure it out, I would like to, but also... Oh, I see. Optionals. Let's see. Optional type, question mark, yada yada, const b equals a or else unreachable. Optional whatever, another variable could be whatever. This means unwrap it if you failed then crashed. So it'd be like this is what we want right here. And then or else. Optional pointers. Pointer and a dot. Okay, so I think, okay, here, look, there's an easy way out. An easy way out is I'm only looking for width height, right? I could just pass in width height instead of the whole array. But I would like to figure this out because I might need this. Optional type dot. That's how you unwrap it. I was kind of looking at this right here, and I was thinking the same thing. The dot means unwrap or crash. It's short for or else unreachable. Yeah. So if okay, let's just say I was to do that. I suppose what I would do is I'd do like, whoops. I'd want to put in a pointer. I don't know, whatever. And I'd want to like point it to modded world. This is still whatever. That's fine for now. Okay, and then if I wanted to reference the whatever I want to do on unwrapped, oof, I don't know actually. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. What if I... No? What if I went like this? Like that. It still won't do it because it doesn't support indexing. That's not going to help, and this probably won't help either. Yeah, I think we're onto something here, but this is not panning out the way I would like it to. Optional pointers are the same size as normal pointers because the pointer value 0 uses the null. I mean, I could cast it, I suppose. I'd want to try to avoid using the array list. Optional foo, do something with foo. So it's not, this isn't what we want. I don't think we want coercion. I'm pretty sure we probably don't want to cast it. Yeah, Jordan. Yeah. Pointers coerce to const optional pointers. Do they? Oh. 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 Could it be? Must have a known result type. Yeah, the known result type would be U16. It freaking doesn't support indexing. I mean, I suppose that technically I think there's some kind of like a... Yeah, no. That's not it. Okay. Now I have been challenged to the point where I must resolve this. How the hell? There, it's here. I know it's here somewhere. Const you wait to an array, then oh, then you would just reference it like that. So you'd go like this, and then whatever this is. Well, actually, I guess you could keep the U16 because that's the value we're expecting. Haha! Now we're getting somewhere. Can we... I think I understand. Yeah, I think I understand why. Index syntax. Yeah, so, okay. So if we point to it, boom. Boom. All right. As awkward as that is, I'm really glad. Okay, let's actually see. if this worked correctly, then nothing should have broken. Right? I should just be able to reload the page, and yeah, everything's great. Oh, boom. All right. Holy crap. That's actually a huge win, because I could just pass in the width and the height, which I probably should do if I'm going to keep this lean, because I don't need to pass in the whole damn array. But I'm glad that we got it sorted out. So now in order to test this, what I should do, yeah, that's fine, viewport data. And then I don't want to fill the viewport data, right? I don't want to fill the viewport data. What I would rather do is when I call update viewport data like this. I actually don't need this either, technically. Let me just keep it here for a second. Okay, so yeah, I want to do this. Then I want to go like this. Then, sure, we'll just console log it out. What did you do, Dell? I'll check it in a second, Dell. I think somehow I already figured it out, but I want to see what you came up with. Sure, let's do that. Okay, let's see. Oh, there you go. Okay, better link. Cool. So let's see what, yeah, so you've got, I figured it out, but I think you did as well. Zig is confusing it is confusing sometimes, but I'm super glad. Yeah, okay, perfect. That is pretty much exactly what I'm doing. You know what? I could even take the const out for me. I don't necessarily need the const, but I kind of like having... So yeah, so look what you did, right? And then look what I did. So I have a const here. I think I kind of like the const because it means that this cannot be like altered. It's like it's an immutable memory block. And then what I did is I set a pointer here. Kind of like what you did. And I mean, could I take this? I don't know if zero is actually correct here, because yeah. Okay, let's just try with zero. Shy, hey, I remember you on YouTube. How are you doing? Okay, I'm gonna try with zero here and see if this even works. So, because I actually have a feeling it won't work. Okay, so I'm gonna get the viewport data. When I go to get the viewport data. No, when I go to update the viewport data, I want to pass in my worlds list if I've generated it. This means that I actually do not need to worry about an if-else statement here. I can get rid of this. Get viewport data will just be get viewport data, but update viewport data will be update viewport data. Okay, let's build. Refresh. So I'm going to generate a new world. And then I'm going to do whatever the heck this is. And then I can't remember if I have to run it before or after, but who cares? Let's just run it. Damn. So I absolutely have that. I feel like I didn't do something right with the editor. Let me just double check. So I have to generate world, then I have to hit save, then I have to update the world. Yeah, I did it right. I definitely did it right. So you do this, you generate the world, you hit save, it overrides it. Then you want to update the viewport data. Is there a console output for this? There is, but let me just make sure I trigger editor mode. I mean, I could just manually do it just to make sure that it actually runs. Whoa, what did I do? Oh, the menu. Huh. No. Now, if I run get viewport data, what's it gonna, yeah, it's gonna return to me this. Oh. No, that's the only time I'm calling it, so that's not an issue. Am I calling update viewport data somewhere else weird? Only during the initialization. Am I calling it anywhere else weird here? I am. And when I move the entity, when I set the camera position, but I'm literally, yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. This, yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. Stuff like std, debug, print, any type of is super useful with Zig, just to be able to see what the hell something is you're trying to unpack, work with. Easy to get lost in all the unpacking and dereferencing steps. You know what? I don't think it prints it out when you compile to WebAssembly. I think that's the problem. Like, if I just go, like print, and then, what would I do? Sure. If I just should be in debug log. Expected 2 arguments. Yeah, it won't work here. Right. Yeah, yeah, print is the dot. Yeah, but I know it won't work, because when you're compiling to WebAssembly, it's not going to pull in the OS system stuff in full. Like, I don't think there's a link. Like, I don't think the thing is linked in WebAssembly. Like, WebAssembly, Zig log to std, something like this. I don't think this is gonna work. Like, even here, I'm not sure. These are just types. What's writer? I have no idea what writer is. Write byte, print. What is all this? Oh, I see. It writes to the output. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to print like to the output. You have to pass like a return function essentially with whatever value you want to do. So like I've had to do things where like I run a test. Hey, yeah. Mr. Chat Geppetto. Mr. Chat Geppetto. I mean, I could, and then you would define it, and then you'd run it. I could. Okay, you know what? I was hoping not to pull in anything from JavaScript into my WebAssembly, but Alright. Alright. Okay, we're gonna do it, alright? We're gonna do this because this is... it does seem a bit crazy. That's why I didn't want to do it, right? Like, you know what I've been doing? I've literally been... on certain functions that I would like to figure out what's going on, I've literally been doing, like, checks on variables and whatnot, and then returning a U16 integer type. Just a simple U16. And depending on the return value, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever, it would tell me where I got in my set of checks in that function. And then I would check it. But. Oh, I bet you have seen this one. Yep, I have seen this one. Yeah, I have seen this one. Okay, this has decent info on importing JS. I only want to import the one thing. And I'll reference it if I have to. I only want my debug print. Like ideally I can also kind of get rid of this, but I understand why it's there. Honestly, I would rather just spit out integers as return values to determine my error states or whatever. But here's what we're gonna do. We need to define the import object here. Sure. It shows an example for print exactly, but yeah, this is an interesting environment. Yeah, I mean, extern functions have no body? Excuse me, what? I suppose... Now I have to go look at this stupid thing. Sorry for the flashing, blinding light. Yeah, extern. Oh, it's extern FN. Right. I don't think pub. I don't think. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. Maybe it's just this whole thing. Maybe I just got to do extern. No, that still ain't it. Oh, duh. It's telling me exactly what I need to know. It doesn't have a freaking body. Yeah, I don't have a body on this. Oh, okay, let's... Is there a return that I need to put on it? Extern fn print AI32? No, this is fine. This is fine. Extern fn. Maybe I've got to do... Nope. This makes no sense to me. I wonder why. Expected return type, expression found, whatever. So, on the one hand, Zig is saying, hey, you can't have a body. Then when I don't have a body, it's saying, hey, you need a return type. Void? No. No, something's not right here. And this is why I hate dealing with the strings here between JavaScript and WebAssembly. This is very frustrating. Let me just check something here. Just gotta check something for work here. Yeah. I figured it out. Scroll up on page. Okay, hang on. Let me start. Okay, here, and then modified previous source from step 1. You both declare and externate? Add 2. Wait, but the only declaration... Oh, I see. So you use it inside. Never mind, it's 5 a.m. I'm just wrong. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this junk. Because it's not working. there's probably something really simple we're missing with the viewport data. And it's probably something to do with when we set the viewport data. Like when we run update viewport data. I can at least confirm that updating the viewport data is working correctly. If I go generate new world and then I hit save, then I run, let's say this guy. Or even this guy. Yeah. Like, it, you know, editor mode tells me that I'm passing the world list. That's fine. So then what I could do, I already have a clue here in that, yeah, let's get rid of this. In that, the fact that I'm getting such a large array back tells me that it's hitting this in here, right? So what I could do is exactly what I was saying. So I'll return 69 here, and I'll return 420 here. Right. And value of type U16 ignored. Oh, I see. Yeah. Update viewport. Yeah. We just go like this. Yes. Okay. So now if I do it, it says 420. Right. I want to see 69. And instead I get 420. So that means that for whatever reason, yeah, 69, 420, exactly. That means that for whatever reason, the array that I'm passing in to here is not being registered as a valid array. Like if I go editor worlds list, yeah, I mean that's a valid array. It's a uint 16 array. There's nothing wrong with this. This is what I expect to see. What if I just do a single get viewport data, editor mode 420. Okay, that's fine. So now if I wanted to just like manually like, let's run it. Let's just go like hard manual. See, it's not reading the parameter. That's our problem. So maybe it does have something to do with this. Let's do it again. We'll generate the world. We'll do whatever, set it. Yeah. And then we'll go like this, 420. Yeah, 11 in chat. That's like 11 more than I usually get. That is a huge percentage increase for me. Imagine that. So for some reason, it's saying that this is null. Like it's detecting that this is null. Okay, So the problem could be that I'm not... Ah, son of a... Could it really be this simple? No, still 420. Update viewport data, right? Yeah. Let's just make sure. Let's just like be super verbose. 420. Yeah, well, I'm kind of doing some coding. Basically trying to help other people learn coding by doing stuff on my own, doing my own projects. So if people are interested in me, like how I make a video game, then, you know, maybe people will learn something. Let's see what... Why does whatever always end up being null? Let's just see. I don't know, man. Maybe it'll get good, maybe not. Modded world is not explicit. It will have null. If it's passed an array of 16, then it will not be null. The code will not. Instead, it will return for 20 only if it's explicitly. To ensure it's not null, you should check the calling code. Make sure. What if I'm calling this from a JavaScript via webassembly? I bet you Chat Geppetto will say, "Herpaderp, you're gonna be just fine." Ew. It did node. Ew. So that'll print 420. No, do browser JavaScript, not node. Silly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Kinda. Array pointer? Array view? Set the array? Update to the pointer? Am I missing all this crap? Holy crap. Do I really have to generate a freaking memory block out of my WebAssembly and then pass it? I don't want to do that. Ah. I really don't want to do that. I really do not want to be generating a memory block. Then I might as well use an array list, which is the whole point of not doing this in the first damn place. Yeah, grab a beer. Holy crap. I don't want to do this. Everything I've seen about WASM smells of pain. I know. Okay, look. Okay, Dell, to be fair, I kind of screwed myself because I said I'm going to do this. My word means something. I'm going to do this. Now, fortunately, I have provided myself an escape hatch. Okay, so let's go back a bit. I'll show you my escape hatch. Don't need this. Okay. Literally, my escape hatch is this, and I'll show you why, Del. Okay, so when I'm actually okay, so look, here's what I'm doing. I thought about this kind of in advance, and then I was just trying to see how far I could take it with this. Check this out, all right? Oh, I gotta build it. Unused local variable? Really? Is it really unused? Do I not use... let me do a quick check. Maybe I don't use it. No, I use it right here. Yeah, I need it right here. Silly. Probably because yeah. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be W width. Yeah. And then we can take this out. And we can go height. Yeah. Okay, build. Oh, crap. I need to every little time. Don't worry. Just little death by 1,000 paper cuts. This will be an optional. And this will be an optional. You've got to be kidding me. Gotta be joking. I thought I had a really easy escape hatch. It's not allowed in a function with calling convention C. Only pointer-like optionals are extern compatible. No, sorry. It should be stars, not ampersand. I found U16. Do you really want me to do like this? That's not gonna work. I know you're gonna freak out about something else next. I told you. Yeah. That's kind of okay though, because I could do as U16. Pointer cast. Nathan on YouTube. Just OS system shutdown. Just do let height equals height dot star. Oh, I see. Like where you like unwrap it. Yes, you might be right. So let's say we do like dereference. Cannot dereference to type. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, no, I got it. I think you're right. It's a dereference to the value itself. Yeah. So then the only question is, like, I guess, do you just do this then? Would that pass? Yeah, that passes. Okay, so there's a build. There's a build. Okay, so here's the deal. Fortunately. Okay, let me do a quick update. Let me update the reference. Should be width, height, update, viewport data. Now, these two can be null. And then what you can do is you can just pass in, because we're already storing the width and height here. No, it's got to be the first entry. Yeah, the first entry. Okay. So if I've done this right, okay, so first of all, no errors. Second of all, it renders exactly right. Third of all, the reason why I think this is a good escape hatch. So instead of having, so what I'm trying to do is I build up the viewport data as the available grids in my viewport. The viewport is the whole box, not just the center where everything's centered of the world. It's the entire viewport, the red border. Each one of those boxes in the viewport has a coordinate system that is consistent regardless of the camera and the world. You can see that the coordinates don't change in the viewport. Then what I do is I rebuild the viewport and I set a reference. After I figured out the padding of the world, like centering it if I need to, or unless the world is bigger than the width, the height, or both, right? Then I go through each entry in the viewport and I provide an index reference to the world data. So I don't actually need the entire world in my zig file to generate the viewport data. All I need to know is the width and height, and then I just run an index with whatever offsets I need for world, camera, padding, yada yada yada. And then when I call the viewport at coordinate 63, I'm going to look at world array index 13. So this prevents me from having to pass an entire world to generate the viewport. I just update the viewport based on world width height coordinates. And the assumption is that the viewport doesn't have to care whether my world is structured correctly. All it cares about is, do I have the right references? It's you better deal with your world. So if that's true, then I actually don't need to worry about this. Look at that. It absolutely, it changed it. The rendering is off, but that worked. It changed it. It absolutely changed it. So that being the case, then anytime that I want to get the viewport data, now I need to update this again and go, no, viewport data is fine. It's world that I want. When I want to go get the world, I have to interject myself here. Let's see if this is adequate. I don't think that worked. Let's see. so many console logs everywhere. So much cleanup. Yeah, editor mode world. Uh-huh. I mean, so far that looks correct. And then I probably need to do something like, let's go look at our renderer. We have current world size, which probably needs to be updated. And then we have... Okay. So just world data size. Current world size, I mean. Here, and then world size would be, sure. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Let's do it again. Oh, what did I screw up? What did I get wrong? 5x5, yada yada yada. World size, width, height. Let's make sure that I didn't mean to rebuild that. That's okay. Oof. Okay, 5x5. Yeah. It's still 5x5. It's still 5x5. Okay, so our world data is definitely... Our world data and our world size is definitely returning the right stuff. Let's just be like super sure of that. That's not really... And what I wanted to do is it... Somewhere in this render, somewhere over the rainbow. And the data... Okay, so get current world data does not seem to be returning the right set of data. Does that matter? No, because I'm actually not using it. What I'm using is get world. What does get world return to me? This thing. No, something's still... $75, yeah. $240. I don't think I did that right. Yeah, let me try this again. Just update the... and let's just run this and see what happens. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so then technically speaking, coordinate, whatever this is, get viewport data D. But none of these have a value. And they should have a value. Well, that's not going to work, is it? Why is the viewport data not generating values properly? I wonder if it's because I'm not actually initializing the viewport data correctly. That can be, that's really the only thing I can think of. This looks correct. This is not correct. This is absolutely not correct. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, so I think we have to work our way backwards. First, let's just make sure that we are actually passing. But we want to pass. 5 by 5. Okay, so it's in the zig. So the problem here is I am probably not passing in. A stupid thing. I think I have to allocate an array. No, I don't. I don't have to allocate an array. Hecker, hey, on YouTube. I am building a video game. in Zig WebAssembly. If that is of any interest to you. I can explain it a bit more. Perhaps. So I don't know if you have any background in programming, but here, let me. So I'm building a video game. I'm using Zig and compiling to WebAssembly, and then I'm just rendering it with just pure DOM. No canvas, no WebGL, no web GPU, no cheats like that. Trying to see how far I can push this. It's not easy. It's complicated. I did it on purpose. And I studied Java back in school, and I've been trying to learn Python. Yeah, so you probably get a few of the things that I'm doing in the background here. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, there we go. We got it, boys. We're back. We're back. Okay, so look, here's what I'm doing. You came at exactly the right time when I finished a problem that I've been working on for the last like few hours. So yeah, I'm writing some Zig code, and the Zig code contains the state of the game. My renderer is DOM HTML. Just straight up DOM HTML, which is crazy. Everybody thinks I'm crazy for doing it, but I want to see how far I can push it because I know DOM and HTML really well. And the idea is that the game state and, playing with the game does not need to depend on the renderer. So I could swap this out for text-based like MUD, terminal UI, whatever. Or I could use like OpenGL. I could use WebGL if I wanted to. I could use a desktop application. I could use whatever I want as my render. But all I have to do is reference the compiled Zig WebAssembly stuff for everything that goes on in my game. And as long as I have access to whatever's under the hood there, then the state of my game is consistent across any render. And then you could go 3D if you really wanted to. You could adapt this pretty easily, I would say, the state of the game. So the other thing that I'm trying to prove out here is that in general, the tech industry, just as a general rule, that not just programmers, but companies, managers, executives, all that, we've gotten ourselves into whatever you would call the opposite of the golden age of programming. And a part of that is because of the choices we've made, because of the abundance of hardware and all that stuff, all that good stuff. What I'm trying to do is prove by doing this that we vastly underutilize the amount of hardware and capabilities that our programming languages have these days. And we make poor choices. We don't really try hard enough to maximize our use of them. So I'm trying really hard. I've set like some really difficult guardrails for myself. Well, not guardrails, more like walls that I'm trying really hard not to cross, just to see how far I can push this. Just can I squeeze every little inch I can out of this? So yeah. So and then I'm building I'm building this game as a remake of an old Super Nintendo game called Uncharted Waters Horizons and New Horizons, and this is my favorite game of all time, just my personally. You have a fleet of ships. You have to build a fleet. You get captains. You can be a merchant. You can do trading. There's commerce. There's different goods at different ports depending on like the area of the world you're in. You can be a cartographer. You can be an explorer. You can be a pirate. There's a lot you can do. There's 6 characters. There's stories all across, and you can play all 6 individually, kind of like Octopath Traveler. So I'm remaking this, but I'm adding my own twist for a forever free-to-play game, doing it really hard and doing it in public to have proof that we vastly underutilize what's available to us. We've become lazy as an industry, and I want to set the bar higher, much higher. Hecker, it sucks when people say you can't do it a certain way, but nobody tries anymore. Yeah. And part of that is, I don't know if you know anything about front-end development in particular, but the front-end development landscape has become insane. Libraries like React or Vue, the TypeScript, the 700 different compile systems, node modules galore just to see if a number is even or odd. Like, it's all stupid. It's just stupid. It's It's actually insanity. It's more than stupid. And too often, everybody reaches for these things. It happens on the back end too, honestly. And I'm just trying to set the bar higher, and I'm just trying to prove that you can have your cake and eat it too. And it's been really hard, honestly. It's been really hard to get it this far. Honestly. I believe in yourself from YouTube says this line of reasoning increases the probability of experiencing good luck. I don't actually know about that. I feel like it does. I want to say yes, but I don't know about me personally. I don't know what it's going to do for me. And honestly, it's not really about what it'll do for me personally. I just want to prove to myself, regardless of what happens externally. And then as a close second, I want to help other people who might also be, interested in this way of thinking. Show them that they're not alone. That, I'm out here doing something a very difficult way. So Hecker, I know this doesn't look like much. Honestly, it really doesn't look like much. But it's my attempt, at trying to prove this out, that we should be doing better, and we can. So, yeah, thanks for being here. As long as you have, hopefully that makes sense. One thing it is doing is developing a stronger sense of discipline, a worthy endeavor. I appreciate that. And yes, I agree. Discipline is super important. Like, discipline is a freedom. If you have discipline, you have lots of freedom. Yeah, so Hecker, I hope that helps. I'm riding on a high because I feel like I just solved a big problem. And it was not easy. And Zig and WebAssembly got in my way the whole time. And I still did it. And I'm even a little bit more proud because I thought about something ahead of time. So Hecker, I don't know if you're still there, Hecker. If you are, I know a bit of Java, I know a bit of Python. If you have any questions, maybe I can help. Feel free to ask any questions. I've used Python professionally. I've used Java professionally for a few years on both ends. So, maybe there's a question you want to ask, and I'll see what I can do to help you out. But I mean, this is great. This is great. Okay, well, this is so freaking awesome that I got this far. Look, so I know it does. I know it does not look like much, but seriously, just being able to do this. So I've got a world, it's a 4x20. I inject a 5x5 world that does not go in it does not go in WebAssembly. I'm hands off. It's like a mod. It's like an on-demand layered mod. Let's see what actual functions do I need here. Just that. Damn, that's awesome. So it updated. The escape hatch I built for myself like 2 days ago paid off. I thought about it ahead and that feels really good, honestly. I'm going to toot my own horn a little bit. I thought about this. This is why I structured the viewport this way. That frickin' paid off. Because now I don't have to touch the WebAssembly world data. I can just have new world data on my JavaScript code, and it's like modding the game while continuing to play it. It's freaking awesome, man. Okay, let me catch up on chat a little bit. Hecker, my more professional experience was working on character rigging for a 3D software called Cinema 4D from Maxon. Dude, I know that one. You did, and rigging? Okay, Hecker, do you know Pirate Software? Dell, this is awesome. Yeah, Dell, you see what I did there? I feel like I couldn't figure out the stupid array thing and all that, but that's okay. My escape hatch was just have a second function, leave the regular viewport stuff alone, have a second function that absolutely needs, it's an editor viewport data, that absolutely needs width and height. So no optional crap, no pointers, just straight up give me the U16 values for width and height, generate the viewport data, and then interject appropriately as I continue going on. So this is like I'm kind of modding the game at this point with my own editor. That's insane. Hecker, I managed to get to character rigging levels, that of Autodesk Maya, when everyone just kept saying to just use Maya instead, but nobody ever tried to make use of Cinema 4D, which is pretty good, but kind of underground for animation. Yeah, dude. Hecker, tell me if you know Pirate Software, but if you don't know Pirate Software, I would highly recommend you find him on YouTube or Twitch or both or whatever. He has incredible video game streams. He's a game creator himself. One of the best. Worked at Blizzard. And he talks about how there are very few good riggers out there. Like nobody likes doing rigging in 3D. And there's a shortage of them. You have a skill that I think is on demand, if that's right. And I actually, based on some 3D stuff I've done, because one of my jobs is actually doing 3D for e-commerce platforms, I can't really talk too much about it. Rigging is like nobody wants to do that. That's incredible. That's incredible. Hecker, if you like I said, Pirate Software, I cannot shout him out enough. Definitely check him out. And let me know what you're doing. Like, let me know what you're up to. I'm curious. That's awesome. I got around rigging for about 6 years as a freelancer for Cinema 4D. That's great, man. So, like, you said you know Java. Now you're saying you know rigging, and you want to do Python. I mean, what are you doing right now? Mostly for cartoons that ended up in YouTube. That is not a small thing, man. That's great. Security guard. No way. You know, you gotta make ends meet somehow. Honestly. You do. And if that's, you know, if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do. So, like, you know, is your aspiration to, like, get into programming and maybe transition away from being a security guard? Is that kind of, like, the idea? Like, you know, and honestly, like, if you don't want to talk about it, just say, like, buzz off. You know, I'm just curious, seeing if there's something some advice maybe I can offer to help. Yeah, I got the security guard job, 12-hour shifts, but I get a chance to have my PC around and study things. I'm also staying because they got some surveillance software I'm very interested in. Wow. Okay, so you know what I'm picking up from you? You're someone who is generally interested in tech, and perhaps not a specific niche in tech. But you just have a general interest in it. I mean, you're off to a great start already. I don't know that you actually need any advice from me. Pursue that passion, study, try things out. You will find things that jump out to you as interesting, and you can just chase those. And a regular quote unquote regular job, right? It can be a means to an end, right? I had to do that when I started out. I was in construction. It's not what I wanted to do, but it was a way to pay some of the bills while I was working towards what I wanted to do. So, you know, I certainly hope you don't look down at what you're doing. It is a way to get you to where you want to be. But also it sounds like, you know, you've got a lot of stuff you could pursue, which is great. Like, geez, you don't need advice from me. You got this. You absolutely got this. Hacker, thanks. Thank you. I try to be enthusiastic. It helps. Enthusiasm helps for damn sure. Seriously, it helps a lot. And it can carry you during some pretty dark times. Because it can overpower some dark times, and I mean, who hasn't had some dark times? Maybe some more than others in some ways, but yeah. But like, honestly, I thought, oh, maybe I can give Hecker some advice, you know, maybe my bearded wisdom, you know, can produce some good advice from the sage mind of Spiro, the programmer. And then you tell me all these things. You're a rigger for 3D, or at least you were. Java, Python, security guard, software systems. Dude, what? No, you don't need advice from me. You're good. Keep going. That's the advice I'm giving. Keep going. You'll get there. You'll get where you want to be. Yes. Believe in yourself. Enthusiasm is the true spice of life. I agree. I'd love to contact you one day. I just don't have any social media, but I could catch you some other time you stream again. Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I try and stream as much as I can. I might stream again tomorrow too. I'm definitely going to stream on January 9th. I have I'm pretty pumped about who I have on. I'm going to interview someone who created a really cool library on the front end. It's called HTMX. It's a kind of a big deal for me, so I'm going to try and stream as much as I can and get through this game, because I think I've actually made an insane amount of progress in 2 weeks with this. So yeah, my DMs are open. I'm on Twitch and I'm on Twitter as well. So if you catch one of my streams, on any one of those platforms, including YouTube here, just reach out to me or just chat me, and I can send you my details. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Hacker, by the way. Just thank you for being around and sticking around. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, so now that I have a modded world, I have a modded world, and you know what I need to check? Hacker says, thank you for the kind words as well. You've lightened up my mood this new year. Oh, perfect. Hey man, I'm glad. That's really cool. I'm really glad I could do that. Seriously, you know, like I said, I really meant it. Like, I think you've got this. Just keep doing what you're doing. I think you think you are on the right path. Seriously, it's a pleasure to have you here. Okay, so here's the deal. I need to check if my world data is actually the right data. I've got a 5x5, and it's 3 layers: a base layer, a collision layer, and an entity layer. So I would expect 75, which is exactly right. That's what the array is. It's 75, and then +2 for width and height, which the get world function offsets automatically. So this is it. I got this. And with Zig. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really like having an additional function specifically for like an editor or modded viewport data in order to handle that. But currently, I kind of can't find a better way around that. I can't like do an overload of the function or anything like that. So I guess I'm kind of stuck with this. It is what it is. And I don't know. I think for now it's going to be okay. It's not the most ideal. I'm not feeling too great about it, but it works. And I think that's the key thing, is it works. And as long as I just keep that in mind, that I have this function that is specific to modding my world data and then injecting it without, updating WebAssembly, which is exactly what I wanted, then this is great. And then what I should be able to do is, if I want to, I wonder if this is publicly, no, it's not publicly available, but that's okay. So I could take my, I guess it's in my editor, isn't it? Yeah, it's in my editor. Entity to Zig, world data to Zig. Yep. And this is artificial, but I actually have world data to fill. So that's it. So now I can like update this. It's janitor mode. There's a lot of janitor mode. But now I have entity data that I can interject with, and I have world data that I can interject with. Now I know when I get to the part where I'm going to create arrays for my images where each array index is representative of an RGBA value per pixel. I don't need to do it this way. I can just do a very straightforward array, like a flat array. I don't need an array list. I don't need any special data types in Zig. I don't need nothing. I don't need to define this thing like a multi-dimensional array. I can just do a flat array for all my images, which means I can export images out of my editor into a flat array, compile them and build them statically as part of the WebAssembly output. Then I can mod that and just interject the reference anytime that I go to grab an image. I just interject the reference to that image with my modded data, which doesn't need to touch WebAssembly. And then I can reset it. So my WebAssembly should stay static like all the time, and then I just do a simple reset. I'm trying to think where else I might have an issue. Scripts, but scripts are going to be an array too. And I can interject my script data as well. I actually don't need to touch the script data. I can extract the memory block from my scripts out of my WebAssembly module, then make an alteration, and then just say anytime you call get script in WebAssembly, you just return your modded data instead of the WebAssembly data. Guys, I think we got this. Hecker says on YouTube, I've been thinking a lot about creating a video game too, something simple and 2D like those Undertale games. Okay, so I guess there's like a little bit of advice I could give you there. If you want to do it to learn something, it's a great way to learn, because video games have a lot of different complexities that you don't normally run across in your run-of-the-mill websites and software, things like that. You're going to be exposed to more complexities, more problems and solutions in video game worlds than anywhere else. So for learning, at least, it's a great way to learn. If you want to do it long term, you should make sure you have like a really good interest and passion for it. Otherwise, it is brutal long term. Like my game here is not going to be... It's not going to be... It's serious. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm in it for the long haul. It's serious. Right? And it's because I've always wanted to build a video game since I was a kid, and I just have a passion for it. Hecker, I wouldn't even publish a thing. I just really feel like I want to try that at least once. Yeah, I would... That is a great approach. And you can take that approach, that principle, and you can apply it to just about anything. You want to do some like I have some Raspberry Pis here I play around with. You want to do some embedded programming? Just try it once. See if you like it. Programming languages, which programming languages do I like? Just try it once. See if you like it. See if you want to keep going. That's how you figure it out. You don't need advice from me. What me giving you advice. Now I just feel dumb. You don't need advice from me. You got this. You clearly were not born yesterday. Okay, well, this is great. For scripts, Hecker, your advice is good. I don't know what advice I really gave you. You already had it sorted out, but thank you. Okay, so for scripts, I'm good. You just get a bit lost in what you want to do. Yeah, okay, so that is a legitimate problem. You can get sidetracked in many different directions. That takes discipline more than anything else. That's all. And that is something you can learn, or if you've already learned it, because it kind of sounds like you have, honestly. That is something you can hone and get to a point where it's good enough for you to kind of stay in charge of the vast array of disciplines. Generally, what you want to try and do is balance out everything you're interested in with everything you're really interested in. And the stuff you're really interested in is the stuff you can't help but get into and spend vast amounts of time on. That's usually how it works. So something will capture you more or less, and you won't have any control over it. It'll just be like, holy crap, I just want to do this like all the time. But you don't know what that is unless you try a bunch of other stuff, right? So you can almost kind of lean into the fact that you're a bit lost sometimes. Lean into that loss and consider it as a way to expose yourself to many potential real interests that are going to really get you. And if something just hasn't caught you just right, maybe a bit of that is discipline and just, you know, staying focused. But maybe a little bit is you haven't found the right thing to capture you yet, and you should just keep going. Either way, Hecker, thanks for being here. Okay, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there's anything else I truly want to accomplish for the rest of the day. Been streaming for 7.5 hours. I mean, I have some cleanup, some janitorial work on the code, but holy crap. This is pretty freaking awesome. I'm pretty happy with this. I need to build out some editor UI because this is really like whatever, which is fine. I can do that. I need to work on my rendering. It's not updating everything correctly. Like it updates it when I do certain things, but I want it to update like proper, like on demand. It's not doing that. That's fine. I need to clean up some of the Zig code. I need to clean up some of the JS code. I mean, there's a lot to clean up, but this is huge. I think I want to try and tackle images next. I think. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. I have a lot of choices. Hecker says I'm actually at work right now. You see why it's good? I just sit 12 hours a day watching 100 cameras and listening to cool streams like yours. Well, first of all, I don't know about cool stream, but thank you. Second of all, that is a good way to use time that you're going to have to use anyways. Learning. I do that too when I'm coding and I need to like focus. Even when I need to focus, I still like lurk somewhere, right? Lurk on a stream. Or I might put music on, but it's just a way for me to learn while I'm doing something else that I would have to do anyways. So yeah, I'm glad that you feel it's good enough to at least stick around. You know, I appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna check on a few things and then I might call it. Or I might even just do a little bit of work while streaming. I'm not sure yet. Let me just check on a few things here. Yada yada yada. Nice, nice. Let me check this, make sure my messages are... Okay, that looks fine. Do I need to worry about... No, I don't. I don't need to worry about that. Oh, holy crap. I have 99 followers on Twitch. My goal was 100 as of this morning, and I think I went from 92 to 99. I mean, that's 7 followers. That's not bad. That's not bad. YouTube raid helped. Probably. Let's see what else I got going on. Nothing. Okay. I think I can keep going for a little while. Hang on. Hang on, folks. I just had to go check on something. I'm going to go for a little bit longer. So yeah, I'll go for a little bit longer and then I'll call it a night. So maybe what I'll do is, since there's a low viewer count, I'll do some Laravel PHP HTMX, but if anybody wants to see my video game stuff, you can let me know. Hacker says I'm updating my passwords and emails. Because the other day I got a scam call and I let my email slide in the conversation. Oh no, lots of work for a paranoid guy like me. Like I said, Pirate Software. He not only builds games, he's also a cybersecurity expert. He worked on some top secret stuff. That might be a very cool intersection, Pirate Software, for you. I would recommend. You might like that a lot. Just saying. Man, my mouse is being really weird right now. Really weird. Okay. There we go. Okay, well, I'm feeling quite good about my video game progress. So what I'm going to do now if I could figure out my mouse. Hacker says, you know what's funny? I'm working for a big tech company as a security guard, but I still get to see lots of cool things and meet people in the field too. Look, there's something that I don't think a lot of people understand. Not a lot of people. There are more people than you think who became rich because they were around other rich people. So imagine that you're, say, like a massage therapist and you're working in Beverly Hills, right? So what's going to end up happening is you're going to have a lot of exposure to a bunch of people with lots of money. And by nature of that, you know, all you have to do is, you know, seize the right opportunity, and all of a sudden those people are giving you money for something you're doing. Maybe you're starting another business beyond massage therapy, or you're selling a product and they're willing to pay a lot of money for it, and then suddenly you find yourself on your way up. Who you surround yourself with, or who you work around, can have more of an impact than you might think in terms of things you pick up, things you learn, and how much of a factor it can be in your own success. So even though it's like, hey, I work as a security guard at a big tech company, and people might go, oh, just a security guard? But it's like, yeah, but that might be all you need to get your foot in the door to something bigger. Because now, let's say that they're, what, I don't know what company it is, doesn't matter, but let's say that they're looking for Python devs. Well, we have a security guard who taught himself Python. And maybe he's got 1 or 2 projects that he can show. And we know him, we trust him because he's worked for us. Maybe we can bring him on and see if he can do some Python for us, right? That's actually like a really good place to be, and it's a really good way to open yourself up to potential possibilities. It sounds like a great place to build up relationship capital, Hacker, and I also concur. Association is important. As I say, you become the average of the 5 people you see the most. Yeah, you do. At least to some degree. Now, I will say there are exceptions to the rule, and your own personality can overcome, negative traits, negative things. I believe all those things are also true, but you help yourself by who you're surrounded with. Spiro, you continue to drop knowledge bombs. I don't know about that. I'm a 39-year-old gray, beginning to get gray beard. I have my first gray hair. They can't see it on camera, but when I look in a mirror, it's my first gray hair. I can call myself a gray beard. Hacker says that's pretty much it. I told them about my background in Java, and they said they needed Python devs. So I just got to study Python. It's going to take a bit, but still got lots of time to learn. Yeah, man. And you've got a leg up. So imagine you and I go head to head, okay? You present your resume and you're learning Python, but you've tried a few projects. But you're the security guard of the company. I present my resume. I'm Joe Blow from Kokomo. They don't know who I am. Who do you think they're going to consider just a touch more seriously? You. Most likely. You've already proven that you are a good, member of the, you participate well in the company, and you've taken initiative in order to go learn something that they want to have, as part of their staff. Yeah, man. Yeah. They're going to be looking at you with a pretty serious eye. Your chances, compared to anybody else who would want that job, I would argue are much higher. So, get after it. Go do it. And again, Hacker, you don't need advice from me. You got this. You're doing exactly the advice that I would give you. You're just doing it. All I'm doing is just rewording exactly where you're at. That's all I'm doing. And then making it out to be my advice. I'm just taking your life and saying like, hey, you should do what Hecker does, but it's my advice. Look at me. Toot my own horn, right? Sorry, Hecker. Spending time watching your stream is a form of association too. Yeah, it can be. Absolutely. I've met some people online, some pretty important streamers in the tech space, and I've been able to like meet them behind the scenes and talk to them and help them. And that's built up a network huge just by being on their stream and participating on their stream. Hecker on YouTube says, will you do help me wake up a bit? I've been a bit down lately. I'm sorry to hear that, but I am glad that I can help a little bit. And he says, it's great to listen to someone and get this reassurance from them. You're great. No, Hecker, you're great. Because you're doing the advice that I would give to anybody else in your shoes. And you're already doing it. And maybe you just need a little bit of focus and discipline. But I honestly, from just the brief interaction I've had with you, I don't think that's hard for you. It can be a challenge. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not just like snap your finger and you have discipline and focus. But it sounds like you are already doing a lot of what you need to do. And that takes a certain mindset that it sounds like you have. So I wouldn't worry too much. It seems like you're on the right path. Keep at it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break from the gaming stuff because I just feel like I got to a pretty kick-ass place here. I just feel really good about resolving that. And I'm just gonna see if I can get some of this other work done that I have. So I have a 9 in chat. Yeah, I think they're just lurkers on YouTube side. Oh, I mean, there's 2 or 3 people who are actually like talking to me. So there's probably a few lurkers, handful of lurkers. That's fine. It's all good. All good. I have to go see. So what I'm trying to do for work is I'm trying to figure out some Stripe stuff. And this is like actual work. So I can show my code to some degree, just so that it's not like super boring while I sit here and look at a screen that nobody else can look at. But I can't show the UI. And I can't show some of the other aspects of the code either. So essentially, I have to kind of sort out this work and hide a bit of it. So I apologize. I just need to get a few things done here. Earlier in my stream, I got nerd sniped. Oh, Dell is still alive. Dell, you're still here? Really? Dude, I thought maybe once I got once I got the editor mode stuff sorted out, that you would just leave. You'd be like, well, I helped him. You helped me a lot, Dell. Dell, you helped me a lot. Thank you. Crucible, you're back. Thank you. I did mention in Z Reviews Telegram group I'm watching here. I showed them how my keyboard software turns my keyboard into a view meter search just like a while ago. Oh, nice. Nice. That's very cool. But yeah, Dell, you helped me a lot. So what I'm trying to do with this stuff, I'm sorry that I can't show the UI. I'll try and do something entertaining while I do this and communicate with chat. But essentially what I need to do is dynamically inject some Stripe data into a pop-up modal, and the whole concept is that I'm using Laravel and basically a controller to render a view, and then I'm using HTMX to render the pop-up as a swapped in, because that's what HTMX does. So I gotta sort this out for work. And then I have like content slots, so they're named content slots, and I've set up Laravel so that if you create content on an administrative backend, again, I cannot show it, and you go in there, you create some HTML content by an administrator, and then we name the content slots and we pull the content for that slot. So that way, if there's like tweaks on like the text or the copy or whatever, I don't have to have somebody come and tell me to make stupid adjustments with, whatever minor things. They can just go ahead and do it themselves. But for now, what I'm trying to do is see if I can get the pricing showing up. And part of the problem, let's see, mode would be dollars. Part of the problem when you ask for the Stripe to give you the price of a product is they give it to you in pennies. Now, I guess that's not really a problem, but it means that I have to go and convert the pennies to an actual like friendly amount, so that in the pop-up when you're looking at it, you can actually read it. It actually makes sense. Fortunately, I've thought about this before, and I have a helper function here, pretty much. And all I have to do is go update all my stupid little all the areas where I'm calling like here. And then I can go like friendly price, I guess. And I think the way this works is make handle, and then I have to pass in the total price. I'm pretty sure. I'll see how this goes. While I do this, because I have to push this out and then let staging update and test it. Let's do a brief chat here. Let's see. Hacker, you asked, how's that? I don't know who you are referring that to or to what. Let me know. Teach people how to hack. Yeah. I wish I could. There are some basic security things that everybody should know, like passwords and two-factor authentication. Here's a trick. Two-factor authentication, if you're really paranoid, don't use SMS. Because your SIM card can be spoofed, and then someone can two-factor authenticate you with SMS messaging. If you're really paranoid, just know that. There. Is that a hack? Do you know SAP? Okay, I know what SAP is, and I have completely forgotten what it is. That's not helping. Hacker, you might have to remind me what SAP is. I know what it is. Once you tell me, I'll be like, oh, of course that's what it is. Yeah, you might have to help me. Hacker says, yeah, if anyone on the internet has my phone number, they could get in. Exactly. I just use the auth app that the company where I work also uses. Yeah. You can use an auth app. That would work. Yeah. I have an error. Pricing, line 47. Did I not? Oh, I'm referencing it wrong. Price unit amount. Sometimes I wonder about myself. Business management software, I think you're right. And I think it's like a certain category of it. I'm pretty sure it's a certain category of it. Are we not met on YouTube? What game are you making? I am making... I'll show you. So... Caden. I don't know. I just tuned in. Caden, whoever you are, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. So Are We Not Men is asking what game I'm making, so I'm going to explain that. So there's an old game called Uncharted Waters New Horizons. It's from an Uncharted Waters series from Super Nintendo. It's my favorite game of all time. I feel like it's personally quite underrated. For a Super Nintendo game, it was insane. You build a fleet of ships. Each ship needs to be individually managed with crew members and captains who also all have their own stats and whatnot. You have to travel the world. You can be a cartographer, merchant. There's like a whole trade and economy system between ports. You have fame. So if you do like exploration, you can find like ancient wonders of the world, exotic animals, things like that, turn it in for fame. You can defend your country. You can have duels. There's a storyline, obviously. There's actually 6 storylines. And if you play each one, they cross over with each other. It's kind of like Octopath Traveler. It's insane. Look at the world map for a Super Nintendo game. It is a literal world map. And there, like at sea, there are things like you can get your men can get enticed by mermaids and then your ships crash. You can head into a storm and it can ruin your ships. You can do like it's crazy what this game has. Ever since New Horizons, I feel like they keep trying to recreate that feeling and that level of gameplay that was really good about this, and they have failed every single time after that, including the most recent one, which is Uncharted Waters Origins. And it's online multiplayer for phone, and it is terrible. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. They tried to bring in the New Horizons stuff from Super Nintendo, and they just completely ruined it. Hecker says, when you described the game earlier, I was thinking, what does a photographer has to do with the game? Now I realize you said cartographer. Yes. Maybe I do not pronounce my words very, very verbosely. So, that's what I'm building, Caden, and Are We Not Men on YouTube. I'm trying to capture that game, but add my own twist to it, because obviously I don't want to rip it off. And I think there's some cool stuff that we can add with the technology programming stuff we have available today. There are some really cool twists that I think would work well for this game, including a light multiplayer aspect instead of a full multiplayer aspect. And the game will be free forever. And it's just a way for me to prove that really complicated things can be done in hard ways, and the benefits can outweigh the cost. So I'm doing this in Zig with WebAssembly. I don't know if you're a programmer. I don't know if you know what that means. And I'm rendering it with just DOM elements. No canvas, no WebGL, no WebGPU. I'm not using the GPU at all. So it's kind of like not really cheating to do this. So free forever. Yep, free forever. Absolutely free forever. You just play it on a browser. So what will happen is when it's done, you just go to a URL and it just loads up and you just start playing. Plug in your controller, it'll just start working. Go on your phone, it'll just start working. You don't need nothing. That's all. Forever and ever. So hopefully that answers it, Caden, and Are We Not Men? I hope that answers it. Let me see what... I think I did something on this code, and I don't know if I actually committed it and updated it. The price parameter should be the... What? What am I doing wrong? Caden, learning assembly is like flying a plane while balancing a 5-course meal on top of the plane. Yeah. Yes, Spiro is my name, Hecker. Yeah, Caden, if, like... my WebAssembly code with Zig here, it literally is quite restricted. I cannot... Well, I could pass strings around and different kinds of data structures, but I'm purposefully sticking to just arrays and integers passed between the WebAssembly code to the front-end JavaScript code. It's just, that's all I'm passing back and forth. That's it. And I'm just leaning on that because it's super simple, super efficient. I can keep it lean and tight. All the data is just really like strict, shrunken down data, no fluff. Even for the game, when I create my strings, which are going to be things like chats, strings that would go on menu items like up here, those are not going to be in the game. Those are going to be on those are going to be the responsibility of the renderer to maintain those strings. WebAssembly will just reference integers as those strings. So it'll have an array of strings, and my WebAssembly code back here will say pull string from string array index 32, and then I'll grab it from the renderer and pop it in here. So I'm kind of trying to make the render portion an interchangeable widget. And performing CPR on an ant underneath your thumb on the yoke at the same time. Yeah. Ha! Are we not meh? If one person learns coding from your stream, you changed a life. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Get pushed, get paid. Let's go. Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you on my Twitch stream. Hey, hi. Adele is okay. DOM is slow thing, kind of from days of no GPU accelerated browsers. Seems like it's a pretty short path from layout to rendering if we ignore the depth of customization. Yeah, Adele. Yeah, get push. Yeah, usually I catch you on Twitter. It's really nice to see you here. I appreciate it. That's cool of you. That's cool to see you on here. I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, Dell, I think it might be from those days, and I'm gonna show you something that I think. Oh, Dell, you didn't have to get push a sub, man. That's awesome. Thank you. Holy cow! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. That's really cool. Okay, hang on. That distracted me. I'm sorry. And Hacker, I deleted my Twitch account long ago. It's amazing. YouTube recommended me your I'm amazed too. I'm watching this from YouTube, says Caden. I'm amazed too, Caden. I don't know how you ended up here. I might create a Twitter account just to follow you. No, man, you don't need to do that. I just appreciate you being here. All I want to do is just like help people out and maybe, teach one or two things that I've learned. That's all. So Dell, let me show you something, okay? Is it... Oh, I don't know if I can find it now. Oh, Caden, thank you. You subbed to my channel? Thank you. You saw this in your recommended page? What the heck am I doing right? Definitely can't find it in all those open tabs. I know, I've got 100. And this is just this machine. I have another machine over here with more tabs. Caden, I appreciate it. Holy crap. Thank you. Okay, so it's Dell, I'm sorry, man. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, so what, DOM animations? No, DOM animation sprites. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the exact link. No canvas. A viable alternative. Yeah, okay, I think this is it. Yes, this is it. This is it. Okay. Check this out. Okay, so Dell. This is from 2012. And whoever Krister Katilla is did something incredibly awesome, which made me believe that this is possible because it's 2012. How much GPU on the web do you think we had in 2012? The only thing you really had available was Canvas. And it wasn't even really that performant, and it was only for certain browsers. What this person did, whoever they are, they showed that you can animate at like an insane amount of FPS with just DOM elements. Okay? Let's see if I can get this running. I think it's this one. Let me go back. Let me go up here. I think it's this one. Look at this. I don't know if you can tell on stream, but that is currently running 2,520 elements at 60 FPS. 2,800 at 60 FPS. This is from 2012. We're at 3,000 at 60 FPS. These are DOM elements. You don't believe me? DOM elements. DOM elements. I have to turn this before DOM elements. I am now at 3500 and I just dropped to 50 FPS. So basically this thing will go as high as it can until the FPS drops below 30, I think. Look at this. Hecker says, my company has installed ChatGPT into the Microsoft Teams, and I think I'm the only one who uses it. I like to break it by asking math stuff and asking for random numbers. It's honestly not that hard. Not that hard to break ChatGPT. You're too nice, though. You have to learn to be as brutal as your poems in a live stream. No, I want to keep it friendly. Okay, I want to keep it friendly. I save my poems for the good stuff. Get push, get paid. Why do you need this? I think I'm flagged on ChatGPT. Why do I need this? Conspiracy theory. Okay, so why I need this? Look, at 5200 DOM elements at 36 FPS. So the whole point is to prove that a game like this, that a game like... Let me go back. That a game like this, a 2D top-down game, I'm at 5100 elements, DOM elements, and I'm at 35 FPS. Okay, so here's the point. I want to prove that not only do you not need to use WebGL, WebGPU, your graphics card, or a massive library to deal with all that stuff for you. Not only do you not need to use that, but you can use Zig and WebAssembly or something similar to that, which is extremely low level, tight code, you know, structures, data passing around. It's just integers. My whole point here, the whole point is to demonstrate that we have at our fingertips such a huge, I don't know, expanse of hardware, and we are not squeezing as much out of it as we could be. We're getting lazy for a number of reasons. One being our hardware can just handle as much stuff as we want to throw at it, so who cares how inefficient it is? My whole point is to prove that you can have your cake and eat it too. That's what I want to prove here. That even though I'm doing this in an extremely difficult way, this can work. Yeah, Flash games. It's kind of like the Flash games, but even more like, I don't know, like a more lower level and something stricter and smaller, and you can get big bang for your buck here, right? Hardware and software, honestly. So that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I want to do this, right? Because normally what you do is you reach for something like, so here I'll show, so Unity would be a good one. It can compile to the web. You could grab something like Phaser, right? You could do this. You can grab something like you could grab some, what else is there? Like I think Babylon JS. Yeah, you could grab Babylon JS. You could grab 3JS. That's a good one. Right? This is cool. But what you're doing is by default assuming that you need to use these large libraries and you need to leverage lots of hardware to accomplish what you want to accomplish. And I'm saying, no, screw that. We can do better in the tech industry. We can do really complicated stuff. Really tight. You could get a full-fledged game that you know Super Nintendo would be proud to have for free with some cool additions nowadays, and you can do it all like this. And hopefully I don't have to touch GPU. Caden, no hate intended, but you're spending more time explaining things than coding, copying, pasting from Stack Overflow. Noobs copy paste from Stack Overflow. I copy paste from ChatGPT. Okay? I copy paste from ChatGPT like a true professional. Don't come in here, Caden, with your low-key shade like I'm some kind of noob. Stack Overflow. Caden. Damn you, Caden. Damn you. Get pushed, get paid. Low key, it's refreshing seeing someone discuss this type of stuff. Beats another React SSR hot take. Yeah. Twitch chat is where it's at, yeah. Yeah, I mean... Have you seen what they're doing with React? Get pushed, get paid. Have you seen what they're doing with React server components? I copy paste from my older project and then curse fool who wrote that garbage. That's how you do it, Caden. You hear that? Bro, they massacred my boy. Yeah. Yeah. Look at I did a video like covering this a little bit. Hate where React is going. Yeah. So look. Okay, check this out. Check this out. We're here. Okay. So whoever this person is, I'm sure they're a perfectly good like person, whatever, right? So this is React server component. So you're making DB calls in your React component on the back end. When's this game supposed to be done? Are we, you know what? Are we not meant? It's supposed to be done whenever you stop distracting me so I can actually get it done, okay? So I can copy paste from Stack Overflow like Caden said. Okay, so you've got DB calls on the back end here with React. You're going to bring React to your back end. You're going to make DB calls, and you're going to map them over in your component, which goes back to the front end. Okay? Now, I look at this and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And you know, I've been on Twitter Spaces with Theo, and there's another person, and they're trying really hard to come up with a good way to explain this. And they have been struggling for weeks. Maybe they've done it now, but they've been struggling for weeks, which is a huge red flag for me. If you're struggling for weeks to properly explain this, maybe there's something going on. Because if you can't explain it properly. Now, in this article, what comes up next? But wait, my instincts screamed. Function components can't be asynchronous. Oh, really? Oh, really? You looked at this and your first thought was function components can't be asynchronous? That's what felt wrong to you about this? Then it continues. And we're not allowed to have side effects directly in the render like that. Wait a second. So you're going to look at this, get pushed, get paid. You're going to look at this, and your first two instinctual yuckies are function components can't be async, and we're not allowed to have side effects in the render. Stockholm Syndrome? Maybe? This is crazy. And you know what's even worse to me? And I kind of hope that I'm wrong. I do, because this would be insane if it actually got pushed through and people started using it a lot, and then I was right and it kind of blew up in a negative way. They're just trying their best to justify it. So yes, exactly. You take this is the kind of like a tutorial problem, right? Like a beginner tutorial problem. You take something like this, it looks like a really simple example, and you go, hey, this looks great. Look at this simple example. This is what we want to do. Doesn't this look awesome? And then somebody who looks at this might go, wow, yeah, I don't have to separate my back-end logic from my front-end logic. I just do this. I just use React. I know React. This is awesome. This example, fine. Maybe. What happens when this gets really complex? What happens when you have somebody who does a lot of back-end DB stuff and they have an opinion, and maybe even an objectively true opinion about how you should be making calls to the back end that does not jive with the way you're doing this? You're intermingling with at least two, maybe more different intersections of expertise. And in a bigger team with more complexity, I'm not convinced that this goes over well. I could be wrong. But even if it does go over well, the idea that React is going to be the way to pull in your front end and your back end, and you're going to do it all like this, I think we've jumped the shark. Honestly, this is just React pearl clutching. I'm just being honest. It's just React pearl clutching. You're way over. Imagine having a small component that's like 500 lines. Yes. Dell says when HTMX came out, it was the first time I was able to do web. First time in like 10 years. Before that, it just seemed too crazy to accomplish even basic stuff. Exactly. Exactly. VS Code is greater than Sublime Text. Yeah, Caden's just dropping spicy takes. Look, VS Code's actually not bad. I don't actually mind using VS Code. Honestly, I think that kind of stuff is like what you want, what makes you code faster. Sorry for insulting your whole life. Damn it, Caden. Dell says, thanks to HTMX and Go, I rewrote my JSTS node project with Go in 2 weeks and added like 300% features. Yeah. Brad Traversy made a video on HTMX. HTMX made it. Yeah. The Python library. Nothing. Yeah. No. I don't really know Panda that well, Hecker. Just a little bit. So look what I'm doing here on this thing that I'm supposed to be working on. I have on-click. Look, this is Hyperscript, which is from the same person who made HTMX. Okay. So on-click trigger close modal. HTMX SEO value went up 1,000%. Going to sell it for $1 million. Yeah, man. And then if I look at close modal, see if we can find it. I don't know if I searched for it correctly, but that is really simple stuff. No, I didn't. And get push, get paid. I have news. I don't think you were here for it. Okay? I don't think you were here for it. On January 9th. Here, this is close modal. This is super simple. And then I can just attach it to any element I want. No, I'm not into crypto at all. Crypto sucks. I hate it. It's a scam. I already got an idea for my first Python project. It's going to be data processing. Yeah. Yes, get pushed. You can't wait. Carson Gross, creator of HTMX. I got confirmation via email earlier today. He will come on my stream January 9th, 7 p.m. PST. I have to send him a calendar invite, and then I have to spread the news out blast it out wherever. Interview with him. So as lead CEO of HTMX, I have the creator of HTMX for about an hour, I hope. And we're just going to like shoot the breeze and talk about all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I'm hoping that goes well, and I'm going to try and make it as interesting as possible. But yeah, so January 9th, 7 p.m. PST. I'll have to, once I'm done my stream, I'll blast. I've been on for 8 hours, 20 minutes. Holy crap. $10 p.m. for me Tuesday, then hope I'm not asleep at the time. I hope, Dell. I hope you make it. January 9th, 7 p.m. PST. You know, I wish I could do like a better time, honestly. But, you know, it's up to Carson, right? It's up to him to, you know, he's doing me a favor by being on. So I need to accommodate him and his time, and I'll record it. Obviously, it'll be viewable. And you gotta pay X to message me on Twitter, Hecker? No way. No way. It's okay. You folks always get screwed by every US event. Yeah. I tried. I don't know what he's saying, but I'll do it. I know what he's saying, but I'll do it. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like this too. Now I'm getting sidetracked. Yeah, okay. Okay, let me see. Let's see. Can I... Hacker, if you have an account... no, it's okay, Git push. Don't worry about it. If you have an account, send me your X username. I'll message you on here, okay? And I'll do it off screen. So yeah, I'm excited about that. January 9th, creator of HTMX will be on. More about these DOM elements. Oh, you just followed me? Okay, so let me see. I'm going to do it off screen here, okay? Just, I don't want to like give out. Okay. Okay, got it. Here, I'm going to send you a message. There we go. Just sent you a message, all right? Hopefully that means that you can message me. What is happening with those divs? Yeah, okay. I have done an extremely inefficient thing. Okay, an extremely inefficient thing. Caden says another hot take. NFTs were going to be NLBs. They stand for no life bozos. Yeah. It's not really a hot take. That's just based reality take. Objective reality take. Okay, so these div elements, I have not properly updated my DOM renderer. I'm in the wrong project. I haven't updated it, and I'm literally removing and rendering every single frame. And so then you get that. So I'm going to fix that. I have a diff list, which means that when I make changes, I add it to a difference list in my WebAssembly code. And then I should just check that diff list and only remove and update things that actually need it. But for the time being, I'm assuming that everything needs to be updated. And so that's why you're seeing that. Got some controversial questions ready. I think I have one or two. And there's a little bit of politics involved because I don't want to go too far into one side or the other. Not because I'm afraid of offending React Perl clutchers. Thanks, Caden. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it, Caden. Bye. But because I don't want to put Carson in a position where he feels like he needs to say something that takes a side. He should only be taking sides on things he feels comfortable taking sides on. So I'll try and ask some soft, opinions, and I might save one or two more difficult questions to kind of see if he's willing to engage with them. And if he is, then maybe I'll open it up a little bit more like that. But just initially, I don't want to put a bad, initial spin by asking the wrong questions and putting him in a place where he's not feeling comfortable about the interview. So we'll see how it goes. I'm thinking a lot about it, and I'm pretty excited. And yeah. Yeah, are we not men? I'm not soft, okay? I'm the hardest I've ever been. Okay, I'm so hard, actually. I'm just full of STDs. Look at all these STDs. Look at this. Look at this. I got STDs everywhere. That's how hard I am, okay? Don't come in here with your stupid soft stuff. Okay? Oh, soft. Yeah? If I was soft, I wouldn't be, wrangling STDs everywhere. The whole game stream has been about Zig STDs. Because that's how hard I am. In any case, so yeah, and so like we kind of started talking about HTMX. I'm like a massive proponent of it. I could not do front end stuff. Yeah, Cope, yeah. Like a massive front end proponent of HTMX. Because anything else was so overcomplicated and bloated. It felt so gross to touch it. It felt like I was getting STDs touching it. When I started this project, the one with the code I have here, we had Vue as our front end. It took way too long to get stuff done. Everything was taking forever. No, there were bugs everywhere. It was slow. It was frustrating. It was terrible. When I removed Vue and went with HTMX, I rewrote the entire web front end of the website in about 2 weeks. And then for like about 6 months, we were 2 sprints ahead, and it was just me on the team. Then at the end, I think there was a month where I had help from 2 other contractors. And yeah, the Tailwind stuff, I don't like the Tailwind stuff. You know when I liked Tailwind? When you didn't have to build it. When you didn't have to build Tailwind, it was okay, because then I could use it as a templating to figure out how I want to structure my elements. Then I could componentize those into a single thing, to a single component, class or ID or whatever. Now I have to do an insane build process just to get Tailwind loaded on my site. Then another build process to extract the elements and componentize them. No, I don't want to do that. So what we've done, this is old. This is from when we still kept Tailwind. But we've actually updated this. We're just doing straight up CSS, man. It's so simple. With some CSS variables. It's super simple. The CSS variables are super simple. And the CSS variables are not just super simple. We have CSS media variables for media queries where you do if-else statements. I'll show you. Let's see if this works. I do like Tailwind, but I use import script to build it. On page load, Tailwind is an easy way for non-front-end devs to get nice looking UI. That's true. And we're fortunate that we have a front-end dev who's really good at their job, and we have a good designer. Okay, so check this out. So our CSS variables pull in the media query. Our CSS media, we have an entire, which is really small. It's so tiny. But this, it does if-else on media variables for CSS. So what you do is you go, if media greater than or equal to LG, you set whatever the initial value is, otherwise it returns none. Then on your display, you check for hide whatever you set up here, and if there's a value, then return whatever this is, which would be none. If not, then you would return block. Right? I think I explained that really. That was stupid. A stupid way of explaining it. That was word salad. But I think you kind of get what I mean. And we just do all our CSS this way. And when we need backwards compatibility, we just copy some of the styles from Tailwind, or we just set our own utility classes. It's not that hard. Way better. So this is going away, but just not right now. Git push says, I don't know. I like UI libraries like Material and Mantine, just way easier to get things going. Mantine even provides app shell. Tailwind is just a mess. There are definitely use cases where a UI library is the way to get started. 100%. Especially if you're doing like modifying or whatever, templating, figuring things out. I was trying to redo a site I've deployed with Shad CN and Tailwind, and I just found myself using important everywhere. Yeah, exactly. You're just using important everywhere. Yeah. That's exactly right. So with, I'm with all this stuff that I'm redoing here, I'm getting rid of that. Let me see, price unit amount. There's some kind of an error with price unit amount. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. It's this. Actually, it's, yeah. This is what I want. And then this. Sorry, I just have to get this done real quick. No, what are you doing? Okay, let's see. Okay. Let me get that out the door. That's out the door. So, what are you working on anyway? You mean with... Okay, so I've got 2 projects of multitasking. That's the title of my stream. On the one hand, I've got the video game, right? Which we talked about, the DOM stuff, you know, all that good stuff. And then on the other hand, I've got a project that is a legitimate customer project. It's something I'm getting paid for. And I can't really show it. I can show some of the code, but I can't show the UI. And it's Laravel, PHP, and HTMX. So yeah. Fire hat, by the way. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you've seen any of my other streams, but if you have, I have some other really cool hats. For example, this is just one example. Luigi. I have Luigi. Okay, next. You seen that one before? Yeah? Okay. Yoshi. Blah. And Mario. But yeah. So yeah, the client yeah. So this one here with the code that I have running, that is for a sidekick. I'm a contractor technically. It's more than that. I can't really talk about it. I'm super happy with this company, but I wish I could talk about it more, but I can't. Then I have a full-time job with another company that I definitely can't talk about. And for them, generally speaking, I'm helping them build a 3D rendering pipeline for fashion industry companies. So if you can think of any high-priced, super expensive fashion industry company, I'm probably building a 3D pipeline for them. We'll put it that way. And I can't show any of that code or anything on here. So that's just something I do as a regular job. Frankly, between you and me, I'm a little bit unhappy, I'm not afraid to say, with that 3D job right now. And I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. That's all I'm going to say. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. Because I don't like where that... Yeah, there's a long history there. Yeah. But yeah, so this one though, this is a pretty awesome company. I can talk about it. It's an academy, like a course, where It's online course material for startups. If you're trying to start a startup or find investors or whatever, you can come to this website through other traditional means. I'm not sure how much I can describe right now, but essentially you would come to the website and you could learn about different topics related to managing a startup, finding investors, maintaining a startup, pitch decks, all that stuff. The company itself is run by several investors, serial investors, who themselves have invested in a lot of companies, and they know what you should look for and how you should, approach this topic. And so all the academic material is real world stuff. And then we provide you tools to go along with that. So if you do the academic material, we also provide you with a way to automatically create a company profile for you based on the courses that you take. And some courses will ask you for questions like, based on what you've learned, let us know what you think your company should be valued at in terms of like TAM or SAM, and what do those mean? Your addressable market, things like that. And then it builds a company profile for you. And then we provide other tools like, hey, you're a startup. We have a place for you to get coupons or discounts on services because you're a startup. Go through us and you'll get these discounts for services you need. We have a list of investors you can search for, and you can cold call them or cold email them. But it's not really that cold because they've kind of joined our site already. So they're kind of like warmed up for you. And then we ship them off your company profile, which, by the way, if you've done the academy, has a lot of the stuff that an investor like that would want to see in the first place. So it's trying to set you up for success with your startup. So these tools that we're building, are all run by Laravel, PHP, HTMX on the back end. It's a really great company. And, I can't say too much more about it, but I'm happy with this. It's my main full-time job that I don't know. It's a tough situation for that particular thing. Hecker, I see you, man. I tried using Sublime when I started Python, but I found VS Code easier. Yeah, when you're starting out, being too picky about your IDE probably isn't too useful. It's you're probably going to find that you switch IDEs as you move between languages and through time as well. So don't worry too much about getting stuck on the best IDE to get started with. It's another one of those just start using something. And honestly, VS Code has its benefits. Sometimes I go to VS Code for certain things, for certain projects where it just makes sense to use it. I find myself doing that less and less as I build out my other IDEs more, like Sublime and NeoVim. But don't feel bad about any particular IDE, especially if you're just starting out and learning stuff. Just use what feels comfortable, gives you, eases you into things. You'll learn along the way. You'll figure it out. So, yeah. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. I have a deadline for tomorrow. And I'm trying to, finish some contract gig code here. Git push, it's about 2 a.m. Dude, okay. Thank you, Git push. Thank you. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. We'll catch each other again, hopefully on another stream, if not on Twitter. Hacker on YouTube says, I'm always scared of revealing where I work. Maybe I'm just too paranoid I'll get targeted. I try to keep my online security tight. Yeah, Git push, good night. Hacker, don't worry about it. You don't have to say where you are. If you don't feel the need to say where you are, just don't. It's okay. Just it's okay. Don't worry about it. There's no need to say it unless you feel like it's pertinent and you're willing to say it. And security for your personal self is important. It's 1 o'clock here. I'm leaving for home at 8. Yeah, I mean, it's late. It's getting late for me too. It's 11 p.m. for me. I'm gonna have to shut it down soon. Yeah, I never say where. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just trying to like get through some stuff here because it is expected. Yeah, play Iron Man, Black Sabbath. Yeah, no, I don't want to get whatever DMCA strike, whatever that is. No. So I'm trying to get through some stuff that I've been trying to get to all day, and of course I make a stupid mistake because it's late. Now I can't type. But you can see. Yeah, thank you, Del. Thank you for everything. The gifted subs, I like everything. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's see if I can get this done. Great meeting you. Looking forward to next stream. Me too, Del. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll let that go. I have another screen over here that you can't see. It's another laptop for the contract gig. And I'm just remotely coding it. And then every time I make an update, I've got to commit it, push it to stage, and check it out over here where nobody's allowed to look at it. So I have super secret, top secret stuff. Too bad. You can't see it. Too bad. Too bad for you. Because it's pretty freaking awesome. It's the best UI you've ever seen, and none of you can see it. What a shame. Let me see if my... Oh, yeah. Oh, that worked. Oh, that's great. Okay. That's great. Okay, so... Seeing as I have that... I keep getting confused. Hecker says I like UI design. It's interesting, but I am not good at it. I'm not good at it at all. What happened here? This is not returning what I want it to return. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong, but let's get this out the door. I'm sure there's a better way to do this too, but I'm running out of time. So I'm just gonna rush through it a bit. And then the other thing that I need to check real quick is, am I referencing? Oh no. Let's see. Am I referencing the right content? Founder savings, purchase modal title, purchase modal contents. Oh. This. All right. All right. Now we're cooking. So while that's going, let's see what else we got here. So I can multitask. Back to the game for a bit while that's going out the door. All right, so what's nice about this is now, what's nice or not nice, depending on your perspective, is I have a million things I can work on. And ideally, I should knock off something that I think is going to benefit me and move me forward in the game development process. So it's probably cleanup. I think I need to clean up a bunch of functions, because if I'm worried if I keep going, I'm just going to add more complexity, and it's not It's not going to be helpful. I'm going to make my life worse. Okay, and now that that's working, I'm going to quickly adjust the price on here too. Here and... So I think I need to bite the bullet and do some cleanup on here. And on my game code, not on this. And just make sure that I have all my ducks in a row, because I don't want to be complicating my life by trying to move forward with particular aspects of the video game and leaning on stuff that I know is not efficient or proper now that I've resolved a bunch of my editor problems. So I probably honestly just need to do a whole bunch of cleanup. Like this DOM thing is getting like way out of hand. I want to like extract this into its own set of functions and classes. I want to clean up the CSS here. I want to clean up the DOM elements. It's all janitor work. And then that's going to pave the way for me to be able to do more work on the functions that I actually need next. So then, but then I still am left with the question, depending on, like, once I clean this all up, okay, what do I do next? And I think the answer is more editor work with UI design. So it would be nice if when I'm in this editor mode, if I had some more options about managing the data on... Yeah, I'm managing the data for all the available stuff that's here. Yeah, hire a janitor. Yeah, sure. So I would like to be able to click on, say, the ship, you know, or the NPC, and I would like to be able to edit their data, and I could do that possibly. I mean, I could quickly mock it up. Nope, wrong place. DOM. What would I need to have? I guess it'd be an overlay here. I think that makes the most sense. And it would be whatever. Here. Let's just... I just don't care. This is so stupid, but whatever. Who cares? And it would be like... you know, health, right? Health. And then the value would be 10 because I think the main player... I've given the main player 10. And then you'd have like whatever position X value. And I think it's 1. And then yeah, and then position Y, and the value I believe is like, I don't remember now, 12? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Okay, so it would be something like this. And then when I load up the editor, you know, here, you see these inputs? I should add some padding. Here, we'll just add some padding real quick. Okay, so here, right? And so then I would just be able to click on the NPC or whatever, my player, and literally just adjust the values and then hit save, and it would update the values accordingly in the game. So, you know, I need to work on some of this UI, because if you look at this is what I do to whip out UI real quick. Just whip it out. Okay, it doesn't matter how good it looks, just whip it out. But when you whip it out, this is how you get in trouble. Because it looks like this. Who wants to use this editor? I mean, maybe me, but who actually wants to use it? Right? Hang on, let me do a real quick 3-month Stripe friendly price. I see. 1 month stripe, 1 month stripe. All right, let me push that out. So that's what I got to work on. And honestly, the editor UI doesn't have to be that great. It just has to be good enough for somebody like me or somebody else who wants to mod the game and play around with it to be able to do it. But it just can't be like this. And the way that I'm doing modding is pretty manual. Like I'm running console commands in here, and that's not a good way to let other people play around with the game. Hecker on YouTube says, what do you think of Roller Coaster Tycoon assembly code? This reminds me of that. Yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon is a great example of a game that people put a lot of care into. And it shows. And assembly, I think assembly, it was like a conscious decision to use that language because of the care that they wanted to put in the game. And I think it shows. Right? I think it shows. So, you know, I'm kind of taking a cue from that. Or Stardew Valley. The amount of care that went into that game and still continues to go into that game is huge. So, yeah, when you care about something, yeah, you're probably going to make a different set of decisions than you normally would. Now, would be even cooler. Yeah, I have to do cleanup and then I have to do editor UI. I think that's just how it has to be. That's just how it has to be. Okay, that's working on the UI. That's great. So, oh yeah, and I have the stupid drop-down menu thing, which just does on-click events. This is terrible. I have to do a bunch of cleanup. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing before my next stream, is cleaning this code up. Ugh. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, actually, now that I think about it, I'm actually pretty happy doing cleanup. I've actually made it really far. So, you know what? I'm not going to complain. I've made it really far. This was not easy to get to. Hecker on YouTube says the government websites in my country use a drop down of all numbers so you can scroll and look for your zip code. That's like, hey, enter your password. Drop down full of all available passwords. Just pick yours. Yeah. You got to do better. Andrew dumped hundreds in your chat and there's 9 left. They're all just lurkers. Except for Hecker and Are We Not Men. It's just lurkers. That's all. All those lurks. Okay, so I don't got to do nothing. Okay, capiche? I ain't got to do nothing. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. I think I'm cool with doing cleanup, but I won't do it on stream because everyone will be bored. Because you all suffer from ADD. All of you. Every last one of you. Yeah? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that collision block? There? Do you like the shape of that? Does that feel good, chat? To see the editor doing proper collision blocking, and then having your main character respect it, respect its width and its height, the entire girth. Yeah? Feels good, don't it? Probably should get checked out. There might be a little bit of blood there. Okay? Might be a little bit of blood coming out there. Should probably go talk to a doctor. It's probably because I'm using a lot of STD libs in my zig. And then, you know, it reflects on the output of this nice girthy thing. Okay? Just saying. Just saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else. I had a chance to go through it just as a reference to quantum teleportation. Bro, I'm out. Got him. Got him. Collision D's nuts. Got him. Got 'em all. Okay, folks. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm tired and sleepy, and apparently I have to make some shorts or something out of my content, which is gonna be impossible because it's a 9-hour stream that I now have to download onto my computer and then split apart. I guess maybe I could just do it on the Twitch VOD and make highlights and then download the highlights, I suppose. But still. Make the good advice shorts. People like that. I'll try. It's 9 hours. I'm gonna have shorts out my butt. I had people who I've known for a while, good friends of mine, could jump on stream before you were on, Hecker, and say like, dude, you gotta make some shorts out of this. And I'm like, I don't know. My story about how I was a Jehovah's Witness and got out of that. My story about how I was almost killed twice. I had to leave home at 17. My story about no education, didn't finish high school. Like, it's all ancient history, man. But I guess people like hearing it. So if it helps, I'll make some shorts. But see, the problem with shorts is that they have to be 60 seconds on YouTube. And I did not say, none of my stories were 60 seconds long. Okay? I last a long time. Okay? I'm no quickie. Hecker, you didn't finish high school either? Dude. Okay, you do not need any advice from me. You've more than got this, Hecker. Yeah, I couldn't finish high school, so... I literally just could not finish it. I had to get away from home. But yeah, I mean, I have to make some, I guess not really shorts, because I can't do it and I can't compress them to 60 seconds. At least I don't think so. So it would be like highlights or, longer shorts. I don't know. I have to figure it out. But a 9-hour stream. Holy cow. Listen, everyone, from the beginning of the stream to the end, this has been the absolute best stream I've had. And that's without a raid on YouTube. And I've talked about so much stuff on this stream. From video games to programming to hot takes. Rust sucks. Just had to throw that one in there. It sucks a little bit. PHP, Laravel, HTMX, back end, front end. how to have a career in this industry even if you don't have a high school degree, religion, cults, general life topics, general life advice. It's been a wild stream. It's been a wild stream. And I am so grateful to every person who was here and who's still here. How, like, this has been fun. Fun. And I'm sorry that I have to go because I really don't want to. But I really just gotta put on my discipline hat and call it a night. Get a few things done here. I'm probably going to be up for a few hours. And I just have to focus, you know? I just got to do it. So thank you, everyone. Hacker, you could post shorts from this stream to feed the algorithm for the next month. Maybe. Maybe. I have to see how big this damn video is going to be first. It's probably a huge freaking video. Anyway, okay. Everyone, have a great night. And enjoy your New Year's Day such as it was or is. And hopefully I'll catch you on the next stream. And I just appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being here and listening to me say and do stupid things. I really appreciate it. Okay, guys.